At your local Hy-Vee and Woodman's locations. Learn more at elbenditoyankee.com.
Gabe Neitzel here. Catch Jen, Gabe, and Chewy mornings 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The biggest event of the offseason. Franchise-changing picks.
Green Bay Packers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
League-shaking moves.
The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
We're in the position that we are now because he did not do enough to build an offense that could be primed and ready for Jordan Love to get the keys and rev.
I have fixer-upper fatigue. I want a turnkey house.
Goody's inability to nail the first-round draft pick is what is keeping this team from being a true Super Bowl contender.
It's the ability to find those wide receivers and hitting on those mid to late round picks that I think has really separated the predecessors from Goody, especially at that position.
They're going to need some players from this draft class to have an impact.
This is the most important offseason Goody's going to have.
Now broadcasting live from the shadow of Lambeau Field. Alongside Gabe Neitzel, Steve Homer True, and Jason Wilde, here's Alex Strouf.
To me, their window is now wide open.
The NFL selects Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah, away we go on draft night from the 9-2-0, the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We are coming at you live from the Tundra Trio, just outside the north end zone of Lambeau Field. And boy, oh boy, is it an electric scene here outside of Lambeau Field. We have seen all 32 teams represented as hundreds of thousands of people roll into the NFL Draft just 1 hour away from pick number 1 here in 2025. I'm Alex Strouf. To my right, you hear him each and every weekday morning from 7 to 9 on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. He is the Gabe in that equation. The great Gabe Neitzel is here with me until midnight. You're going all night with me.
Well,
tonight.
I mean, are we going till midnight? Is that when we're scheduled to? Some of us have to wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not one of them.
Well, wait. The first round is over.
First round will be over by around 11-ish.
But, I mean, it's over after the Packers pick.
I disagree. What if they trade back into the first round, Homer?
I mean,
you got to plan for the impossible.
Hasn't happened since, 2009?
I do not have to plan for the impossible.
On cue, right when I introduced him, Steve the Homer True from the Homer Hour, weekdays 5 to 6 on ESPN Milwaukee. Homer, you've been at this a long time, not to age you.
Yes, my first draft was Bart Starr's last year. I think that was 1983.
Did you ever expect
Tim Lewis?
Your memory is impressive.
Yeah, because when they interviewed him, they said, "What do you know about Green Bay?" And he goes, "I think it's near a bay."
He was right about that,
he
though.
had no idea.
But he was right.
Yes, he's pretty smart.
Did you ever expect we'd be here right now?
No, there's not a chance in the world. No. It still makes no sense, but, they want to do what they want to do.
And what do you think? You've been here all day?
No, it's fine. It's like a game. We have people the last hour. Now, I don't know how many people are there, but
I mean, it's not even just the last hour. I mean, think about
last 2 hours, actually, since.
But think about how many people. So we've had a lot of people here. We had an event earlier today where people were just like 4 or 5 deep outside the fence to see the event that was going on.
I don't care if 12 people are here. It's still amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't find anything negative about this. You just can't. This should have been this. No. This should never have happened. There's no logical reason for the draft to be in Green Bay. It's a dinky little town in northern Wisconsin. It's a dinky little town. It's a dinky little town. Find all the other towns in America the size of Green Bay and give us that list.
I would appreciate it if you didn't slander my hometown the night of the NFL draft.
Hold on.
This isn't your hometown.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's
You're
fabulous.
No, I went to high school in Denmark. I went to Martin Elementary School and Edison Middle School on the east side of Green Bay.
What they have done with what they were given is historically special. For a town that size, this size, to have turned it into what it is, because the same is the same today as it was back then. They have no business having an NFL team. They've got one, and they've been fantastic with it. And this is, I mean, it's probably partially because if you're Mark Murphy and presidents always like to do something that makes you remember them forever. It's just kind of – but it's a credit that this is here.
That I won't argue with. I mean, impressive by Mark Murphy as he enters retirement later this summer. His essentially final act is
to be his historic, by far the most historic act ever that he can ever do.
100%. We had Jeff Miller on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week, the executive vice president of the NFL, earlier today, and he gushed about Mark Murphy and his contributions to the NFL.
If they had won 6 Super Bowls, then he could have said that was bigger.
No, I mean, this is number 2 behind his Super Bowl. He got to hoist the Lombardi in 2010 as the team president. This is his number 2 thing, without a doubt. And I mean, think about how much Titletown has changed even in that time, and the economic position he's put the Packers in. I guarantee this is number 2 on Mark Murphy's list behind the Super Bowl.
And that's all wise enough to realize that people came here year-round to see Lambeau Field. Well, if they're going to come here year-round, why don't we give them as much as we can? And they've turned it into a little city.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. I mean, it really ups the hospitality level of Lambeau Field. It makes it more of a destination for people who want to travel here from not, in the immediate area. And as much as we like to, and I guess I'm, hand in the air here, I like to make fun of those things Mark Murphy says, and he thinks he's a comedian. And
I'll raise my hand on that too.
And he made it awkward when he decided to give a 20-minute soliloquy before introducing Matt LaFleur as the new head coach.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, he brought an event here. He brought the second biggest event that the NFL puts on to Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's the biggest event that will ever come to Green Bay, and it's the NFL Draft.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel, Homer hanging out with you live outside of Lambeau Field at the Tundra Trio. The Packers hanging on to pick number 23 in this year's NFL Draft. Now, we are in this.
Hold on. This is more important than what you got to say. What's the site on Twitter that gives you the pick earlier than it really
Pretty
exists?
Ricky.
Oh,
he's gone.
Here's the thing about Pretty Ricky.
He's gone.
He's gone.
What?
Yeah.
Pretty Ricky quit. So, for those of you that have no idea what the hell Homer's talking about, which happens quite often, I imagine.
I'm proud to have that be the case
and
here.
you still have a career path, even when people don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
A historic.
But this
career
guy
path,
was
might
unbelievable,
so
whoever it was.
Pretty Ricky was a Twitter account. Pretty Ricky 213. Then last year on our ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night coverage was me and Homer. And Homer was absolutely dumbfounded by the idea that Pretty Ricky had every pick 8 minutes early.
Right.
Pretty Ricky likely worked for an agency or the NFL, and he got caught. So he lost his source. He lost the information he was getting early. So his Twitter account is gone.
How will we know? I guess we'll just have to watch.
Well, the good news is, Homer, the draft is happening 200 yards that way. We're going to hear the roars before the TV copy.
Are we?
Well, yeah, but we're not going to know the name necessarily.
No,
we don't know how loud those speakers are.
I want 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to see what I can do. How's that sound?
You don't think there'll be?
I think there will be a new Pretty Ricky.
All right, okay, that's what
I want you to be Pretty Ricky, Pretty Homer.
I don't have the information now. We've learned that it's actually almost like 15 minutes.
Yeah, last year we learned that towards the end of the round, especially.
The player is told 15 minutes before it comes on TV. Or I want to be accurate on this, but is that?
Yeah, right around there. I mean, 10, 15 minutes. Because these teams, what you're seeing on TV is a TV production. What's actually going on with the NFL Draft is happening faster than it happens on TV, especially the first round, because you want to have every one of those picks on television because the first round stands alone. It's the only one that stands alone. If you miss a pick here or there in the second or third round, it's not as big of a deal, but the first round is a big deal. There's a reason why they moved it to Thursday night a handful of years ago. It's because they want to make sure every one of those picks ends up on TV.
It is the second largest spectacle in the NFL, behind only the Super Bowl. It is the largest non-game spectacle sporting event in the history of the world, debatably. What non-sporting event has this appeal? Non-game sporting event. I don't think anything has this appeal.
Oh, of the NFL Draft? No.
Yeah.
In terms of not being
something in soccer would be the only chance worldwide.
Well, non-game though?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it would be, yeah.
Well, you've got 6 hours to figure out that answer.
They go to the Institute, the Twitter Institute. Someone will help us out.
All right, at ESPN Homer, at Alex_Strouf, at GNeitzel16 on Twitter is where you can get us all night long. You can also get us on the Carbless Talking text line, 800-990-3776, 800-990-ESPN. Listen more with Carbless And if you need a different way to contact us, ESPN Milwaukee, ESPN Madison on YouTube. Hunter Vaughn is on site running the video stream for us. Looks terrific, Hunter. Well done. You can find that ESPN Milwaukee, ESPN Madison on YouTube. So as I was saying, that'll only be the first time you interrupt me tonight, I imagine.
It'll be the last.
No, it won't be.
Yeah, it will be.
I don't believe you.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, fair enough. We are actually operating in historic times. As of right now, a little over 50 minutes from the beginning of the first round of the NFL Draft, all 32 teams own their own pick in the first round. There has been no trade in the first round.
Is this the first time ever?
Yes.
That is correct.
There have been a number of trades, but all involving picks after
the first round.
Okay. Yeah,
so every team currently owns their own first-round pick, which to me...
Like, think about this. That wasn't even the case last year for a year in advance.
Yes, correct.
For a year in advance.
Correct.
It was not that way because the Bears had got the first-round pick from the Panthers when they traded the number 1 overall pick the year before.
Yeah.
So for 365 days, that was not the case going into last year's
It means
draft.
that there must be an incredible evenness to so many of the picks in the first round.
And that's what they say about this. There's kind of, depending upon the team, probably 10 to 15 guys where, okay, that might be the end, and then the strength of this draft is mostly second and third round
not
picks.
as many quarterbacks, which would teams
Correct.
go craziest for a quarterback.
Correct. Even if you take a look, at what they did last year, people thought that maybe the Broncos were reaching when they decided to draft Bo Nix.
Yeah.
But he was, the 6th quarterback taken? There were still guys well ahead of him where it made sense that the guys went where they went. After Cam Ward, it's who knows who goes, who knows where they go. Rumors out there that Jackson Dart could go before Shedeur Sanders now. There's all sorts of wildness when it comes to that quarterback position.
I think the fact that every team has their own ammunition in the first round is going to breed chaos. I just have a hard time believing that we are going to go through 32 picks tonight without any changes.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that's realistic, especially in this day and age of the NFL. A lot of teams, it feels like this offseason, upgraded, made moves. There's probably a dozen or more teams that think they are a player away from being championship level, from being a championship contender. So we will see. I think we're going to get some chaos. Gabe, go ahead.
From Adam Schefter 8 minutes ago. When assessing how the top 10 picks tonight will unfold, one well-placed source said, quote, expect explosives.
Oh, boy.
So a lot of movement could be happening potentially in those top 10 picks per Adam Schefter.
Expect explosives. Now, it seems like the first pick is done, right? It seems like
Yes.
we have Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami, to Tennessee. Pick 2, it seemed most of this week, Travis Hunter, the cornerback and wide receiver out of Colorado, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, would be on his way to Cleveland. We'll see there. And then from there, it's all question marks. Could it be Abdul Carter? Could another quarterback go? What team is going to be desperate enough to mortgage their future to trade up in this year's NFL Draft, which is happening just up the street from us in the parking lot of Lambeau Field?
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com posting this on Twitter. The Browns are believed to have something cooking at number 2. Source said teams are calling their listening strap in.
Well, Mary Kate Cabot, Gabe Neitzel both said it best. Strap in, because we've got you, at least the rumor says, until midnight tonight. We'll see if we actually make it that far. Homer, are you going to make it till midnight?
Homer's got to ride the
I'll
bus
be on
back.
the bus back.
Yeah.
What time does the bus leave? 10:30?
But Homer's got to start heading back to the bus around 10:30.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully the Packers pick by 10:30.
I'm not leaving before the
Well,
pick
the
of
draft,
Packers.
the draft experience closes down at 10.
Well, the Packers won't pick by 10.
Packers are going to be picking around 10.
You think 10,
10 o'clock,
15-ish?
right around 10.
Okay, got it. Well, we will continue to preview what will the Packers do at pick 23. Will they pick at pick 23?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me tease. I thought you weren't interrupting me anymore.
I wasn't. I didn't interrupt. There was a pause there that I got in.
No, it's your fault. You asked a question.
All right. Well, we know Homer's
answered
answer.
your question.
He knows Homer. We know Homer's answer. What's Gabe's? What's mine? What is going to happen? What position group should they target? Plenty to get into as we lead you up to pick number 1 in 45 minutes of the NFL Draft. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night right here on ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ, and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
ESPN
ESPN Radio Sports Beat with Freddie Coleman.
It is always, always, always one of the best and wackiest days in the National Football League. That is the first round of the NFL Draft. It's going to be at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The biggest storyline is, where is Shedeur Sanders going to go? Now, here's the misnomer about the NFL Draft. He's falling or rising in the draft. We don't know that. We don't know if Shedeur is rising or falling because I can guarantee you, every draft board, every team in the National Football League, they're not telling exactly who is on their draft board. So that is a storyline. Where's Shedeur Sanders going to go in the NFL Draft? Another storyline, how many wacky things are going to happen? You can best believe a lot of wackiness is going to happen. Maybe not late. It can happen as soon as the first round gets started. It's always been one of the beauties of the NFL Draft. And as an agent of chaos like I am, and you should be with me, we should be all here for that tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin. In 60 seconds, reckoning time for the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Clippers.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You know the New York Knicks have heard it all since losing Game 2 to the Detroit Pistons. See, we told you. Those Pistons, those young guys are ready. The New York Knicks team, they're going to just completely wallow and get bullied away by the new bad boys of Detroit basketball. And on the other side for the Los Angeles Clippers, many people believe they were going to win the series against the Denver Nuggets anyway. Then Kawhi Leonard had that kind of performance in Game 2. 39 points, 15 and 19 shooting from the field. He was clearly the best player on the floor. That included a bucket getter like Jamal Murray and a 3-time MVP when it comes to Nikola Jokic. But it's a little bit of reckoning time. The Clippers, for the first time in more than a recent memory, people look at them and say they are legit enough to get out of the West, even with Oklahoma City over there. For the New York Knicks, if you still want to be regarded as legitimate, you can't lose Game 3 tonight in Detroit to the up-and-coming Pistons. For the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, I'm Freddie Coleman of ESPN Radio's Freddie and Harry.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
Hey friends, celebrate draft week with the first round flavor of El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. Break out the Bandito Thursday pre-draft tailgate at 880 Stadium Drive and then head to Black Saddle at 7 p.m. for the first round watch party. Friday, the criminally smooth picks keep rolling with drink specials at Cock and Bull and Prohibition Spirit Cigar Lounge for rounds 2 and 3. Stock up for all your draft days with the award-winning all-natural Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Break out the Bandito today at your local Hy-Vee and Woodman's locations. Learn more at elbanditoyankee.com.
Green and gold picks during the draft are sponsored by Racine Danish Kringle. This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
I'm not saying it was your fault, although you could have done more.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live with you. Just outside of Lambeau Field at the Tundra Trio. Alex Strouf, Gabe, Neitzel, Homer, hanging out with you as were Homer and Kyle Wallace from Kyle Bussinoman just jaw-jacking here in the backyard?
Oh, they're having a good time.
I just asked him. He said, I'm getting married. I said, why don't you get married now? I didn't think it was a difficult question.
No, he didn't have an answer for you.
He didn't have an answer. He said, it's going to happen. You go, your ears okay? I asked you, why aren't you getting married now? I think the very easy answer to that, if he needs help, is don't have the money. Need to get a little more money. The wedding is expensive. You're going to have a big party. But I don't want to interrupt, so
got 6 hours. What do we care?
You can interrupt as much as you want.
I don't know.
As long as you make me laugh like that, I'm good
I
at it.
don't want to interrupt.
Okay, but hold on a minute. You know yourself. You have self-awareness.
Correct, I do.
You are known to interrupt sometimes.
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm working on it, but not that hard.
I believe I'm reminded of a quote Homer once told me about.
There we go.
About his father, who once told Homer that, "I wish I had a 34 waist, just not that badly."
Brilliant line.
Want to know what's fun about that? 34 waist. Right here, right next to you, Homer.
Yep. Pick whatever you want. You ain't going to get it done unless you want it that badly.
It's true.
I know.
That's true. All right. Well, I asked before the break, which Homer answered.
Yeah.
Wasn't my intention.
Sorry.
Will the Packers pick at 23? You said.
Yes. Though the discussion with Brian Bulaga, I said, I have to laugh because I think Goody is tough enough to get to pick 23 and trade down because more than anything else, the one thing I think that is most certain is that he's going to acquire picks. Now, it's possible that he believes so much in this roster that for the first time he doesn't believe that, but he's trained under Ron Wolf and Ted Thompson, and they say it's too hard. You need as many picks as you can get. Mm-hmm. He's only got 8. He's always had more than 8, right?
He's almost always in double digits.
Right.
You're correct.
I believe this would be the fewest amount since 2019 if they stick with their
That
all
is
8.
correct. Yep.
So at 23, everybody here, the Green Bay Packers have made a trade. Can he do it in front of all the locals? I think he can.
Yeah, I know he can.
Here's where
I know he can.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know
he
he
absolutely
can. And he might, because as we mentioned before, this is the first time in NFL history that entering the day of the draft, entering the day of the first round, all 32 teams own their own pick. There has been zero, nilch, nada, nothing, no trades in the first round of the NFL draft. 1 through 32 is exactly how the standings show as it stands right now as we approach the first round in 38 minutes right here at Lambeau Field. I would not be shocked if the Packers move down.
I will say there's no way he will not pick in the first round.
See, that I agree with.
It might be 32, but he cannot. He cannot have all these people show up.
Oh, yes,
and
he
can.
can.
No.
Yes, he can.
And not pick.
Well, I guess it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what the Cleveland Browns do. Because if the Browns trade their pick to Jacksonville, they go from 2 to 5. Maybe they decide to take a quarterback there. I mean, I think it's more if those quarterbacks last longer, I think there's a chance that a team like New York, the Giants, or the Browns who have a pick early in the second round want to move back in, and they need a partner who wants to move back.
You cannot have all these people show up for the first round and not make a pick.
A lot of people are going to be here tomorrow too, Homer.
A lot of people will be here Saturday too.
He's a tough dude, but I don't think he can do that.
I tend to agree with you on that, Homer. Joining us now, look at this nice surprise. The host of Sunday Karma, CEO of Good Karma Brands, Craig Karmazin joins us.
One
Hi,
of the hosts of Sunday Karma. I mean, you're a host of Sunday Karma.
That's true. Gabe's practically a host of Sunday Karma at this point.
No, I'm not a part of the Sunday Karma crew. I see you guys quite a bit.
Gabe does so many shows on ESPN. Like
He's the host of every show.
Yeah.
It's the only show he's not a host of.
Yeah, that's a good point. Craig, look at what is happening right here in the backyard of the Tundra Trio and beyond. The NFL Draft is here. Discover Green Bay says they expect somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000 visitors to Green Bay. It is chaotic in the best way. What do you make of the NFL Draft here in Green Bay?
I mean, forget about that. Look at your guys' setup. Like, look at our setup.
Pretty
It's
sweet.
outrageous.
Pretty
Like
sweet.
Homer, there's like people on computers there. There's social media people tucked in here. There's camera people. Like, when Homer started doing shows here,
this is nicer than that.
We would go off the air during his show because our signal went off the air at sundown.
10 days, $12.99.
We'd be going off the air, and that was in the as we were moving out of the trailer
the Waukesha
on Coral
trailer.
Drive in Waukesha. I mean, so for us as a brand, as ESPN Milwaukee, to be here. For Good Karma to have this with the Tundra Trio, but then, for the state of Wisconsin, it really is a testament to the arrogance of the NFL. And I say that in a loving way.
Yeah, that sounds like a compliment.
Like, the NBA is like, we can't do an all-star game in Milwaukee, the hotel rooms, the this, the that. The NFL doesn't care. They're like, what would be cool? Putting the draft in Green Bay because it's historic, But there's no hotels. Who cares? People will come. We're the NFL. But there's no restaurants. There's no direct flights. You can't even get a flight to Milwaukee. Who cares? We're the NFL. People will come. And you look at it, and people have come. This is unbelievable.
Sorry, aren't that visionary? But we're here because of your visionary. I don't know when. You can tell us. I'm going to buy homes. Good Karma's going to buy homes in the neighborhood. Take us back to the beginning when you first thought about it. No, you were the first one to do it, if I think I'm correct.
So people owned homes. There were houses here before us.
Believe it or not.
There was a bank.
There were cows and cattle and farms across the street. Yes, there were homes here.
There was a bank. That said, hey, we want to sponsor your post-game Packers show. And I said, Associated Bank has done such an incredible job. Like, that doesn't make sense. But if you're really trying to, entertain your people, why don't, we're a media company. We do all these different things on different platforms. Why don't you have us help you do a real elevated experience in Green Bay? And we'll go up to one of those really nice houses in Green Bay, like they have at the Wrigley Rooftops in Chicago, and let's do a really nice thing for you. And they were like, oh, that sounds like maybe a good idea. So I came up here and looked at the 3 houses that were for rent on game day, and I was like, this is insane. There's nothing nice. There's no business. No one's doing what I assumed people would be doing. So there was a guy who had a house on YouTube that had been listed for over a year for $314,000, and I walked up to his front door and said, I can write you a check for $314,000. And that ended up being a house, right 5 houses away from us right now, that after the Packers knocked down the 4 closest houses to Lambeau Field, ended up being the closest house to Lambeau Field. And eventually, the Packers were not very happy with us because they wanted to extend the parking lot a little bit more.
But had they done that to the 4? What's the time frame? Like when you bought it, the other 4 were still there?
So at the time, the Packers had told the neighbors, hey, if you ever want to sell the house, talk to us and we'll give you $200,000 for the houses. Which is worth way more than they are. Just so you know, the houses aren't worth $200,000, but we'll pay you $200,000 out of the goodness of our heart if you ever want to sell your house. So this guy had this house listed for over a year on YouTube for $314,000, and we bought it. And then, from there, we just thought, God, it's going to be a lot of work coming up here and building and doing all this work. So if we're going to do it, why not just see if we can buy all the houses? And so we started knocking on all the other doors. And when we got to 3, we were like, all right, that's probably a good start, right? That's, about $1 million, so that was, for us, what we thought was a really good investment.
And
here what year was that?
So that was that was 2012.
Okay.
And so, by the way, now we just do one big event every week. So we had no use for the other house. That was the closest house to Lambeau Field. So think about that. Someone had the opportunity, and someone reached out to us, never put it on the market, and offered us in excess of $1 million for this house. And we said, all right, I guess we bought 3
Correct.
of them. Yes.
You can tell them it was me. It's okay. You can go public now.
We figured we had built 3 of them for 100. We had 3 for $1 million if we could do that, and we didn't really have a use. And we said, if we could put it in the hands of a Packers fan, and we did, and it worked out great.
Paid for them all.
Yep, paid for them all. Way better than investments in radio stations, I'll tell you that.
So when you look out here, this has got to be – I know you've held some pretty big events back here. This has got to be close to number 1 now.
Yeah, nothing compares to this. We've had some unbelievable – the Badger games out here come to mind. They've had, not just football, but, right, didn't they have a hockey game here?
Yes.
That was incredible. So those Badger games really stand out. The Badger fans were incredible. LSU,
that game was great.
There was.
I was working at the Lids up the street at that point.
The game itself was. It was just cool that was here. So there have been a lot of really, really special times where we've hosted the opposing teams and been able to do some special things. But this, I don't know. Will this ever come here again? If it does, it'll probably be in 30 years, right? So this is an incredible thing that I never would have guessed could have ever come to Wisconsin.
What's the biggest surprise so far for you this week?
The biggest surprise of the week has been people who were like, is it really worth going up there? I just thought people would be like, oh, my God, the draft is here. Of course. and by the way, if you don't like big crowds, come on Saturday. It'll be a little more tame, but like this is cool. Like this is like the stuff you see on TV, but like you could actually be there. So I think the idea that some people were hesitating, and I think there was like that fear, like when the DNC or RNC comes to town, like, oh, maybe we should just get out of town. It's going to be so crazy. But this is not, like, no one's against each other here. This is one of the most fun events. Like, everyone's here because they love football. They love sports. They're, like, fans aren't, like, mad at each other. It's just such a joy to be at this event and to have it here at a stadium where I would say is the most welcoming I've seen for opposing teams. So you have the most welcoming venue in all of the NFL, and then you have the most welcoming event in the NFL. It's just a really special combination.
Midwest nice, right, Gabriel?
What are you expecting? I mean, Adam Schefter put it out there, expect explosives. Are you expecting, it's been a pretty tame draft prep because everybody's held on to their picks. But now here we are a half hour away. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
And it's never happened, right? Where no one's traded a pick. I mean, and that's a statement of how little interest people have in the players in this draft, right? Like if people knew they had to get somewhere, they were going to get there. I mean, we've heard it, right? 13, 14 players who have first-round grades, according to some teams. So I think there's going to be a ton of trades. I mean, Adam has been, Adam thinks there's going to be a ton of trades, so I think there's going to be a ton of trades. I have no insight other than what Adam has to say. And when you were talking about Cleveland, to me, the only story, Homer, that matters in this is could Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders end up on the same team on the Cleveland Browns? Because there's definitely a thought that the Browns could get Shedeur late in the first round or even with that pick to start the second round. And, I mean, that would be wild, right? Like, I mean, that's the guy that's kind of swinging this draft, and if he ends up with Travis Hunter, his college teammate.
Well, not that anybody cares, but it would be great for Cleveland. They need something like that. And it will be unique, even if it ends up poorly based on their talent, which I don't
know if Joe Flacco would be that excited, as he's going there to be their quarterback.
Flacco's 100. Come on. If the best you got is Joe Flacco, that means you approve.
Yeah, I think this draft is fascinating. I'm not interested in it from a Packers perspective because, I think when you pick at the spot they are, to me, it's never that interesting, and I doubt they're going to pick a wide receiver.
Okay, I was just about to ask you about that.
I'm saying, it'd be fun if they picked a wide receiver.
I think they're going to.
Yeah, if they do, it's fun then, and then I'm kind of interested in it.
A sexy pick in front of this crowd would be kind of an electric moment.
That's not who Goody is.
No, it's not, but he's also not the guy that does due diligence on 3 wide receivers that are going to go in the first round. He had top 30 visits with 3 guys that are going to get drafted in the first round at that position. So that's why I think it's very much on the table.
I'm not saying it's off the table. I think he is very much going to pick the top guy on his board.
Well,
and,
yeah.
And I don't think it's
going to be. I just hope that's a wide receiver.
I don't think he cares where the draft is. I really don't think Goody cares where the draft is.
And I'll defer to everybody else. I think he's been amazingly predictable in his approach to the draft year after year after year.
Predictably unpredictable is what you mean?
No. All right.
Well, I remember we were sitting there last year at the Q Club, Homer, and he picked an offensive tackle, and you and I looked at each other and went, who?
Right.
That's a little unpredictable, no?
I'm just thinking he doesn't trade up, trade down. He takes certain players, and we had defensive players, and everything you say we'd like him to do it is generally something he hasn't done.
That I don't
very
disagree
often.
with at all. Well said.
I mean, I don't think the Jordan Love selection was one that we all saw coming. That was a little unpredictable.
That was unpredictable, and I have forever and will ever believe, even if I'm wrong, that he liked Jordan Love so much he thought there's no way we'll ever get a quarterback this good this late.
Yeah.
And that's why he did it. But I can't defend that.
No, that's absolutely the case.
Because
if you want to be consistently good like the Packers are, and if there's any criticism of them, I think it's that they don't sometimes go all in, right? That's the criticism. But no one would argue that they want to be consistently really good. So you're never going to have that high pick. So to be able to figure out a way to get a quarterback is hard when you're not going to be in the top 10.
And not everybody, there were some, but not everybody thought he was that good.
And this year, by the way, right? I mean, people believe there might be 1 or 0 first-round quarterbacks, right?
Well, there's going to be one.
Right. I'm saying
Cam Ward is one.
I'm not saying who will be picked. I'm saying last year.
In terms of the
I've
talent
heard
level?
people say that Cam Ward would be on par with Bo Nix, right?
Correct.
Who's like the 5th or 6th quarterback to go.
Yeah,
right?
Nix and Shedeur Sanders would rank behind all the quarterbacks who went in the first round last year.
That Ward and Sanders would?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at it that way, then if you are the Giants, if you are any of these teams in 3 through 7, right, you're thinking, I guess, if you're 4 through 7, right, because at 3 you have the chance to pick the best player in the draft, right?
Yes.
At 2, you have the chance to pick the best player in the draft. And at 1, you have a chance to pick the franchise quarterback.
Yep.
But once you get past those first 3 picks, is there anyone that you're like, surefire, I'm convinced this player is a great player?
Oh.
I think Ashton Genty's a great player.
Yep.
He just
Ooh,
plays.
that's a good one.
But he plays a weird position
He plays
for a draft,
position that is starting to become more valuable in the NFL, but still not a position that a lot of teams are going to invest
I'm
highly
with you.
in.
I love Genty in this draft, and I love Genty in general because I think we saw it. Like, sure, the Packers can plug people in, anyone can plug people in, but Jacobs, I think, made a difference at times, right? And obviously, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley made differences, and there's a difference between a 14-yard run and Saquon Barkley going 70 yards, to ice a game. And I think that's the interesting thing to me about this draft, by the way. I think there could be 5 running backs in the top 40 picks.
5.
Wow.
That is a bold prediction. I was going to ask if you had any bold predictions.
That's my only bold prediction.
I like it.
And it's probably going to be 3, but even 3 in the top 40 is crazy compared to what we've seen
You
in
could get
recent
5
years,
in the top
right?
45, though. I think that's super
It's
realistic.
wrong.
It has been wrong in the past.
No,
you're
it's
saying?
wrong. It's wrong this year. There's no.
No.
It's wrong. Running backs are not that much more important than they used to be. They're important, and Saquon Barkley had a great year, but no, you can get running backs. How late in the first 3 or 4 rounds?
You can, but are they going to be difference making? Sure, it's a plug and play guy who can be solid, but are they going to be difference makers? I know Raheem Mostert came out of nowhere and was great for multiple teams, but I think guys who can truly be elite. If you put Saquon Barkley in that Dolphins offense 2 years ago, when Mostert scored 21 touchdowns, Barkley would have scored 35
My
touchdowns.
answer is there's only one here who's that good. And you make the position now it's more important. That doesn't make that player better.
I think when you think about how guys catch the ball out of the backfield also, I think that's such a part of the game now. I think there's 3 running backs that are right in that vicinity.
Right.
They're in that neighborhood.
Okay, when you bring up, but they catch the ball well, come on.
Gabe, you've been a very good listener of this segment. I got to give you credit.
Well, because I've learned that when Homer wants to cook, you let Homer cook.
I agree.
I'm done cooking.
All right.
I'm done eating.
Craig, you done cooking?
Never.
I like it. Well, are you on Sunday Karma on Sunday?
Hold on. Let Gabe. I want Gabe's answer and yours too. What do you two feel about running backs? And he said 5. I said there's
5
one
seems
special.
high.
5 is probably
I'm saying
high.
3. But let's get. How about you? Don't think 3 in the top?
No,
40?
I think
3.
The interest in running backs is off the charts crazy. The game hasn't changed that much. You need a very, 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 very special running back, and you have a pretty good chance of finding someone, maybe not that good, but special, much later than the first round.
Yes.
I think there is I think Craig's chance is pretty realistic because the more and more you look, it seems like maybe the Steelers aren't interested in Shedeur Sanders. Maybe Shedeur Sanders goes earlier than that. They're interested in a running back. I think there's another one that goes between Genty and the Steelers. That would give you 3 in the first 21, which means I would just need 2 in the next 19. Seems pretty possible.
That would be crazy if it happened. By the way, the other thing I'll say that I think we'll see is rush ends. There's going to be a huge overreaction, and maybe it's right, by the way. I don't know football enough to know, to what the Eagles did
You're right
in
on
the
this.
Super Bowl.
I think you're totally right on
teams
this.
that are, like, deciding, like, if on their board they're like, no one's left who's really a first-round grade. We're going to pick one of these guys at 18. I think that's when we're going to just see, like, rush end. This guy rushes the passer well. This guy rushes the passer well.
And I think there's a very good chance you see one at pick 23, which is what the Green Bay Packers hold on to. Sunday Karma Sunday, yes or no?
I will be in
I vote
Geneva. No. I will not be here.
Gabe, I guess you're hosting Sunday Karma now on Sunday. Very good. Welcome to the team. Craig Karmazin, founder and CEO of Good Karma Brands, co-host.
I'm your lead-in on Sunday morning. How about that?
Okay, that works. I won't be there. I'll be at a wedding. Sunday Karma. Craig, thanks.
Thanks. Are you Matt or Myron this
Wait
week?
a minute. A wedding on Sunday? No one gets married on Sunday.
Don't get me started on
It's a
this.
Jewish wedding?
No, it is not.
Did Jewish people get married
It
on
is.
Sunday?
It is a wedding that was planned rather quickly, though.
Yeah. I didn't
Not a
think-
shotgun. Not a shotgun wedding.
Oh.
I'll tell you off the air. All right, we'll get back to draft talk. Thanks to Craig Karmazin. After this, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night at ESPN Wisconsin 620 WTMJ and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
We're back with a green and gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Why is life better with American Family Insurance? Because every policy comes with something very special. A trusted agent who's there to help protect your dreams by finding the right coverage at the right price. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Stay up to date on the Green and Gold all off season. The Green and Gold Fix podcast is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Luxury stay, elite play, unwind in sophisticated comfort. Win big, dine, and experience the events in Milwaukee.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean green certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
A Blaine's Farm and Fleet original story.
Why is everyone coming on their riding mowers and UTVs?
I figured all the neighbors could use a break from yard work, so I invited them for
a ride-on lawnmower movie?
Or, as I like to say, a movie.
We've got the value you need to do things your way, like Livingston Seed Packets, 25% off MSRP, up to $300 off select Cub Cadet riding mowers, all backed by our service guarantee. See an associate for details. Blaine's Farm and Fleet, being original.
Dr. Aaron Holtebeck and his team at Holtebeck Eye Center make vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Dr. Holtebeck has been helping local patients with their eye care needs for over 20 years. Dr. Nausheen Abbas joined the Holtebeck Eye Center team last September, and her practice philosophy is to provide patient-centered medicine by giving all options. Located in Brookfield near the corner of Calhoun and Capitol. Learn more about their services at holtebeck.com.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for Wisconsin. Just like the excitement of draft day in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave. Aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo. Live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila 40% alcohol by volume.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Kyle Wallace. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit. Pay no interest until 2030, plus $500 off your home improvement project. Restrictions apply. Call 414-410-2000.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, also sponsored by Lakeland University.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay, just outside of Lambeau Field. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel, Homer hanging out with you. We are 15 minutes away from the start of the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Of course.
If Tony Smith was one of the two of you,
yes,
he would have had a bet as to if I might fall asleep before the show's over. Do both of you think I can make it?
Yeah, you've never fallen asleep on the air.
Oh, not on the air,
Post-game.
but I have watched him take very quick naps in commercial breaks. I've witnessed it firsthand.
There's only one co-host I've ever had that's fallen asleep on the air.
Chewy.
It was Chewy.
Yeah, that's
really
that's
during the draft coverage a couple years ago. Yeah, because he was doing it. We were doing it all digitally, and we were in a side studio, and he just kind of dozed off a little bit late at night. Yeah.
The special guests just keep coming here on ESPN
we
Wisconsin
get national
Draft.
stars?
Yeah, we get national stars around here, Homer.
Wow.
Homer, Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel with you on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. And look who's here, one of the newest Packers fans.
Oh, yeah.
You hear her each and every morning from 5 to 9 Central on ESPN Radio.
Yeah, we got
and
to talk
Sportsman
about
Mike.
that.
Michelle Smallman joins us now.
What
Homer,
do you mean
Homer,
we gotta
go
talk
ahead.
about
Go ahead.
that?
Rooting
All
for
yours.
the Lions. Come on. She's here. We can.
No. I just said it was a good story. I'm in the storyline business.
Not when you're a Packer fan.
Trust me, I heard it. I heard it from every Packer fan coast to coast. So I understand. But please accept my apology. I'm a new Packer fan, and I'm somebody that really does like to see long-suffering fan bases finally get a moment, finally get their shine.
Can I have one other question?
Yes, go ahead.
You're from St. Louis, right?
Indeed.
You're a Cardinals fan.
Yep.
You know how this works.
I do, but here's my thought process. When the Cubs won, my friends in Chicago, I was happy for them because they had waited so long. And because, here's the thing, as a Cardinal fan, I'm like, have your moment in the sun. It's cute. We'll get back on top. And that's how I feel as a Packer backer. It's like, okay, cute. You have your little moment.
You
and
never
then the
went
Packers
public
will always
with,
be on the top.
You never went public with this in St. Louis.
Oh, sure I did.
And they didn't destroy you?
Everybody feels the same way. We're like, oh, you waited 108 years, cute,
All right.
you know?
Okay.
But I do think it was the worst thing that ever happened to baseball, that the Cubs won the World Series. But that's a different conversation for another day.
The worst thing that ever happened to baseball is the Cubs winning the World Series.
Well,
I want to hear more about this take because it's fantastic.
Okay, so think about it. The Red Sox and the Cubs being cursed is a storyline that anyone, whether you're a baseball fan, a sports fan, or just a regular person at the grocery store, can get invested in.
Okay.
And with both of those franchises winning within essentially like a 10-year span, that storyline's gone. And now who's the villain? Who's the underdog? We don't really have that anymore.
Well, the Yankees are always a villain.
But not as much anymore. It was the Astros for a while because they're dirty cheaters.
Yeah, a couple cheaters.
But that's dissipated. The Yankees are still kind of the villain, but the Dodgers have taken their blueprint and copy and pasted it and done it way better. But they're kind of a collection of likable superstars, so it's hard to make them the villain, and they're playing by the rules. It's just, I think baseball needed that storyline because it was something that really was emotionally evocative, and now we don't have it anymore.
Michelle Smallman from ESPN Radio's on Sportsman joining us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is brought to you in part by Minus 196. Real fruit frozen at negative 196 degrees Celsius, crushed and infused into premium vodka, lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, and peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch, perfect for draft week in Green Bay. Ultimate refreshment starts here. Minus 196 vodka seltzer. Please drink responsibly. Michelle, every team as of right now, with 11 minutes until the first round begins, is hanging on to their own pick in the first round. I think we've all come to the conclusion we're expecting a little bit of chaos. Where are you at?
So we were just over at the television set, and we ran into Dan Orlovsky, and the first thing he told us was that Schefter grabbed his arm and was like, there's going to be fireworks tonight. Fireworks.
That's a pretty reliable source.
And if Schefter says it, you know that it's going to happen. There was a whole bunch of scuttlebutt happening over there about maybe the number 2 pick being traded from Cleveland, maybe the number 3 pick being traded from the Giants. There was talk that the Jaguars and the Cowboys are active. They're trying to get up. We don't know who the target is at this point. We know, obviously, if you're getting up to number 2, it's because you want Travis Hunter. But needless to say, the past couple drafts have been a little chalky. Like last year, outside of the Michael Penix Jr. move, pretty chalky. Kind of underwhelming.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have fireworks early and often in this first round.
All right. What do we need? What do the Packers need? Who do you want?
Well, in a dream scenario, I want a wide receiver. I want Ted McMillan.
Yep.
Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, but okay.
I got really excited for about a half
Oh,
second.
well,
But do you think it's going to happen?
Well, so
I do.
when
you do. You think Goody will do it?
Unless it's Ted, it's not going to happen. But Ted has been linked to the Cowboys. If the Cowboys are one of those teams that gets to move up, like I honestly, since you told us that, like my mind has been going, okay, if the Cowboys go get Travis Hunter, they're not there at 12 to take Tech McMillan.
Right.
Maybe he can follow the Packers at 23.
You think he'd get all the way to 23?
Hey, look, I understand it's a pipe dream, but
no, I'm with you. I want it.
I mean, maybe somebody goes, well, we want the speeds. They take Matthew Golden instead, and then McMillan falls to the Packers at 23.
Listen, you're speaking my language. This is what I want. I want them to get another weapon for Jordan Love. We've talked about it all offseason. Get a number one wide receiver for him, right? But I think it's more likely that they go corner or edge guy first round, and then maybe like a Luther Burden round 2, something like that. Which, listen, I covered him at Mizzou. He's a guy that has a lot of raw talent, can be very explosive. There's some variance on him. But you know what? So many players, basically outside of the 3 blue-chip guys in this draft, if you look at their draft evals, as we all have been over the past few months, there's variance on all of these guys, which is really interesting, which is why I think we are in for some explosions tonight.
Okay, I have one question.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
When do you sleep?
I
And
don't.
What time do you get up? What time do you get up in the morning?
I got up at 2:30 a.m. today.
No, but in general, like.
So we're in Central Time, so we have to get up a little earlier, and we had to be to set earlier today. On a normal day in New York City, I get up at 4 a.m. and we do the show, and then we start prepping for the next day. And then depending on what happens that night, most nights we have to stay up and watch a game or an event or something so that we can talk about it the next morning. So I don't sleep a lot. I have an Aura ring that tracks your sleep, and you get a sleep score every day. And every day it's basically like you're almost dead. Like
I was about to say, why?
Corpse.
Why? Why do you even, like, you don't need that.
It just shames me every day. It's like,
there's
But you're not
going
gonna
to change.
Yeah, you're not going to change your ways.
There's nothing I can do. And the good news is that we have so much fun on the show that you don't feel tired. And I'm really grateful that I have such great colleagues in Evan and CC.
Except for Evan.
Yeah, except for Evan.
Yeah,
Well,
you're glad you get to work with CC. Yes.
Absolutely. But we have a lot of laughs every day, which helps get you through the fact that you're really, really tired. But sometimes it's really funny. We play them in rejoins. We can't say words. And it's like we're prepped and we know what to say, but we're so tired, our brains cannot connect to our mouths, so the words do not come out.
He does a morning show. When
Yeah,
I fill in, I mean, Gabe, I've filled in with you plenty of times on that morning show. My brain's not operating well at that hour.
So 6 hours would be a lot unless you take a nap in the afternoon.
If I get 6 hours, you should see me the next day. I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I have a new lease on life if I get 6
4 hours is your average?
4 and change. It's
All right.
miserable. It's miserable.
Michelle Smallman with us live from Green Bay ahead of the NFL draft. The first round gets going in just a few minutes at the top of the hour. Michelle, just wrap up how the Green Bay experience has been for you the last 24 hours or so since you got to town, and any bold predictions you have for tonight, aside from the obvious explosives you mentioned.
Sure. So, A-plus experience in Green Bay. As you guys know, I am a new Packer backer. This is the second time I've been here, and I can't wait to come back. Just the second that you get into Green Bay, you feel the energy. You feel why this is such a special place, and it's such a sports cathedral. And just getting to walk over to the TV set and be amongst the crowd for the draft tonight, it's electric over there. Green Bay has done a wonderful job hosting the draft, and I'm very proud to be a Packers fan. And as far as predictions tonight, I feel like that would kind of be a fool's errand. Here's a prediction: Cam Ward #1 overall to Tennessee.
There we go.
Very bold.
There we go.
Going out on the trunk there.
You know, that's the only thing you feel like you can put into Sharpie, because from the time we did our show this morning and what we were hearing and what we felt comfortable about saying, it feels like everything has turned upside down in the last hour.
Yeah, and it's going to continue for the next hour at least. Michelle, you are the absolute best. Thanks for popping by.
Of course. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Listen to her bright and early right here at the Tundra Trio tomorrow. ESPN Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 80, ESPNU, ESPN2.
She has the record, too.
The record for?
4 hours plus, that's it? You know anybody else who lives on 4 hours plus?
I got 4 last night, but I don't do it regularly. Yeah, no, you're right about that.
You're the leader.
Yeah, leader in the clubhouse, Michelle Smallman. Homer, Gabe, Strouf, roll on with you after this. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. ESPN Wisconsin, all new ESPN Wisconsin app.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Introducing minus 196. That's minus 196 vodka seltzer. Crafted with real spirits, premium vodka, and just 3 grams of sugar per 12 ounces. What makes it different? Our freeze crush infusion process. We take real, whole fruit, freeze it to negative 196 degrees Celsius, crush it into powder, and infuse it straight into the vodka. That's flavor you can feel. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch. Minus 196. Please drink responsibly.
As clutch of a player to ever play basketball.
It's game time on season 4 of Behind the Bucks on Bucks Plus.
This year I was like, I need to impose myself more on this team.
Explore Damian Lillard's journey to becoming a top 75 player in NBA history.
That's what really had me feeling like this is going to be great.
Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and H&R benefits consultant. Find Bucks Plus on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts.
This wasn't how Patrick here in Milwaukee pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neil Group. Happy New Year. How's business? Do you really know? We recently worked with several clients who thought they knew, but didn't because their books were not in order. Imagine thinking you were making $1 million, but because your books are a mess, you were really only making $200,000. Quite a difference. Imagine finding out expenses were not properly recorded or sales were double recorded. If these happen to you, we can help. We work with our clients to clean up their books and give them the information they need to know where their business is now and where it is going in the future. Don't wait. Start on the path to less stress, more cash in your pocket, and no more sleepless nights. Call us at 414-325-2040 or visit neilgroup.net today to book a meeting. We can talk over Zoom, the phone, in our office, or your place of business. Yes, we like to visit our business clients. Don't wait any longer. Call 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
During draft week, make the ultimate pick your child's future. Bet on their success with Advest 529, Wisconsin's direct sold college savings plan. Here's the play. Open an Advest 529 account now until April 27th with just $25, and Advest will match it with $25. That's right. Save $25, get $25. The clock is ticking. Don't miss your shot to score a brighter future. Open your account before April 27th to score your bonus. Go to advest.com/draft25 to lock in your $25 bonus today.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, also sponsored by Higher Love Cannabis Company.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Visit fam.com. Also brought to you in part by Higher Love. Whether you're watching every pick or just in Green Bay for the party, Higher Love is everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green certified products at an unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay. That's right, Homer, right? Just an hour?
Yes. It's a little less than an hour, 2 hours, 18 minutes from downtown Milwaukee, and 19 seconds across the border from Minocqua to Menominee.
And listen to this, the next 5 days, get 25% off in-store or online with code ESPN Draft. That's code ESPN Draft. That deal ends April 28th. Find higherlove.com/CBD today. Alex Strouf, Homer, Gabe Neitzel, and look who's here. Jason Wilde, the 3-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year, co-host of Wilde and Tausch.
Work on my parade wave.
Channel3000.com. Beautiful jacket.
Yeah, wow, they hooked you up with some gear for this, huh?
As Gabe pointed out, though, it's got like a hole in the back.
Okay, yeah,
It was
reused.
Pre-owned.
Yeah,
That's kind of my MO anyway, though.
Yeah,
Being on Poshmark, it works for me.
So, Jason, we are just a couple of minutes away from the beginning of the NFL draft in Green Bay. We'll get to the Packers pick at 23 before we let you go and let you get inside. Just the idea that the draft is here. You and I have talked about it several times this week, but it is pretty remarkable for obviously the town you live in, my hometown here in Green Bay, to see this many people, this buzz, this big of an event. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, but I think it's important to point this out, and it's going to be a good thing ultimately, but it may not sound like it to begin with. When they got the draft, I thought, oh my gosh, all these people from all over the country coming to the draft to see their team. And I've seen plenty of jerseys of other teams. But I think it speaks to Wisconsinites and Packers fans' passion for their team. That when I was standing with Brian Bulaga when they showed the overhead shot and the amount of people that are there, but I don't want to say a percentage because I'd just be guessing, and only Homer does these ridiculous percentages. There's so many Packers fans. It's Packers gear everywhere. And it's a national event, but it's a local event because it's so many people that clearly have driven from different parts of the state that are Packers fans that are making this look like a big-time event. It's not because hundreds of thousands of people came here like they came to Nashville or like they came to Las Vegas. And I think that speaks to Wisconsin and Packers fans.
Pick 23 tonight. You and I are in agreement, at least unless you've changed your tune, which you may have. Wide receiver?
Yeah, so, look, I don't know who's going to be left on the board. You don't know who's going to be left on the board. Gabe's a pretty sharp guy, but he doesn't know. And I'll tell you who else doesn't know. Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst, who's ultimately going to make the pick. Like, they have an inkling. They have some guys they think are going to be there. But, again, I had a conversation yesterday that, you talk to one scout, and they tell you, okay, these guys will definitely be gone. You talk to another scout, and they tell you, oh, no, those guys will be there. These guys will be gone. And so there is an uncertainty there. Look, I like Tedoroa and McMillan. Again, you watch highlights. Everybody looks good in their highlights.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, imagine.
Do some YouTube scouting and watch everybody's highlights. Everybody's a first rounder.
Everybody's great. Yeah.
Everybody's a first rounder.
That's not what Goody's doing, but he is impressive. And Shamar Stewart, watch some highlights of him. You only have to find 4.5 sacks.
Not a very long highlight tape.
But there's obviously a lot of appeal to him as well.
But my problem with him is he has a teammate who is in this draft as well, Nick Skorton, who led the Big Ten in sacks before he transferred to Texas A&M. Mm-hmm. And last year at Texas A&M, he had more sacks, 5, in his 1 year than
Shamar Stewart had in his entire 3 years. Yeah, you're fair.
So it's not like, because I've heard, Joshy's told me, well, a lot of times in college they're not asking you to rush the passer because so many teams are trying to get it out quick, so they're asking you to do different things. Mm-hmm. Then how did that guy have production and you didn't? That's a question that I haven't heard anybody. I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm happy to answer it.
Okay, how does that guy have production and the guy who's not a first
I'm sorry
rounder,
to interrupt. Roger Goodell is riding a bike around the NFL draft stage right now. It is quite a
Does
scene.
it have training wheels on it?
His does not, but it looks like
it's a good pop. But how are you the one that's not being considered for the first round?
You're right, and look, this is
even though you're not the athlete
versus production.
Yeah, you're not the athlete. This guy is,
right.
But you had more production in college for the same team.
Right.
That's the thing that I can't wrap my head around.
And I always think of the guy I always think of first is Micah Hyde, because I always found this to be the greatest compliment about him. He is just a football player. Like, it's said with such reverence when you say that about a guy, because he's not like Micah Hyde was not running the 40-yard dash at the fastest time. He did not have all the measurables, but man, did he make a heck of a lot of plays as a defensive back. And so I don't know if Shamar Stewart's going to be a workout wonder who never becomes a good player, or if he's going to finally the light's going to go on and he's going to get coached properly in the NFL, and he's going to take all those physical skills and make the magic happen.
Admission has been temporarily paused at the NFL draft as the NFL has said Green Bay has reached capacity.
Yeah, I got a message from a friend of mine who said he had been denied entry.
I hope that doesn't happen to you as you go over to Lambeau Field.
I hope not either, but I could always cover the draft from here, I suppose.
What number does that mean?
I don't know.
They haven't announced the number. I will continue to look into that. Maybe Pretty Ricky will have it.
Thanks for laughing. Jason, we will talk to you throughout the night as you'll be inside Lambeau Field.
Maybe.
Our boots on the ground. Maybe if he's let in. But look at all these people coming back the other way now. Oh, my goodness, here in Green Bay, as we just have a huge crew of people, and you can hear the boos maybe faintly in the background.
That's
as
for
people
Goodell,
are booing Goodell, but maybe
the people
some other
walking
things.
away don't seem real happy either.
No, they do not.
No, if they're getting denied entry.
All right, Jason, we will talk to you in a bit, all right?
Holy cow, man. This is wild.
Yeah, good luck getting
all right,
through
I'll
all
let
that.
you. If I'm back here in 10 minutes, you'll know how it went.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, draft season is all about big decisions, and your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft. That's lakeland.edu/draft. The NFL draft is underway here in Green Bay. We dive into round one. Jen Latta of Gabe's co-host, Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, and ESPN will join us coming up next as we get ready for Cam Ward to go to the Tennessee Titans, and then chaos to ensue in round one. We roll on. After this, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for those who choose to live louder. Just like a draft day pick in Green Bay, Mi Campo is the bold choice that brings excitement and anticipation to every moment. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor, made with 100% Blue Weber agave, aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo, live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025, imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
Great impressions will exceed your expectations. Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
At Great Impressions Graphics and Printing, they've been proudly serving the community for over 26 years. From their location at the corner of 54th and Burleigh in Milwaukee, their dedication to quality and customer satisfaction has made them a trusted name in printing and design. Great Impressions offer a wide range of services, including banners, posters, yard signs, business cards, programs, and postcards. Plus, they specialize in custom apparel printing, perfect for family reunions, sports outings, business promotions, and more. For your next project, visit greatimpress.com. That's greatimpress.com. Great Impressions. They're here when you need them.
Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
Oh my gosh, Allie, did you look at Janet's roof? Ugh, it's like so flat. It looks like one of those roofing contractor commercials.
Who even understands those roofing guys anyways?
I like flat roofs and I cannot lie. You want the contractors can't deny. TPO way up high. I'm hooked and I can't stop staring.
If you want a roof that's worth staring at, Avondale Roofing is where you go. Your roofing experts for over 30 years. AvondaleRoofing.com.
Hey, this is Homer. You're listening to the home of Marquette basketball. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The biggest event of the offseason. Franchise-changing picks.
Green Bay Packers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
League-shaking moves.
The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
We're in the position that we are now because he did not do enough to build the offense that could be primed and ready for Jordan Love to get the keys and rev.
I have fixer-upper fatigue.
I want a turnkey house.
Goody's inability to nail the first-round draft pick is what is keeping this team from being a true Super Bowl contender.
It's the ability to find those wide receivers and hitting on those mid to late round picks that I think has really separated the predecessors from Goody, especially at that position.
They're going to need some players from this draft class to have an impact.
This is the most important offseason Goody's going to have.
Now broadcasting live from the shadow of Lambeau Field, alongside Gabe Neitzel, Steve Homer True, and Jason Wilde, here's Alex Strouf.
To me, their window is now wide open.
The NFL selects Green Bay, Wisconsin.
And here we go. The 2025 NFL Draft is officially underway in Green Bay. The Tennessee Titans on the clock as we anticipate they will select Miami quarterback Cam Ward with the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Homer, Strouf, Gabe with you. Gabe, go ahead.
This from Jordan Renan on Twitter. Adam Schefter says at one point the Giants offered this year and next year's first-round picks for Cam Ward, among other picks. Obviously, Tennessee rebuffed.
All right. Well, there you have it. From Jordan Renan on Twitter. Well, we know what's going to happen at pick 1. I don't know if we know what's going to happen the rest of the top 10. Because we have read already here in the first hour a few different reports. Could Cleveland trade out of number 2? Or will they go with Travis Hunter like expected? Will the New York Giants select at number 3, or will they trade out? It seems, and we just spoke with Michelle Smallman of ESPN Radio's on Sportsmanlike. She was suggesting that we can expect the Cowboys, and it was one other team, Gabe, the Jaguars, I believe it was.
The Jags trying to move up. The Jags seem to be that team that the Browns are talking to. That seems to be the two teams that everybody's kind of linking together. The Jags are the team that are moving, although the Cowboys supposedly being pretty aggressive as well in their attempts to move up. It seems like both of those teams could potentially be targeting Travis Hunter.
Yeah, well, you can count on the Cowboys doing something stupid.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, that's...
Yep.
It makes me happy. It makes my heart happy knowing that Hunter Vaughn is our video producer on site to Homer's left right now, who is a diehard Cowboys fan. So I'm glad you just said that about.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I do too. I do too, frankly. But hey, here we go. The Tennessee Titans taking their time, as I imagine they were being directed to, because they had their mind made up weeks ago when it came to the number 1 overall pick. The Packers hanging on to pick number 23 in the first round. Which will be a couple hours from now, and we go back to our news desk correspondent, Gabe Neitzel.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. Browns in heated talks to trade down from 2 with the Jags at number 5. When they're on the clock soon, I believe this will happen.
Now, who do the Jags want?
Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Well, presumably want Travis Hunter.
Presumably, yeah, because Cleveland's been tied to him. Now, the thing with Travis Hunter I find so fascinating, and I attended some of his media availability yesterday here in Green Bay. You know, he was asked, every team you've talked to is okay with the idea of you going both ways? And he said, yes, absolutely. And then he was asked, you are going to be introduced as both positions at the NFL Draft, cornerback and wide receiver. Do you care which one comes first? He says, no, I just want to play both. He's been stuck on that. I imagine he will be able to do that. I just don't know for how long he will be able to do that, depending on where he ends up. But I will say, Travis Hunter, one of the most fascinating draft prospects of the modern era, given that he is intending to go both ways, which you just don't see happen at this level.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, because I've heard, I've been on shows where Louis Riddick has said, I would play him at corner full-time, because wide receiver is not necessarily a full-time position anyway, because guys rotate in and out.
Yeah.
So play him at corner full-time. You can still get plenty of steps playing wide receiver. I've heard GMs across the league. In fact, the Browns general manager, Andrew Berry, said that he would play him full-time at wide receiver and sprinkle him in at cornerback. So that's going to be something that whoever ends up drafting him is going to make it have a fascinating decision of how they're going to actually play Travis Hunter and where he's going to play and how much he's going to play.
For those of you hanging out with us real quick, Homer, here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance, I just want to let you know on what our sounds will mean. Here on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ, when the commissioner takes the stage, you will hear this sound played by our producer, Will Summers. Was that
That's
Chewy?
Chewy.
Is that actually the sound you're going to play, Will?
Yeah. That is the best sounder that anybody could possibly have. What else would you want out of a draft sounder?
Will, one more time, play it for us. We are not doing this all
Yes,
night, are
we
we?
are.
Well,
Damn right we are.
Will Summers, please crack your mic. We're playing this all night per your directive?
Per request from Gabe Neitzel.
You did this?
I did.
Will, do you have the real sound?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, we got it.
Damn it, Will. That's where you play with Chewy.
Hey, we can mix and match.
No.
I don't know if I can do the Chewy sound all night.
Chewy all night, or I walk.
We have breaking news in the NFL as the Cleveland Browns have traded the number 2 overall pick to the Jaguars. That is according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Browns will acquire.
There he is. We see him.
Oh, here we go.
The commissioner.
The commissioner.
Oh, we've got the first draft, first pick. To
Number
be made
1.
first.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
A full name. So there you go. Cam Ward goes to the Tennessee Titans with the first pick, but this the big news. The Browns out of pick 2. They slide back to pick 5. We'll get to the rest of the compensation. Here is what the Jaguars get. They get the number 2 overall pick. They will get a 4th-round pick in this year's draft. They will also get a 6th-round pick in this year's draft. The Jaguars have traded this to the Browns, the number 5 overall pick. The Cleveland Browns moving back 3 spots. They also acquire the 36th overall pick in the 2nd round, the 126th overall pick in round 4, and next year's 1st-round pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. A hefty package to Cleveland as Jacksonville is now on the clock in the NFL draft. Did somebody say chaos?
And chaos is being
No, they're
delivered.
just crazy. It's idiotic.
By which team?
By Jacksonville. Travis Hunter is not unique. Travis Hunter is created by Deion Sanders. There have been multiple players that would have been capable of playing both positions, but chose not to because their team felt that there's a risk. He's not going to be able to play both positions full time, and so to give up all that they did, unless they believe he's that great a player, would they have done that if he played one of the 2 positions? No. And he's not going to play both. You can't do it. You'll get hurt. Bulaga said that. And he's not unique. He's unique because he had a coach that was willing to do it because of the benefit and just the way Deion is.
I won't argue with that. But he's going to go both ways, which is a little unique. So to say he's not unique, it is a unique scenario, maybe not a unique player.
We'll see again how long he plays both ways in the NFL.
That I agree with. But I think, here in year 1, I think he will go both ways. Here you go. At 34, Jacksonville's James Gladstone is the NFL's youngest general manager. This is his first draft, and he has taken a big-time swing, trading next year's first-round pick to move up 3 spots, likely to select Colorado cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter Jr.
Because that's going to be a great pick next year.
It is. It absolutely is. Cleveland might have done something right.
Again, Jacksonville probably feels that they can be one of these teams that can turn it around quickly because they have their
So
quarterback
hold
in place.
I love that phrase because I think we are in a really unique spot here in the NFL. Typically, we know who can compete, right? There's 5, 7, 8 teams typically where we go, yeah, they're probably Super Bowl worthy. I think in the NFL, half of the league thinks they are a player or 2 away from competing for a championship. And despite having originally the 5th overall pick, now the 2nd overall pick, Jacksonville might feel they're one of those teams with the addition of Brian Thomas Jr. to their offense last year.
Maybe not necessarily at, by drafting this guy,
we're the Bills, we're the Chiefs.
We're not going to compete with the Super Bowl for 2025, but maybe in 26, maybe in 27. Jacksonville was in the playoffs not that long ago.
No,
they decided to pay Trevor Lawrence,
Right.
and if you have a quarterback that you feel is that talented, you fired your last head coach, you think you could be a playoff team, and that's going to be a mid to late first-round pick next year.
And I would say it's about 14. I would ask you about Trevor Lawrence. I don't know that I'm that sold on him.
I don't know if I am either, but clearly Jacksonville is.
Okay.
Right? And I think there are a lot of people that say the same thing about Jordan Love across this league, even though we're sold on Jordan Love.
Well, you got more years.
Yes, correct. You have more years with Trevor Lawrence, where you have a few more data.
I mean, I'll be disappointed if Jordan Love isn't better than Trevor Lawrence has been to this point.
I would agree. Yeah, I think you're right.
So I agree. I mean, but I think their pick next year will be let's say it's 14.
Yeah. But I mean, again, they could easily win that division. It's
Yeah,
not a very
it's
good
not
division.
a division. It's
I mean,
not a good
Houston won it, but they weren't.
They
We got
were
to see
also
them.
injury-riddled.
We got to see them at Lambeau Field last year.
Right.
They're okay, but they still won a playoff game and made it to the Final Four in the AFC. And they look at that and go, "Hey, why can't that be us? We've got a good quarterback. If we surround him with the right talent, why can't we win the division and win a game that we get at home because we're division champions?"
The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 2. They have traded up to the Cleveland Browns. We will await the
Not
commissioner
shocking.
on the stage. Stay draft ready.
You make a trade like that, you know who you're taking.
Yeah, that's true. Stay draft ready with Tequila Mi Campo, made for Wisconsin, made for those who live louder. Just like the excitement of the draft here in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave and aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported Mi Campo spirits. Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume. We await the commissioner. We know who's going to go here, but we await the commissioner nonetheless just a couple hundred yards away from us here in Green Bay. Gabe Neitzel, Alex Strouf, Homer hanging out with you here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. And a phone is ringing backstage for Travis Hunter Jr., the Colorado cornerback and wide receiver. We will await confirmation from the commissioner.
Alex Strouf thinks he's a cornerback before a wide receiver.
I just went in
Interesting.
alphabetical order.
I'm willing to listen. Which do you think he's better?
Wide receiver.
I think I agree.
And I think, honestly, if he eventually has to play one, it's wide receiver. Pays more.
It pays a little bit more. If
Pays a lot
If he's able to get through his rookie deal, 4 years, playing both.
Plus,
He won't make it.
Does he get quarterback money?
No, he won't
No.
make. He won't make it that long.
I don't think so either, Homer. I'm just saying.
I mean, if he is somehow able to play his first 5 years, because that's what it would have to be, because he would have the fifth-year option. If he somehow makes it through all 5 years and plays both at a high level, he'll be the highest-paid non-quarterback, but he's never getting quarterback money.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think he'll be able to do it. So,
but you can also just be a wide receiver and get the most
close
money.
to that.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, as we continue to await the commissioner in Green Bay, that is a massive stage, man. I took a walk by that this morning. It is bonkers how large the NFL draft stage is here in Green Bay. And here comes the commissioner, it appears, as he walks onto the stage in Green Bay. We will await, we'll signal, and we will hear, ultimately, Travis Hunter Jr.'s name called in Green Bay here at Lambeau Field.
That's good.
To celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL,
More than playing both.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, Duval!
Let's go!
I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
There you have it from the Walter Payton Man of the Year, Eric Armstead. The Two-way player. The reigning Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter is headed to Jacksonville after a massive trade here at the top of the 2025 NFL Draft.
ESPN's Peter Schrager tweeting, Cleveland might not be done either. Thought around the league is if you're not taking Carter or Hunter, might as well keep compiling picks unless there's someone else you love. My intel is that the phone lines are still open in Cleveland.
Wow. Interesting stuff there from Peter Schrager. We will continue to take a look at this top of the draft here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is presented by American Family Insurance. But before we do that, I got to tell you about our friends from Carbless. Low in carbonation, high in flavor. Carbless handcrafted cocktails. 0 sugar, 0 carbs, 0 gluten, and just 100 calories. Carbless is made right here in Wisconsin and satisfies any vodka, rum, or tequila cocktail craving. New tropical flavors like blood orange, watermelon, grapefruit, and mango. And classics like lime, black raspberry, margarita, and Moscow Mule. Those are just some of the flavors Carbless has to offer. Make Carbless your top pick on your next grocery trip. Find your bliss at drinkcarbless.com. Carbless, bliss is more. Gabe, Strouf, Homer, more next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Introducing the newest carbless flavor, Mango Vodka. Flavored with the essence of the ripest, freshest mangoes, Carbless Mango Vodka will transport your taste buds to a sunny beach getaway. New flavor, still the same carbless crafted cocktails with 0 carbs, 0 sugars, and only 100 calories. Enjoy a refreshing vodka cocktail without the guilt. 4 packs of the new Carbless Mango Vodka cocktail are available in stores near you. Find your bliss today at drinkcarbless.com and escape with every sip.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
Hi, Drew and Jonathan Scott here, reminding you that a lot of life's firsts are better with help from American Family Insurance. Like your first home expansion or your first big lightning strike. There's a first for everything. Get the right home policy at the right price with the right help from American Family's agents. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Are you ready to win some real cash during the basketball playoffs? It's time for you to check out Pick 6 from DraftKings. Hey, it's Alex Strouf. When it comes to basketball payouts, DraftKings Pick 6 posterizes the competition, including all other daily fantasy options. It's easy. Download the Pick 6 app in your app store and make at least 2 selections by clicking more or less on player projections. Hit all your picks and score higher minimum payouts on Pick 6, plus even more cash if you outscore the competition. Pick 6 is available in most states, including right here in Wisconsin, California, Texas, Georgia, and more. And you can pick on anything: basketball, baseball, golf, and more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code WKTI. That's code WKTI. For new customers to play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Better payouts, bigger wins, only with Pick 6 from DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded is non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Did you hear that? That's the sound of me earning rewards on all of the purchases I make with Educators Credit Union's debit card. Whether I'm buying groceries, putting gas in my car, or knocking down pins at the bowling alley, I can earn major rewards points. I can redeem my points for cashback, gift cards, concert tickets, travel experiences, and a whole lot more. Join Educators Credit Union and start earning today at ECU.com. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Oh, can't show you in there. Why not?
That's the bathroom. We need a new shower bad.
Think your shower is one of the ugliest in Wisconsin? Upload your photo by April 30th to goodkarmabrands.com/Wisconsin contest for a chance to win a free shower remodel. One lucky fan will win a free shower remodel from Kohler Services, including design consultation, demolition, and removal of your existing shower or bath, and installation of a brand new Kohler Luxstone shower. goodkarmabrands.com/Wisconsin contests. You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, also sponsored by Lakeland University.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Visit amfam.com. Strouf, Gabe, Homer, hanging out with you live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay, just outside of Lambeau Field, the site of the 2025 NFL Draft. Hey, draft season is all about big decisions, and your future is no different, whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree. Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft. Pick number 3 is in the books. The New York Giants stay put. They draft the edge rusher out of Penn State, Abdul Carter. So 3 picks in, the players we expected to go in the top 3 picks went in the order we expected them to go, just maybe not to the teams we initially expected them to go, as the Jacksonville Jaguars trade with the Cleveland Browns for pick 2. So far, we have the following. Pick 1, the Tennessee Titans select quarterback Cam Ward from Miami. Pick 2, the Jacksonville Jaguars select wide receiver and cornerback Travis Hunter from Colorado. And pick 3, the Giants select edge rusher from Penn State, Abdul Carter. Gabe?
I mean, other than the blockbuster trade for the Jags to move up to 2, I mean, the top 3 players that we expected to go have gone. Again, the big wrinkle was the teams and how that changed around. So in terms of what this means for the Green Bay Packers, honestly, not much. As, you know, the interesting stuff is going to be happening after this. The Giants were kind of one of those linchpins, I thought, one of those kind of hinge points where maybe they could go quarterback early, but they've been linked to Abdul Carter for so long at this point because everybody thought that the Cleveland Browns were going to go with Travis Hunter. Carter goes there. All right, now when's the next time a quarterback could go? And we want as many quarterbacks to go because that leaves better players for the Packers when they pick at 23. The next team I would say to keep an eye on, unless there's another trade, I mean, Cleveland could potentially take one at 5. That opens the door for that. And I would say number 9 and the New Orleans Saints would be a possibility as well.
The Cleveland Browns, Diana Rossini reporting, they are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick, so they could be moving down yet again. But we await pick number 4 here in the NFL Draft.
Carter will be a better pro than Hunter.
I think that's the correct opinion.
Ooh.
Yep. I agree with that. I think Hunter's versatility is what makes him so intriguing.
No,
But I think Abdul Carter has the potential to be just a total dominant force, Myles Garrett level.
He's the best wide receiver in this class, and it's not even close.
Sure.
Travis Hunter's the best wide receiver in this class. And wide receivers and pass rushers have become, behind quarterback.
But here's the issue. Is he even the best receiver on his team? Brian Thomas Jr. has a really, really bright future in this league.
If you're right about that, Gabe, then he could be better than Carter.
Yeah. Because
my point is, it'll be a one-position thing.
Yeah.
It won't be that he's pretty good at both.
Correct.
If he's that good as a wide receiver, he will be very rich, as you said.
If he was pretty good at both,
yeah.
I don't think teams would entertain him doing both. He's really good at both.
Right.
3 picks in the books in the 2025 NFL Draft here in Green Bay. The top 3 went as expected. I would imagine there is going to be more chaos to come, though, as we roll on here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is presented by American Family Insurance. We've got more coming up next right here, ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ, and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
At -196, we start with whole lemons, nothing wasted. Each one is flash frozen in liquid nitrogen to a jaw-dropping -196 degrees Celsius, locking in the freshest flavor. Then we crush it, not just juice, the entire fruit, turned into fine particles and infused into premium vodka. The result? A crystal clear, bold lemon flavor like nothing you've tasted. -196. Freeze, crush, infuse. The ultimate refreshment. Available now. Please drink responsibly.
Mark Tauscher here for Prize Picks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you a +1, a VIP trip to the ship. Download the app today and use code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stairlifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990, will beat any stairlift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
A Brewers group outing is the best way to celebrate any special occasion. Whether it's a birthday party, anniversary, or bachelor party, baseball is better with a group. Grab your crew of just 15 or more for an event you won't forget. Brewers account reps make your day at the ballpark a breeze. Plus, get set up with customizable tailgate spaces, seating blocks in your favorite location at American Family Field, and much more. Start planning your group outing now at brewers.com/groups.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hey, it's Brad Nortman, and I've got to tell you about my go-to car wash, Tsunami Express. Get your ride looking its best and ride the wave at Tsunami Express Car Wash, Milwaukee's fan favorite for that perfect shine. Sign up for a monthly membership and enjoy unlimited washes for less than $1 a day. Skip the wait with the fast lane and take advantage of great perks. With locations in Midtown Milwaukee, Waukesha, Greenfield, Oak Creek, and Mount Pleasant, Tsunami Express has you covered. Tsunami Express Car Wash. Wash, chill, repeat. Visit TsunamiExpress.com to learn more.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Also sponsored by -196 Vodka Seltzer.
-196. Real food frozen at -196 degrees Celsius, crushed and infused into premium vodka. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, and peach. -196 brings the real fruit punch. Perfect for draft week right here in Green Bay. Ultimate refreshment starts here. -196 vodka seltzer. Please drink responsibly. Gabe, Strouf, Homer hanging out with you live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay. The New England Patriots pick is in at pick number 4 here at the NFL Draft. And here we go.
Here's a young man who has been a star for a long time. Came out of Monroe, Louisiana as the highest-rated offensive lineman that state had produced in 7 years. Was a starter at LSU from the day he set foot on campus. In all, he started 38 games. Well, there you have it. It's Will Campbell who Mike Greenberg is referring to there, the offensive lineman out of LSU. And we will see. Oh, yeah, Derek Engler from the Barry Alvarez show at ESPN. Madison just showed up. A former New York Giant just yelled at us. They got a rusher as he left me hanging.
They've got a lot of rushers now. They've got 3 or 4, and that's what they're trying to load up on, thinking that they can, really survive with Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston as their quarterback going forward. Probably the best thing for that team because we saw it happen last year with the Bears. Drafting a quarterback with an iffy coach situation. Ultimately, that didn't work out for the Bears. It set back the development of Caleb Williams a year. If the Giants would have done that this year, maybe more of the same, but getting the best player on the board in Abdul Carter, I think, was the right thing to do for the Giants as well.
Well, the Cleveland Browns now on the clock at pick number 5. And, Gabe, you just mentioned, I can't remember if it was on the air or off the air, but it sounds like they are going to select at number 5?
Yes. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reporting that they are going to pick at number 5.
Okay, there you have it. So we will see what happens here with the Cleveland Browns at pick number 5.
They won't pick Jetty, will they? Will they pick? They won't pick a running back.
I doubt
No, I think they might go quarterback.
I mean, honestly, this is a dream come true, I think, for the Raiders, because for the last week or so, it seemed like the Jags are really interested in Ashton Genty, and that seemed to be the pick for the Raiders. Looks like he's going to be available there, and we'll wait and see what the Browns ultimately decide to do with this number 5 pick.
We will see. We still await, obviously, what the Packers will do at pick 23 later tonight. But so far, a little bit of fun. Obviously, the big trade between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Cleveland Browns had the Jags at pick 2, taking Travis Hunter. Now the Browns at pick 5. We will see what they do here. No more trades, at least for now, but I imagine there are plenty more to come here in round number 1. As we've mentioned a few times tonight, it's really fascinating to me, the fact that this was the first NFL draft, I think, ever, at least when round 1 has been on its own day, that teams have entered the day, all 32 of them holding on to their own pick in the first round. And Gabe pointed out earlier, last year we knew for 365 days ahead of that draft that wouldn't be the case, as the Panthers and Bears had that first overall pick swap, essentially, 2 years in a row for Bryce Young and Caleb Williams.
And we know the same thing for next year, since one of the first-round picks for the Jacksonville Jaguars has already been traded next year. So not every team's going to have their first-round pick. We already know that for 2026.
Homer, you worked with Gabe for a long time. Isn't he smart?
Yes. Yeah, you know that pretty early, though. It doesn't.
Was he like, how old was he when you started working with him, 15?
No, but it was in his 15th year for good karma.
Homer, Gabe, and Strouf with you. Homer, you've got 3 pieces of paper. So me and Gabe are going the laptop route. I have a lot of Word documents and tabs open.
Yeah.
You're going just the old pen and paper route over there. What are you writing down?
I just had a list of certain players and what somebody thought, and I'm curious. It was Tannenbaum, I think, is the one who had this, and seeing how close he is to what's happening. And then
he was here earlier. You talked to him?
I did not talk to him, no.
Okay.
No.
Didn't want to pick his brain on anything that might happen tonight? You didn't think doing a little show prep could have helped you?
No, I didn't. I went show prep. I'm not, as Gabe can verify, not familiar with that concept.
Homer never has to do show prep because he's always doing show prep.
24/7. Yeah, it's a 24/7 thing.
My wife would prefer that I did normal show prep.
Well, there's still a ring on her finger, right?
Yeah, she's the luckiest woman in the world. That's my theory.
Are you the luckiest man in the world?
It's near there. I think that men are crazier than women, so I feel like she benefited from that more a little than I did on her. And she's not agreed, but as we've gotten older,
hold on, did that click for you? Because that didn't click for me.
Men are crazier than women are, so that you get a normal man. That's even more amazing.
Wait, you're calling yourself a normal man?
By the standards of men, yes. Oh yeah, God, they do crazy stuff. Oh man, they got issues.
I mean, what's Homer's biggest vice? Ted's? I mean, come on.
Excellently put.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not a big deal.
He
likes a good milkshake.
No, I addressed my biggest advice. I could play craps 24/7 every second the rest of my life. Every day.
And you don't.
And I don't, because I lost. And I don't like to lose, so it was easy to – I didn't lose a lot, but, I mean, it's really hard to win. And then it ends up being a job. Well, what's the – So, anyway, it's more than you needed to know.
Fantastic. All right, the Packers have just released a statement. The NFL draft entry is temporarily paused due to maximum capacity. The event venue has reached maximum capacity, but now they are reopening the theater viewing area just as of 2 minutes ago. And here is pick number 5 for the Cleveland Browns.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Yeah, that's a good pick for the Browns, right? They lock up Myles Garrett this offseason. Now they add to their defensive line by adding the best defensive tackle in this draft, and Mason Graham out of Michigan. Homer, you have an update on which
No,
situation?
I asked all these people coming down because I thought there were so many, but many of them had been in another area. You can go into other areas, and then they decided to try to go in, and then it was locked up, which they would have gone in earlier if they had known that was going to happen. And I can see that, and many of them didn't seem to be as upset as I thought would be, because I don't know that they were that interested in going in anyway. They had just visited all the other stuff, but that's what happened, and now it's opened back up, and so.
As far as the Packers are related for this pick, interesting, and again, depending upon how the rest of the board falls, and we're 18 picks away from the Packers now. But the Browns and Giants still are potentially interested in quarterbacks of the future.
Yep.
The Browns and Giants have early second-round picks that if they want to trade back into the first round, and the Packers are willing to trade back, again, depending upon how everything falls when we get to 23, both of those teams, I think, could be in play of trying to get back into the first round, and the Packers could potentially get more picks.
I would appreciate it if that – okay, look, I'm okay with them trading back, just not to the second round.
Even if it's the first pick of the second round?
That means they don't make a pick tonight.
So?
What the hell are we doing here then?
Having a good time. I mean, what are you talking about?
I don't think he can do it. If it's that close, I think he'll make a pick in the first round. I refuse to believe that he will, given how many people are here. They've closed it.
Now, your position, I think, is a good one, Homer, just because Goody, in his time as the Packers GM, has never not made a first, second, and third round pick.
Really?
Sometimes it hasn't been his own.
Correct.
But he's always had a pick in the first three rounds because he's wheeled and dealed.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes within the first round where he traded back in the first round and then traded back up in the first round. And he's done that before.
It was Ted's final year, right, 2017, when they traded out, and that was the T.J. Watt draft.
Yes, when everybody got upset about T.J. Watt and they took Kevin King in the second round. Correct.
Fascinating.
That was the final year of Ted.
I would just say this, man. If they were to trade out of the first round, could it be to get the aforementioned T.J. Watt, who it seems like there is some frustration brewing over there in Pittsburgh?
What
who wants a new
is
contract.
T.J. Watt's age?
Over 30, it's 31.
Nah, T.J. Watt's just playing a game. It's not.
Well, that's typically how this goes, right, Homer?
Right.
I mean, if you want to get paid, you hold out, you make threats, you try to negotiate. It doesn't really work. We've seen that happen time and time again this offseason. So we will see how that continues.
I mean, the only person I actually believe could be available tonight via trade as a pass rusher would be Trey Hendrickson out of Cincinnati. And that's another guy I'm not saying the Packers would be interested in because of the age and Goody's seemingly aversion to adding people the age 30 and over. But I would not be shocked if Trey Hendrickson went at some point tonight, just based on the way he has talked about the way things have been handled from a Bengals
I don't understand that either. Their defense is horrible.
Correct.
Yep. We have the answer, pick 6, which I will give you in just one moment. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night is presented by American Family Insurance. Life's better with American Family Insurance. That's because they're always there to protect your dreams. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Find an agent at amfam.com. There goes the running back. Pick number 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Ashton Jeanty of Boise State is the first running back off the board as he is headed to Vegas.
As expected, right?
Not shocked at all.
Nope.
If he was there, the Raiders, I guarantee you, their general manager could not turn in that card fast enough.
Well, there were some rumors floating around that a certain team in the NFC North was very interested in the services of Ashton Jeanty. That is, of course, the Chicago Bears. Their pursuit is over as he winds up in Las Vegas.
They weren't going to get the pick from the Raiders. They would have had to trade ahead of the Raiders.
And that did not obviously happen. I imagine they were one of the teams on the phone with Cleveland for pick 5, but ultimately that does not come to fruition. We continue to react to all the action right up the street here at Lambeau Field as the 2025 NFL Draft well underway, and we roll on. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance right here. ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ, and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
We'll talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for Wisconsin. Just like the excitement of draft day in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave. Aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo. Live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila 40% alcohol by volume.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
Picks are made every year with the NFL Draft as each team dreams fearlessly. Let's rewind for an American Family Insurance Green Bay Dream Pick.
With head coach Matt LaFleur's first season in the books, Green Bay's championship window was wide open. However, on draft night 2020, they found themselves in a situation similar to 2005 and decided to go bold.
With the 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
Just like Rodgers after Brett Favre, Love would take over as the starting quarterback in his fourth NFL season, earning himself a huge deal as the face of the franchise following a breakout playoff performance.
Love zips it in there. It's caught for the touchdown, Romeo Doubs. And the route is on in Dallas. Wow.
This Green Bay Dream Pick is presented by American Family Insurance. American Family Insurance is always a great pick because their agents are there to protect your dreams. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Wisconsin is still cattle country, and that's why Bunzel's chose to stay close to home to hand select the finest beef. Quality goes into everything they do, from Bunzel's expansive array of meats, homemade specialty sausages, and their award-winning beef jerky. It just isn't a proper holiday meal without Bunzel's top quality cuts on the dinner table. Tasting is believing. Visit Bunzel's at 90th and Burleigh or bunzels.com.
For general contest rules, visit ESPNWisconsinContest.com.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group. I have a question for you business owners. How do your books look? Are they ready for your tax return to be prepared? Did you and your accountant talk during the year and develop a plan to minimize your tax bill? Or does this sound like you? You can never get a hold of your CPA. Phone calls are not returned and questions are never answered. Your books are a mess and the bank account hasn't been reconciled since last year. You don't get any advice to help you run your business. That's not the case with the Neal Group. We are advocates and partners with our clients to help them grow. We like to work with you throughout the year to keep your books up to date so you run your business profitably. Are you ready to grow your business, improve cash flow, have less stress, and live a better life? We can help. Call us at 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net to book a meeting and see if we can help. The first meeting is free. Don't wait. Do it now. That's 414-325-2040 or nealgroup.net.
Seriously injured? Make one call. That's all.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel neglected or unloved? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Grilling the Green and Gold Picks is sponsored by Pit Boss. You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Alex Strouf, Gabe, Neitzel, Homer, hanging out with you live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay, the site of the 2025 NFL Draft. We got some cleanup to do, don't we? So it is Armand Membu, the offensive lineman out of Missouri, who goes to the New York Jets at pick number 7. We're cruising along. 53 minutes into this thing. We're about a quarter of the way done already.
Yeah, that's where we want to be. Want to get through this top 10 by that first hour. And, again, those first handful of picks always seem to take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And then we start cooking as
but
you
the
get to
players
the
have been the top 7 players expected to go, right? I mean,
I don't think there's been anything that's been too shocking.
In terms of the players selected, no. Obviously, that trade between the Browns and the Jaguars was big time. But other than that, no. In terms of players, it's pretty much the top 7 that have gone so far. We have now on the clock the Carolina Panthers at pick number 8, obviously coming off of an interesting season for them. But before we do that, as we continue to see things fall, I do want to take a quick look at our Green Bay Dream Pick, which is presented by American Family Insurance. I don't think any of the top 7 were on our Dream Pick board because it was not a realistic pick. Gabe Neitzel, you've been pretty vocal about some of your opinions on some of the guys in the draft, specifically Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M.
I want to be vice president to Gabe on that.
The anti-underwear warrior.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Can't do it
not
again.
only are Gabe's numbers right, but we've lived this.
Yes.
His name's Lucas Van Ness.
Well, before that.
Rashawn Gary.
His name's also Rashawn Gary.
I don't need to live through that again. And I understand the philosophy, right? Like, especially if you're drafting.
Yep.
Now, the problem with Rashawn Gary and Lucas Van Ness is they were top 15 picks. Like, that becomes the bigger issue. But if you're at 23, I understand you've got to take a risk, right? Because if Shamar Stewart had 10 sacks last year, he's a top 10 guy. Like, he's probably already gone. Somebody already grabs him. And so you got to take that risk. But I just can't square the fact that he had 4.5 sacks in 3 years, despite having all these athletic gifts. And he had a teammate who had 5 sacks this year alone. So you can't tell me, oh, it's what Texas A&M does. They don't let their guys get after the quarterback as much because they're trying to knock down passes or do all these different things. I can't make that make sense in my head when you have a teammate in the same draft class who has more sacks in his 1 year at A&M than Shamar Stewart had in 3. Yeah. Somebody explain that to me and make it make sense.
No, and I like to emphasize what we're doing, I would think is similar to a meeting that the Packers would have. Somebody's going to say exactly what you said, Gabe. What's the answer?
I have no idea.
I know.
I can't come up with one. And I understand they just hired a new defensive line coach, and they probably have all the faith in the world in him, and that's why they hired him.
They view it as a coaching issue more than a personnel issue, which I think we all vehemently disagree with.
But if you haven't been able to develop one of these guys yet, maybe try to get somebody who's got production at that position. And get Nick Scorton later in the draft, if that's what you want to do. But again, it all depends upon how the draft falls, because I don't want to sit here and say, hey, reach for a wide receiver, because I really want a wide receiver too, right? Like if Ted McMillan, if Matthew Golden, if those guys aren't there.
But you'd be against a guy who had 12 catches last year.
Correct, yes. Yes, if you were going, oh, but this guy's really fast, well, how come it didn't result in anything?
Yep. No argument for me on that. I think that's a completely fair stance.
I mean, I'd love to. I mean, Clay Matthews kind of played less, but he put up some impressive numbers.
His final year, and that's kind of why he dropped, because everyone's like, well, he's a senior. Did he put up numbers just because he was his like, why did he put up these numbers?
No, I'd like to know a list of people that did nothing in college that turned out to be great NFL players.
Yeah. Again, and I know Bill Huber over at Sports Illustrated had examples of guys that he wrote an article of, hey, here's somebody who, but again, it took 4 years for the for somebody who was on the Baltimore Ravens to get 10 sacks this past year. And he was the physical freak, but it took him a while to develop.
4.5 sacks in 3 seasons is hard to do. They're going to run into you once in a while.
You would think.
Yes.
As much passing and as many plays as they run in college.
I mean, the Packers have things, we don't know what they are, in which and they just eliminate taking them. I don't know, it's like, wasn't it cornerback and height at some point?
Yeah, so cornerback at height, typically wide receiver height, weight, they have these different measurables, and that's actually something that comes in interesting to me for somebody that a lot of people have liked to the Packers, and that's Max Harrison out of Kentucky.
Yeah.
Now, they haven't drafted somebody as light as Hairston in a long time. Weighed in at 183 pounds at the draft, at the combine. However, about a week ago, on his Instagram story, he showed him weighing in at 194. But if you add 11 pounds, what does that do to the measurables and the athleticism that everybody may have liked at the combine? So that's something that's really interesting to me of what do teams do with him, because obviously he put on weights, but what does that do to the athleticism that he had?
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly with American Family Insurance. Yep, I know. We're going to wait for the commissioner to make it official.
Oh, is it a wide receiver?
We're going to wait for the commissioner to make it official. We'll have Will Summers back at the Gruber Loves as one call that's all studio.
Guessing he plays in Arizona.
Might be a good guess.
Might be a decent
Might
guess.
be a pretty good
I'm
guess.
just going by your
reaction.
Sadness.
Let's do this. Let's take a break. When we come back, we tell you what happened. But I will just say,
Ted
Homer's
McMillan
guess.
just got drafted. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yep, Ted McMillan just got drafted by the Carolina Panthers.
Son of a biscuit.
We'll react next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Introducing minus 196. That's minus 196 vodka seltzer. Crafted with real spirits, premium vodka, and just 3 grams of sugar per 12 ounces. What makes it different? Our freeze crush infusion process. We take real whole fruit, freeze it to negative 196 degrees Celsius, crush it into powder, and infuse it straight into the vodka. That's flavor you can feel. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch. Minus 196. Please drink responsibly.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean green certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people Sterilifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stairlift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
During draft week, make the ultimate pick your child's future. Bet on their success with Advest 529, Wisconsin's direct sold college savings plan. Here's the play. Open an Advest 529 account now until April 27th with just $25, and Advest will match it with $25. That's right. Save $25, get $25. The clock is ticking. Don't miss your shot to score a brighter future. Open your account before April 27th to score your bonus. Go to advest.com/draft25 to lock in your $25 bonus today.
Hey, this is Brad Nortman from KBN. Tune into Kyle Preston Nortman from 2 to 5 every day. WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance, live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay, the site of the 2025 NFL Draft. We await the official selection of the Carolina Panthers from the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell. But I would just say this, Packers fans,
you knew it was a long shot because of
I didn't think it was. But
expectation.
hold on, Homer. It wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. And nobody thought it was this long of a long shot.
Okay,
I don't think anybody thought he was a top 10 pick.
So you'll get a chance to get over it sooner. Well, it would have been painful.
I can tell
Looking the way you are now, I can't imagine if it was 18. We'd lose you. He's no longer here. What? He just disappeared. He couldn't take it.
He ran away.
Better wished it had been 8. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you rather lose by 50 or go down to the wire?
Lose by 50 every day of the week.
In this case, with
I lost
the
by
draft.
50. Yeah.
No, with the draft, yes. You want to have it happen early.
Yes. No, you're right. You're right. It's because it's a guy that I think so many of us convinced ourselves would be there at pick 23, but according to reports, he's going to go at pick 8. Here is the commissioner, Roger Goodell, here in Green Bay.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tedoroa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
And there he goes, Tedoroa McMillan. Ted McMillan, the second best receiver in this draft behind, of course, Travis Hunter is off the board at pick number 8. He seemed like a guy that could have the potential to fall to 23. Not likely, but could fall to the late teens. Well, he's gone at pick 8 to the Carolina Panthers, getting some reassurance, some insurance, rather, for Bryce Young out there in Carolina. That is the first receiver off the board. Well, second receiver, I guess, counting Travis Hunter off the board. There are 2 left expected to go either very much so in the first round or very early in the second round. And the Packers had a top 30 visit with both of them. That would be Matthew Golden of Texas and Emeka Egbuka of Ohio State. But the first receiver and the big crush for a lot of people, Homer, Tet McMillan off the board at 8. I feel like I lost by 50.
I think you still. I like the kid from Texas. I don't know. Is it so much worse? If,
no, I do too. But
he's fast.
Yeah, he's fast. You know, he does some things well, but he is gone at pick number 8, and
Matthew Golden is the player.
We are joined now by maybe the biggest Packer backer on ESPN Wisconsin.
Just remember this. Keep only one thing in mind.
Yes, sir.
How many days until he asks Goody to get fired? What's the over-under?
Well, Goody is saved a little bit because Tet McMillan is on the board, or was just drafted. So with Tet McMillan being drafted, I no longer are going to be mad that he would pass on Goody. So
it's Kyle Wallace, by the way, from Kyle Bruston Nortman.
That's one less thing. That's one less thing.
I'll defer to Gabe, but I would Matthew Golden from Texas. Would that please you? The wide receiver Golden from Texas?
Yeah, I would love Matthew Golden if he fell to us. Yeah, but I feel like Tet McMillan was going to be a beast. He's going to really, really help Bryce Young.
So I was basing a lot of the things I was talking about in terms of Tet or bust off of what Rob Demoski said earlier this week in a Wilde and Tausch. That based on the conversations he had with people he knows, it seemed like it was going to be Tet or not a wide receiver for the Packers in the first round.
Okay.
Which I'm okay. I'm okay with that because I don't think there's any guy. Even Matthew Golden's good, very fast, but
I am confused. What are you okay with now?
Didn't he just say he would be okay with Matthew Golden? Now he's saying he doesn't want one.
What I'm saying, here's the thing: is that if he drafted Matthew Golden, I would be happy that we got a wide receiver. But if he passes on him, I wouldn't be up in arms screaming like I would for Tet McMillan if they passed on Tet McMillan. So that's the way I look at it overall. Because I do think there's some guys that they're able to find in the second round that are still good wide receivers that can help this Green Bay Packer football team in the future. But, it just hurt me seeing Tet go off the board because Strouf knows how much I fell in love with him.
I mean,
if you just don't watch the highlights, just watch his snaps. When you watch his snaps, you just sit there like, dang, that dude is good.
He catches everything from his way.
I'm telling you, he's going to help Bryce Young
You know
so
what?
much.
Carolina agrees with you.
Yeah, they sure do. I heard their defense is trash, so I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, they've got a good receiver. Xavier Legette is somebody that they went out and got. Adam Thielen is a veteran to kind of help everybody, along over there. I think that's a really good pick for everybody.
Fascinating.
New Orleans pick is in.
And do you know who it is?
I have no idea.
Hunter Vaughn, who's on site producing for us, told Homer to stay off Twitter. Are you taking that advice?
I pretty much, yes, I have kind of, or whatever I'm getting on Twitter isn't very good. So I don't.
No.
I followed 36,000 people, so it may not be as quick as.
How many?
Not that many. I think it's like 20,000.
Homer, do you even follow me?
I'm not sure.
I'm not 20,000?
For a while, if you followed Homer, he would follow you back.
Correct. That's
that
what
was
the boss.
That was a Homer. That was a
no,
Homer
that was
theory.
a boss. That was not me. It was
that was Yoda.
Tom Bigby.
That was Yoda.
Yes.
Yoda.
Yep.
Okay.
Are y'all having fun? Y'all staying warm? It is cold out there.
Oh, we're doing great.
Oh, is that why you came over here to warm up?
Oh, yeah, I walked over here.
You got get under here.
I came over here.
Get nice and tight here, bud.
Chrissy Birdsall, who is producing for us on ESPN Madison, just texted me. Homer follows 17,000 people on Twitter.
Wow. I've cut back.
You've cut back.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, good for you.
I've blocked some people.
Whoa, wow, you really blocked
Really?
people, huh, Homer?
Yeah, well, I figured if they.
Well, you get into tiffs on Twitter quite
I know,
a bit. You're
and
going to
if
get
they
yourself
tell
in trouble.
me why I'm wrong, I'll stay with you. But when you just say, like, you're the most effing idiot in the history of the world, what that doesn't help anything. I accept that I could be wrong, but tell me why I'm wrong.
What if I tell you
don't do
you're an effing idiot?
it, then I'll block you probably.
No, I mean,
Well, you can't block me if I say it right here.
No, but I don't.
Homer, I think you got a lot of knowledge in that noggin.
Thank you.
I think you
knowledge and nonsense.
It's
That's the noggin of Homer.
It's the only time I ever wanted a Packer player hurt.
Wow.
I interviewed Lynn Dickey, and he started to swear, and I thought the world of Lynn Dickey. Nobody ever, like he played with 2 stilts, still played. And it was about the Bears or something, and he starts using the F word. I turned the mic off. He goes, "What'd you turn the mic off for?" He said, "That's what the media does. They do whatever they want. They don't even listen to us."
Let's go to the commissioner.
Yeah, they can wait. You're right.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
So that is pick 9 in the NFL Draft. We are through the single digits now, as for the 3rd time in 4 years, the New Orleans Saints select an offensive lineman in the first round of the NFL Draft. No team has a longer drought of drafting a quarterback in the first round of the NFL Draft than the New Orleans Saints. They haven't done it since Archie Manning.
I'm going to say, because Drew Brees was a second-round pick.
Well, he was
he traded.
He was
the Chargers, but he was still a second-round pick. Yes, right. That's right.
Yeah, and they have by far, it's by far the longest drought in the NFL of not drafting a quarterback in the first round. So there you go. We head to pick number 10 now.
Ooh.
As we are now into the double digits. Is that why you're oohing and eyeing, Collie Wallace?
No. Who's number 10 on the board drafting? What team is that?
A team that still sucks.
It's shout out to Clay Matthews. Do you guys concern yourself with what the Bears do? Like, do you think the Bears today could make you a little bit more nervous for the 2025 season?
Yeah, I think you have to concern yourself with what your rivals do throughout the course of the offseason, because those are the teams you're going to have to go through the most. I think Tyler Warren is somebody that's been, kind of connected here, and if he goes, the NFC North could be full of some really damn good tight ends up and down.
You know what's crazy, though? If they do draft Tyler Warren, I would look at the NFC North and say, look at the weapons and the receivers that they have, and the Green Bay Packers are probably at the bottom of the list.
Oh, that's regardless. That's regardless.
Which is crazy.
Well, because all those other 3 teams, Kyle, they all have legit number 1 wide receivers.
And
DJ Moore's really good.
Yep, he is.
Justin Jefferson's probably the best in the league, and Amon-Ra St. Brown is a top 5 wide receiver.
Yeah, and Roma Dunze was just a rookie last year and a top 10 pick for the Chicago Bears. He could evolve into something pretty solid for them as well. So we await to see what the rival Chicago Bears do here at pick number 10, right here in their rivals' city of Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Was Banks supposed to go that high?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, I think there were some other options. Gabe Neitzel, Alex Strouf, Homer, Kyle Wallace hanging out with you here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is presented by American Family Insurance. We are live at the Tundra Trio outside of Lambeau Field in Green Bay, the host site of the 2025 NFL Draft. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears. Will Summers, who is our producer tonight, is a Chicago Bears fan. Will, I'm going to give you 7.5 seconds. How are you feeling ahead of the Bears pick?
I feel amazing. It's Tyler Warren. It's so Tyler Warren. He's going to be such a weapon for Ben Johnson. You guys just wait.
So it's going to be the tight end Tyler Warren says.
Heard that story before.
Says Will Summers. We will see what happens.
How can they get so excited all the time? I have a Packers team I cheer for that is really good, and I get frustrated. I can never be a Bears fan because they suck.
They get frustrated, but again, you have to remember the offseason is their Super Bowl.
Oh, I
guess that's when they can be hopeful and good things happen, and so that's why
Two-time
Bears
offseason
fans,
champs.
Yeah, they win some offseason championships.
Yeah, big improvement to the offensive line this offseason.
That's true.
So we will see. We will see here. I got to tell you about our friends over at Tequila Mi Campo. Stay draft ready with Tequila Mi Campo, made for Wisconsin, made for those who live louder. Just like the excitement of the draft here in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave and aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume. So they are looking at the scheduled release date now, it looks like, in Green Bay, a special announcement before the rival Chicago Bears pick here in the 9-2-0. The schedule will be revealed. I have a bad angle on this TV. It looks like May 24th. Will, you might have a better angle on that than I do back at the Grubel offices.
May 14th.
May 14th.
Okay, more. The one looked like a 2 from my angle, so I'm glad I double-checked
I think you might need to get some
Wednesday,
glasses.
May 14th.
I'm wearing contacts.
So
Although I did sleep in them last night.
We might get to hang out Wednesday night, May 14th, right here on ESPN Wisconsin.
I would guess we will be hanging out on May 14th, just like we did a year ago for the annual schedule release show. Okay, we are still awaiting the commissioner Oh, now I'm hearing boos, but we are also in Green Bay, so that could be from the TV or it could be from up the street.
Definitely up the street.
Bears boos.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know what they're boos for.
Yeah.
I just couldn't tell if they were coming from a speaker system or if that was just radiating from up the street.
I think it's radiating.
I think it is too. Which is great. Show the Bears what they're made of. However, I must point out an unfortunate fact that their starting quarterback is 1-0 at Lambeau Field.
Oh my gosh! What such negativity on a
That wasn't negativity. That's a fact.
No, I mean, but
That is a fact.
But you
It's
don't
hard
need to
to
share
find
the fact.
It's hard to find stats less than that. One game. There's probably a half.
Okay, here comes Roger Goodell to announce the Bears selection.
I would take Tyler.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
So they go tight end, but it's not Tyler Warren.
I'm glad they did that.
Wow.
Yeah, that is so good.
I like that. I like that.
Good.
I was more afraid of Tyler Warren than Colston.
I was too.
He's good, but I don't think he's that good.
Hey, Will. Tyler Warren, no doubt, right?
I mean, I've felt this feeling before. I'm heartbroken right now. This is the exact same feeling I had when they drafted Justin Fields. I don't know what to say.
There's nothing left
It's going to be an all-time pass-up on Tyler Warren. It's going to be like the Patrick Mahomes passing up on him for Trubisky.
Maybe we should send Ryan
Gabe, how good is Loveland? I
mean, he's somebody
the
who's
second
really
best tight end
he's gained a lot of traction. I don't know if the age difference, because he's almost 2 years younger than Tyler Warren, because Tyler Warren played all 5 years in college.
Yep.
And age is something important. So I wonder if that's something that the Bears factored in,
Without a
passing Tyler Warren.
Well, the Bears just proved this, fellas. The draft season is all about big decisions, and your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft. Kyle, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I saw this kid play in person. He's a good player. I think I talked about him before. I think I don't really like him, but he's a pretty solid player.
I really like him.
I don't think he's a dude that's going to be a stud tight end in the league, but he's no smug. I think he's going to be contributing to the Chicago Bears. So it's not a terrible pick, but I do think the pass up of Tyler Warren is something, as Will just said, producer back there at ESPN Milwaukee. Yeah.
Question is, in 2 years, will he be as good as Warren is now?
That's actually a great
That
point
is-
by
that
Homer.
is the question.
That's a really good point by Homer. Kyle Wallace here each and every weekday from 2 to 5 on ESPN Wisconsin. And Kyle Bruston Nortman.
Thanks for letting me crash here. I'm about to go on the stage, too.
Oh, I didn't notice the pocket square before. That's just kind of that's sharp.
Man, listen, the dude at Nick Cavani's Yulee, I walked in, he sized me up, he looked me up and down and said, oh, yeah, I know what I got for you. And he hooked me up.
What are you doing on stage here at the Tundra Trail?
So at the Tundra Trail, we're going to just talk about, I guess, what's coming up here and previewing the Packers' potential upcoming pick.
Who are you going to be on stage with?
I'm going to be on stage with
Molly Brown. Josh, are you trying to rush Kyle? Is that what's going on here? I feel like you're lingering a little
here's the
too
thing.
close.
Josh DiMaggio, who I extended an open invite to the program for, and I just caught a heat pad he threw at me. Are you that cold? It's 51 degrees outside.
No, it's cold out there.
Joshy, I gave you an open invite to the panel, and now you're trying to take away other people I invited to the panel? Oh, yeah, he's acting like a big shot because he's running operations around here.
I mean, he's wearing a headset. That's pretty big time.
Okay, we will take a break. When we come back, the NFL draft rolls on. The 49ers pick is in. We will get the answer to that coming up next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for those who choose to live louder. Just like a draft day pick in Green Bay, Mi Campo is the bold choice that brings excitement and anticipation to every moment. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor, made with 100% Blue Weber agave, aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo. Live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025, imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
Wisconsin is still cattle country. And that's why Bunzel's chose to stay close to home to hand select the finest beef. Quality goes into everything they do, from Bunzel's expansive array of meats, homemade specialty sausages, and their award-winning beef jerky. It just isn't a proper holiday meal without Bunzel's top quality cuts on the dinner table. Tasting is believing. Visit Bunzel's at 90th and Burleigh or bunzels.com.
What fills your cup? Those things, big and small, that make each day rewarding. Here's what fills our cup at Educators Credit Union. When you walk in the lobby and see your favorite teller, cultivating financial literacy to build stronger communities. When we help you buy a home when you didn't think it was possible. The best part? Seeing you leave with a smile because we made a difference in your life. It fills our cup to see you succeed because we're more than a financial. We're people helping people. Educators Credit Union. Achieving more together. Insured by NCUA.
Save big money on your next staining project right now at Menards. Pittsburgh's Ultra Advanced Semi-Transparent Exterior Stain and Sealant in 1 can be applied on damp wood, allowing you to clean the surface and stain in 1 day. Save big on Ultra Advanced Exterior Stain and Sealant. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at talking to some doctors when I need to potentially have surgery, and I decided hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt like, hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
As clutch of a player to ever play basketball.
It's game time on Season 4 of Behind the Bucks on Bucks Plus.
This year I was like, I need to impose myself more on this team.
Explore Damian Lillard's journey to becoming a top 75 player in NBA history.
That's what really had me feeling like this is going to be great.
Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and H&R benefits consultant. Find Bucks Plus on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts. Green and Gold picks during the draft are sponsored by Racine Danish Kringle. This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Just let me cry a little bit.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel, Steve the Homer True, hanging out with you. I don't think I've ever called you Steve. Oh, let's get the pick from the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Now, of note here with the Mykel Williams selection for the San Francisco 49ers, that is the first of the Green Bay Packers' 25 reported top 30 visits off the board. Mykel Williams, one of 5 edge rushers reported to have a top 30 visit with the Packers, 3 of which expected to go in the first round. And there goes Mykel Williams at pick number 11 to the 49ers, Gabe.
Interesting, because he
or
was
excuse
somebody.
me, second, because Ted McMillan went earlier.
Yeah, that is interesting to me because, I mean, he had a teammate at Georgia and Jalen Walker, who I think basically consensus was rated higher.
Yeah.
On just about everybody's big board if you looked around the media. So for him to go that earlier, it makes me wonder if Jalen Walker, maybe some size issues because he's under 250 pounds. That's interesting that Mykel Williams goes there. And with Mykel Williams going there, does Jalen Walker go to the Cowboys, and does that start a run on some of these pass rushers with Shamar Stewart, Mike Green still set to go, and who would be left at a pass rusher for the Packers at 23? That's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on as we're entering the early teens here in the draft.
Yeah, pick 12 incoming here from the Dallas Cowboys, and the pick is in, so they will stay put at pick 12. According to ESPN.com, their needs consist of wide receiver, running back, and edge, their top 3 needs, so that could certainly be, to Gabe's point, where the Dallas Cowboys go here at pick number 12. Homer, your reaction there as the 49ers adding another pass rusher?
Whatever Gabe said, I agree with.
You are pretty smart. Homer, you don't want to chime in any further?
No, I got nothing to add. I got nothing better than that.
Okay. You got anything from
I'm
buddy?
like him. I'm wondering what the deal is with Walker. All the things I looked at, they had him as like one of the top 8 players.
Yeah, like
and
he would be
12.
a top 10 pick, and now he's sitting there at 12.
According to Mel Kiper's final rankings, he was listed as the 4th best player in this draft.
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
After Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and
what the
Campbell.
hell's going on?
Yeah.
And did the Cowboys just stumble into a pretty good pass rusher to pair up with Micah Parsons?
That is what we will wait and see for the Dallas Cowboys as we await whatever the pick will be here. As the commissioner getting ready to come to the stage, the pick officially in for the Dallas Cowboys. Just to give you a heads up on what we are looking at here upcoming. Pick 12, as mentioned, is the Dallas Cowboys. Pick 13 is the Miami Dolphins. Pick 14, the Indianapolis Colts. And here's the commissioner with the pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
I talked to Tyler Booker yesterday for probably about 5 minutes, and about 4.5 minutes of that was about his love for cooking and smoked Gouda cheese.
He's in the right spot.
Yes, well, he is for now. Now he heads south to the Dallas Cowboys. A little added protection for Dak Prescott, and they do not get the wide receiver that many thought they would get.
Check what Mel had in terms of what number he was at.
For Tyler Booker?
I bet he was between 15 and 20.
If he was overall ranked 51st, but positionally he was ranked 2nd. He was the 2nd best tackle in this draft, according to Mel Kiper.
Okay.
So that is not a mock draft. That is just overall player rank number 51, but that is not always
and
like,
the Cowboys
for example,
clearly
Cam Ward
need
was number
offensive
8.
line help, but they need.
Oh, yeah. They need help all over the place.
Yes.
Now a new head coach, a first-time head coach in what's his name, Brian Schottenheimer?
Yes.
But no relation to Marty is my understanding. Or is he related to Marty?
Kid.
It's Marty's kid.
Oh, I thought it wasn't.
No, it is Marty's kid.
Yeah. Bad information.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that information.
I probably made
famously,
it up.
Famously Marty's kid.
I don't think so.
Pretty
famously?
Yeah, pretty famously.
I mean, it can't be that famous when Jerry Jones introduces his new head coach with, and I quote, this is a direct quote, I took the biggest risk anybody could take. He's never been a head coach.
Right. It would have been less a risk to take his dad, and I think he's dead.
He is. All right,
Yes.
Pete and Marty.
Yes. He'd have been – people were more surprised that they took his kid than if they had taken him. You can quote me on that.
Okay.
So 4 offensive linemen off the board, which I think is interesting.
That's a little surprising, isn't it?
I would say this
Yeah,
early.
I think a little bit, but
This early, I would say that's a little surprising. Only 1 wide receiver so far. Only 1 defensive tackle and only 2 edge rushers. So guys that have been kind of linked to the Packers, Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, obviously Shamar Stewart, all still available on that defensive line front. Only 1 cornerback taken, and I guess that all depends upon what you would list Travis Hunter as.
all right, we're 10 picks away. I'm ready to make a declaration.
And?
Packers are going defense.
You want to take a step further out on the tree, or are you just going to stay on the trunk?
It won't be a safety.
Oh, so you're going to stay safely on the trunk is what you're going to do.
Yeah. I think offense is off the board for the Packers at this point, given the amount of offensive linemen that have gone already. And the fact that Ted McMillan's gone.
My man is still there.
So
from North Dakota State.
But
you're
Gray
right.
Zabel?
Yeah, but you're right.
He's really
With
good.
so many gone, then that would increase the chance that he'll be gone.
I would agree over the course of the next 10
I got to make
picks.
another pick.
It depends upon how the Packers, I think, also feel about Josh Simmons. Now, they brought in a bunch of offensive linemen for those top 30 visits. However, most of them were more mid-round picks. Simmons is coming off of a pretty tough knee injury, and they obviously, I think, wanted to get a closer look at his medicals. What they found in that, nobody seems to know, but I think it is worth noting that Josh Simmons, still on the board, somebody that the Packers brought in as a top 30 visit.
Bless you. Thank you. How about an NFL draft poll right there by me? Quinnen Williams of the New York Jets sneezed on draft night and then blessed himself and thanked himself. That's what I just did here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. That's Gabe Neitzel. That's Homer. I'm Alex Strouf hanging out with you. We are 10 picks away from the Green Bay Packers.
Getting close.
In round number 1. Maybe we won't be here till midnight. The Miami Dolphins on the clock and taking their time. Here under 4 minutes to go until their pick is needed. The Indianapolis Colts coming up at 14, and the Atlanta Falcons will be on the clock at pick 15. We continue with you after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is presented by American Family Insurance. Life is better with American Family Insurance. That's because their agents are there with you with the right protections at the right price. Learn more at amfam.com. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on after this.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
At -196, we start with whole lemons, nothing wasted. Each one is flash frozen in liquid nitrogen to a jaw-dropping -196 degrees Celsius, locking in the freshest flavor. Then we crush it, not just juice, the entire fruit, turned into fine particles and infused into premium vodka. The result? A crystal clear, bold lemon flavor like nothing you've tasted. -196. Freeze, crush, infuse. The ultimate refreshment. Available now. Please drink responsibly.
Picks are made every year with the NFL Draft as each team dreams fearlessly. Let's rewind for an American Family Insurance Green Bay Dream Pick.
An annual storyline with the green and gold is whether or not a new wide receiver will be drafted in the first round. It's something that hasn't happened since 2002.
Green Bay Packers exercised the 20th pick in this draft to select Javon Walker, wide receiver from Florida State.
Javon Walker, the big athletic wideout from Florida State, was taken 20th overall by Green Bay. After promising rookie and sophomore seasons, Walker spent his 3rd season in 2004 breaking out and earning a Pro Bowl nod.
Far throws, passes caught for a touchdown, Walker, and the Green Bay Packers are out in
This Green Bay Dream Pick is presented by American Family Insurance. American Family Insurance is always a great pick because their agents are there to protect your dreams. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
No shortcuts, no compromises, just the job done right. At Exterior Pros, we don't just meet expectations, we crush them. Every nail, every window, every shingle is a step toward your home's next chapter. From the moment we start until that final reveal, we're committed to making your home better than ever. Quality products and craftsmanship you can count on. Go to the pros for your next project. Get started today and save $2,000. Visit extpros.com or call 262-800-4274. That's 262-800-4274.
A Brewers Group outing is the best way to celebrate any special occasion, whether it's a birthday party, anniversary, or bachelor party, baseball is better with the group. Grab your crew of just 15 or more for an event you won't forget. Brewers account reps make your day at the ballpark a breeze. Plus, get set up with customizable tailgate spaces, seating blocks in your favorite location at American Family Field, and much more. Start planning your group outing now at brewers.com/groups.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on 2-liter bottle selected varieties Super Chill Soda, 2 for $3. 4-count double roll selected varieties Bounty Towels, $7.99. 6-pack 0.5-liter bottle selected varieties Splash Blast Water, 2 for $6. 40 to 48-ounce selected varieties Starbucks Iced Coffee, $5.49.
Let's get some strawberries.
Attention shoppers. Safe.
Okay. Ooh, pineapple fulfills every need.
While you're shopping, a drive way back, it's a gunner.
There's something goofy going on with the PA.
Need a price check and I'll take me out to the ball game.
See, what is going on?
You're hearing things. We're at Century Foods, and you can't take your mind off winning that ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes.
I'm hoping to throw out the first pitch at a Milwaukee baseball game.
Or attend batting practice.
Or hold the finish line ribbon for the racing sausages.
You don't say.
The ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes at Century Foods. Enter on Century's Facebook or Instagram by July 30th.
Wherever you are in Wisconsin, there's a free and confidential Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC, or Tribal Partner Agency. We're here for older adults, adults with disabilities, and your families. ADRCs are a bridge to support for benefits and financial assistance, transportation, in-home care, and more. Get to know your local ADRC and connect with resources today. Call toll-free 1-844-WIS-ADRC or go to findmyadrc.org. Paid for by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, also sponsored by Lakeland University.
Getting closer and closer to pick number 23 in the NFL Draft here in Green Bay. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly with American Family Insurance. That is the great Gabe Neitzel. That is the great Steve, the Homer Jerome. Alex Strouf with you live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay. A historic evening here in the state of Wisconsin as the NFL Draft has invaded Northeast Wisconsin. They've had admission issues, not issues necessarily all night, but they had to cut off admission because so many people came to Green Bay.
But they've opened it back up.
They've opened it back up at this point. Go ahead, Gabe.
So I had some friends that were in there that they were then, because they couldn't get into the main area, said that they were sitting in the stadium just in the bleachers and they're showing it, and they kept expanding inside the stadium the areas in the sections where people could sit because there was such an overflow.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Just to do some cleanup here, Miami Dolphins go with Michigan defensive lineman Kenneth Grant.
Was Michigan that good?
Yeah,
They've
three
had
players in the top 13.
Top 13.
Last year they were good. Well, not last year, but the year
2
before.
years ago.
2 years.
And they won the national championship.
And these guys were very key pieces to that national championship.
So there you go with that. The Indianapolis Colts pick is in, and they are showing Kenneth Grant celebrating at home with his family as he was selected just before the Colts. So we will await the Colts pick. There are rumors that it could be an offensive piece.
Well, we think it should be Walker before he's taken. We're at
be,
about 4 now,
yeah,
right?
might go all the way to pick 23, hopefully. I wouldn't mind that pick at pick 23, I'll tell you what.
Hey, if he can get after the quarterback, yeah.
I'll take anybody that can do that, Gabe. I'm not picky at this point because it's been pretty clear, at least through the first couple of years, that Lucas Van Ness is not capable of that, at least at a very high level. So we will see on that.
I mean, the tough part about Lucas Van Ness, because there are guys that have eventually been able to figure it out. Now, granted, a lot of those guys have not been top 15 picks that have eventually made their way to being really good pass rushers and really good players. The problem I have with Lucas Van Ness is maybe I'm a little too close to the situation, because watching him get blocked one-on-one by tight ends doesn't give me hope that he's going to suddenly figure it out. That's the tough part, again, being that close to the situation and going, oh, he can grow. Well, how many of those other guys on a consistent basis get blocked one-on-one by tight ends?
Not elite ones. Tell you that much.
That's the tough part for me.
Here is the Indianapolis Colts pick at number 14.
2025 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
Well, there goes the tight end we thought maybe would go pick 10 to the Chicago Bears. At least that's what our producer thought, the Bears fan Will Summers. Tyler Warren out of Penn State, the tight end, goes 14th to the Indianapolis Colts. Another weapon potentially for Anthony Richardson if he
CBS Sports had Loveland rated ahead of Warren.
Okay.
I didn't think such a person existed. But
hey, look at this, Homer. Look at this. You said you were cold in the commercial break. Look what this guy brought you. A fuzzy blanket for Steve the Homer
He treats me better than my wife.
He just said, don't tell mine. That was his response to Homer. Okay. Don't tell mine.
Yeah, baby.
So Homer now has a French cup of black coffee and a blanket on his legs that are bare because he wore shorts for some reason.
Because he's Homer. He wears shorts.
Yeah, I didn't think. I mean, I thought we'd be. Well, I'm not gonna. I thought we'd be inside, but I should have known better.
What in the world made you think we would be inside the night of the NFL draft?
In today's world, you can be inside and make people think you're outside because you can create whatever you want behind us, and it's warmer inside. Yeah. And people perform better as announcers when they feel better.
I think you're performing pretty well.
I understand, but
that's because he's tough. He can deal with adversity.
No, he's not.
I don't. You can be anywhere you want. I mean, this is a big thing. Like they do it at all they put the old people from the pre-games at the NFL games outside when it's freezing out. You put those people. You put those people inside, and you have one young kid, and you make him go out in the middle of the cold.
Homer, I have a question for you.
Yes.
And I want you to be honest.
And everybody performs better when they're comfortable.
From now on, never tell Homer you want him to be honest with you, because I guarantee you one thing when it comes to Steve the Homer True.
Yes.
He will always be honest with you.
Correct. Okay. Yes. Yes. All right.
Homer, did you want to come to Green Bay today?
No.
You didn't?
No, because I thought you guys are really good, and they didn't need me. But they said they wanted me here, so I came.
Oh, you didn't even want to work.
Well, I mean, they were acting like they would call me or whatever. You don't need me. You guys are
That's
great.
Not true. That's
okay,
not
well,
true.
They said, we want you here, and I said, fine, I'll be here.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Thank you for the compliment. But also, you're pretty darn great as well, Homer. We appreciate having you
I also
here.
thought, wrongly, but I thought Jason would be here all the time.
Yeah. But he's got to be inside.
He's got to be inside. And with pick 23 approaching, I think maybe we should check in with Jason Wilde coming up next. How's that sound for everybody? Let's do that coming up next. We'll attempt at least. I can't guarantee he'll be available.
So I think one of the pass rushers is going to be going next.
I got an idea.
Well, again, whether it ends up being Jalen, whether it ends up being, or do you already know?
No, I don't. But I mean, we're at like pick 9. I think every year there is someone. Brian Bulaga was it many years ago.
You're so damn funny on accident sometimes. I think I got an idea. Oh, really? Do you, Captain Obvious? Do you have an idea?
I want to see how many picks, and I can keep, saying we're at about 7 or 8.
I know Homer's also got a pretty darn good idea about our friends up at Higher Love. Whether you're watching every pick or just here for the party, Higher Love is everything you need to elevate your draft experience. Best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at an unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour north of Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Score big at Higher Love in Menominee. Get 25% off. Listen to this. Get 25% off in-store or online with code ESPN Draft. That's code ESPN Draft.
Expect it to be much longer in the drive-thru than if you go inside.
Yes, go inside. Hurry,
Yes.
The offer ends April 28th. You got it through the weekend. Find higherlove.com/CBD today. Higherlove.com/CBD today. We're going to attempt to check in with Jason Wilde live in Lambeau Field as Gabe, myself, and Homer are just outside of Lambeau Field. We are having fun. Homer, aren't you glad you came up?
Yes, very
Yes,
good. Yep.
He is being honest with us, or he just lied really well.
No,
Homer doesn't lie.
It worked out great. In the bus up here, we got to stop at Quick Trip, and
we did.
We have a debate going on where a very nice lady, I should probably know her name, but I don't. She said when she drinks wine in a box, she gets a headache. I said, that's crap. So I bought 2 wine in a box, and so she's going to drink it in the bus, and we'll see if she actually has a headache. I don't see how wine in a box or where the wine is. Like wine, other wine, she doesn't get a headache, but just wine in a box. You buying that?
I'm so damn glad you're here.
Sorry.
Jason Wilde, next, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for Wisconsin. Just like the excitement of draft day in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave. Aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo. Live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila 40% alcohol by volume.
Draft season is all about big decisions.
Green Bay is now on the clock.
And your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started, balancing work and life, or coming back to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Evening, online, and hybrid courses. Credit for work experience. Education that fits your life. Experience it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group. Happy New Year. How's business? Do you really know? We recently worked with several clients who thought they knew, but they didn't because their books were not in order. Imagine thinking you were making $1 million, but because your books are a mess, you were really only making $200,000. Quite a difference. Imagine finding out expenses were not recorded properly or sales were double recorded. If these happen to you, we can help. We work with our clients to clean up their books and give them the information they need to know where their business is now and where it is going in the future. Don't wait. Start on the path to less stress, more cash in your pocket, and no more sleepless nights. Call us at 414-325-2040 or visit neilgroup.net today to book a meeting. We can talk over Zoom, the phone, in our office, or your place of business. Yes, we like to visit our business clients. Don't wait any longer. Call 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net.
Mark Tauscher here for Prize Picks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you a +1, a VIP trip to the ship. Download the app today and use code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Green and Gold picks during the draft are sponsored by Racine Danish Kringle. This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Alex Strouf, Steve the Homer True, and Gabe Neitzel hanging out with you just outside of Lambeau Field, the site of the 2025 NFL Draft. Well into the first round now, as things are actually moving along not too poorly, reaching just about 9 o'clock, 8:47 here locally in Green Bay. And we just got a selection. There goes your boy, Homer. Jalen Walker is staying in the state of Georgia.
Yeah, I got to move on.
He is selected by the Atlanta Falcons. So we are 1 pick away from being halfway done with the night, as the Arizona Cardinals at pick 16 are now on the clock. here halfway through the first round of the NFL draft. I am fascinated by the next couple of picks because ultimately it will dictate what the Packers do. Will they trade back? Will they trade up? Will they stay put at pick 23? What position will they be looking at? I think there are a lot of intriguing questions that will come to light and answers ultimately that will come to light over the course of the next several picks because only one receiver, well, I guess we should say 2 wide receivers counting Travis Hunter.
Yeah, again, depending upon how you feel, what he's listed as.
Well, here's the thing. He does both, so I always forget to include him in the wide receivers, right? I've said all week, right? Ted McMillan viewed as the best receiver.
After Travis
asterisk,
Hunter.
right? Except Travis Hunter in the NFL draft. So.
Because, again, depending upon what draft board you look at, sometimes he's a wide receiver, sometimes he's a cornerback.
Right.
But, I mean, the Cardinals are a bit of a wild card. They could go anywhere here. I feel pretty confident saying that the Bengals are going to go defense with their pick.
Yeah.
Because they could literally pick any defensive position.
And they need the help there?
Yeah,
to your point. Yeah, absolutely. The Cardinals are an interesting case because their needs, according to Mel Kiper Jr. on ESPN.com, there's pretty much every one of one. Edge, wide receiver, cornerback, offensive guard, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. They need a lot of help. The only position really that's not listed is quarterback, as they are locked in with Kyler Murray. But all in all, they're kind of a wild card, no pun intended, Gabe, to your point, that the Arizona Cardinals could really go any direction. Here at pick number 16. Now, according to Mel Kiper Jr. on ESPN.com, the top available player is Will Johnson, the cornerback out of Michigan. After that, Jahdae Barron out of Texas, also a cornerback. Derek Harmon, who, Gabe, you like Derek Harmon, right? The defensive tackle out of Oregon?
I'd be okay with Derek Harmon. That's Chewy's pick for the Packers. I'm more interested in Will Johnson. If he lasts that long to the Packers, in terms of cornerbacks, him or Barron, I'd be okay with a little bit bigger. I'm not sure about Max Harrison at this point for Green Bay, but really any of those guys. It would be interesting to see if they continue to fall. Is there going to be a run on pass rushers? Is there going to be a run on offensive linemen that could open up the door for the Packers to be able to take a cornerback like that? I think is going to be interesting to see over these next handful of picks.
Yeah, I am. I'm thinking it's starting to look more and more like defensive line or trade back.
Again, but the interesting thing about trade back is you have to find a partner, right? And I understand teams would be interested in the back end, but is 23 too far up? Is that too steep of a price for the Cleveland Browns or New York Giants to pay to try to go get that quarterback, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, whether it is Jackson Dart? Is that too much, or would they rather, trade up with the Lions or the Ravens if those teams are interested because it wouldn't cost them as much to move up fewer spots? Because, again, you take a look at Green Bay doesn't need a quarterback, Minnesota, Houston. I mean, maybe the Rams would be interested, maybe even though they just recommitted to Matthew Stafford. Ravens don't need one. Lions don't need one. Like, nobody in the back part here needs a quarterback after the Steelers. So at what point do teams go, okay, we're going to trade up? And would the Packers be willing to go, hey, we'll accept less than we typically would because we want to move back and amass more picks? That becomes the interesting discussion that these GMs are going to be having.
It's a really interesting point by you. And, nobody seems to be falling now that Jalen Walker's been picked by the Atlanta Falcons. So, yeah, we'll see if a prospect, who we expect to go soon, right? Let's just use the name Will Johnson as the example, given that he is the best available player on the board here at number 16, according to Mel Kiper Jr. If he's falling to 21, 22, 23, then maybe a team that's desperate for help at that position, which the Packers are desperate, but they're close to it at that position. Could they field some calls?
That's not how they look at it.
No, I agree with you. Keyshawn Nixon, I think they think can be serviceable as the number one cornerback. Obviously, Carrington Valentine is entering his third year and looking to take that big step, and they signed Nate Hobbs. Kalen King, the 7th-round pick from last year out of Penn State, right?
Not that they would necessarily want him to be one of their top cornerbacks, but I think they'd be okay with him being one of those depth pieces if they're not able to add a corner early in the draft.
Well, here you go from the Arizona Cardinals. It is a guy that the Packers spent a top 30 visit on. It is a guy that plays on the defensive line. It is Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss going to Arizona at pick 16. His stock has risen quite a bit here the last few days, it seems, as many thought he could even go in the top 10, but he falls to number 16 with the Arizona Cardinals. Walter Nolan of Mississippi, the pick at 16 for Arizona, another defensive tackle off the board, Gabe.
Yeah, that's a defensive tackle. Had he fallen to the Packers, I would have been interested in just based on some of the athleticism and those numbers that he put. But at the same time, a lot of places, like if you go to the Beast, if you take a look at what the Athletics put together, Derek Harmon still ranked ahead of him. So there could be defensive tackles available for the Packers should that be a position they decide to pursue.
Look, I think it's very realistic, right? I mean, Kenny Clark's not going to play forever, Gabe. He's just not.
No, and obviously his transition to the 4-3 didn't go as well as the Packers hoped because they gave him a big contract extension heading into the season. And I mean, Brian Gutekunst did say that they want to give an extension to Devontae Wyatt. So, maybe you're looking for that next depth piece, and you're okay if it's a little bit of a project that can be developed behind those two guys this upcoming season.
Homer's been awfully quiet. He's hammering away at his papers with his pen over there. What are you thinking about over there, Homer?
No, I think you get to there are going to be people available on the list, and it's going to come down to who he likes. I like the two guys from Texas, the cornerback and the wide receiver.
I'm going to
say Barron's the cornerback and the Golden the wide receiver, and the Golden fits. They said they questioned his speed and that he had a great workout.
Oh, he had one of the fastest 40 times.
Right.
I'd like to retract something I said earlier.
Uh-oh.
Offense is back on the table.
Okay. You can't be held responsible for anything you say in the draft because nobody knows anything.
No, nobody knows anything.
I mean, if there was a person who was accurate more than anybody else, I'd have figured him out by now.
That's true. You're good at that.
I hope you're right. But again, Rob Domofsky earlier this week said
if it ain't Tet.
If it's not Tet McMillan, who, by the way, went way sooner than we thought.
Right.
At number 8, the Packers were not going to be drafting
I would
wide
agree
receiver.
with Rob, so I'm going to remove Golden.
Yeah.
So he's out.
I don't know what it is about Golden that the Packers may or may not like.
Well, no, he might take him.
They rolled out the red carpet
but he can
for
take
him,
it.
though.
Well, but he can take him in the second round easily.
Yeah.
They've had success. But as a first-round pick, Rob picks him out, so we move him out. I still got Barron, the cornerback from Texas.
I like him.
And I really I don't care that he's a safety, the kid from South Carolina. When they talk about him being a middle linebacker in high school, I just think would you love to have a safety just killing everybody?
Yeah, but you got safeties. I mean,
Fine.
you feel really good about Evan Williams. You feel good about
What
Javon
about
Bullard and obviously Xavier
what about
McKinney.
with a guy called E squared, so I don't have to give his name, from Ohio State, the wide receiver?
Emeka Egbuka.
Same way with Rob, so it's going to be a second-round
That
choice.
would be. I think he might fall to the second.
Especially
given the lack of
Golden
receivers drafted
or
so
him
far.
in the second round for the Packers.
Golden's not getting the 23rd pick in the second
All
round.
right, okay.
Egbuka's probably not either. I think
All
both
right.
of those guys are high-end second-round picks or late first-round picks. But maybe
Which
it's the
could
Packers
be on the
that
board
finally
if the
pull
Packers
trigger on
trade
it.
back. If they find a partner to trade back with, maybe that's possible.
My man is still there. I didn't think he would be.
Your man being
Brian Bulaga, too, from North Dakota State.
Oh, Gray Zabel.
Yep.
Why Brian Bulaga too? Because he's more of an interior guy, isn't he?
No, he'll play somewhere in this league as a starter 10 years.
Yeah. So that I don't disagree with because he's so.
So I don't know
why he is intriguing for the Packers. Homer, do you know how many positions on the offensive line he played at North Dakota State?
Probably all of them.
That would be a correct
Though
answer.
I will
All
want
five.
to say Bulaga said whenever he hears that, he don't buy it. Not in the NFL.
He doesn't buy what?
That anybody can play every position.
Well, no, I'm not saying he can do it in the league. I'm saying he did it in college, and the Packers like versatility on their offensive line, right? They drafted Jordan Morgan as a tackle last year. They played him at guard.
No, they love versatility.
Yes.
But if you take an offensive lineman
Right.
with this pick, you have to be certain he's your left tackle. Because they drafted an offensive lineman in Morgan last year. And if he ends up playing guard, fine. But they're going to pay Zach Thomas offseason. They love Zach Thomas.
Correct.
He is going to get paid. He's going to be locked into right tackle. You've got your center locked in with Elton Jenkins. You're going to have one of the guard. If you draft an offensive lineman,
I agree, yes.
it's going to have to be a tackle because you know that Morgan's going to be then a guard going forward.
Yeah, you believe right now he's a better chance at left tackle than Morgan.
Correct.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, there's something about Rasheed Walker they don't like. They continuously put that guy in competitions. All he does is win those competitions.
I think they like him. They just don't want to pay him after this year. They're not willing to pay him like Zach Tom.
Yeah.
They like him.
Well, because you can't. You can't pay. You
Correct.
probably can't pay both of those guys.
Right. He's not as dominant at his position as Zach Tom.
Correct.
This whole thing about competition's all just BS to motivate. I don't know what they feel like they have to do to motivate him. He's your left tackle this year. There's no chance that it's Morgan.
Well, yeah, again, unless you take someone at 23.
Yeah. But I don't think they think he's the guy this year. But
yeah, and look, you could probably talk yourself into that, especially if it's Simmons coming off the injury. Oh, we can kind of ease you back because it was a tough knee injury that you had. I think they could talk themselves into that very easily.
Draft season is all about big decisions, and your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft. And speaking of big decisions, the Cincinnati Bengals have made one. Gabe, you predicted very boldly they would go defense.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't.
Have you seen it yet or no?
I have not.
Any guesses?
Merlin Olsen.
I'll go with the edge guy out of Marshall.
Incorrect. Ooh. Edge guy out of Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart, has been drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals.
I should have known when you looked
at
at
him. The board at 23. Gabe, very happy about that.
No, you know what
Stewart,
it is?
Not an option.
When you got picked 23, there's no way the guy with 4.5 sacks in 3 seasons is going to be available to you. He's going to be gone.
Bye, Shamar Stewart. We are getting closer and closer to the Packers pick at 23. We check in with our buddy Jason Wilde. Coming up next, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
Why is life better with American Family Insurance? Because every policy comes with something very special. A trusted agent who's there to help protect your dreams by finding the right coverage at the right price. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Decades before the green and gold even wore green and gold, a Wisconsin tradition was in the making. The tradition of Kringle, Wisconsin's official state pastry. It lives on today at Racine Danish Kringles and Kringle.com. And this year, they're proud to be part of the draft in Green Bay. Over 30 delicious flavors such as pecan, raspberry, almond, and apple cinnamon. Share a piece of the tradition with friends and family. Order online at Kringle.com or call 800-4-DANISH. Made right here in Wisconsin. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
Transform the way you do business with Fifth Third Bank's Commercial Payments Solutions. Our market expertise and managed services streamline your entire payment process, seamlessly integrating with your existing systems to give you unparalleled control. Discover new revenue sources, save time, reduce operating costs, and boost your bottom line with our customized payment solutions. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, custom solutions built around your goals. Member FDIC.
Tune in to KBN every day at 2 o'clock. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. We roll into our number 4 of our coverage. I told you this would fly by, Homer.
Never doubted you.
As you shouldn't have.
You were the one who said we'd be here till midnight, and I said, I'm not.
Well, you said you're leaving with the bus. I think me and Gabe might be here till midnight, though. Gabe Neitzel, Alex Strouf, Homer hanging out with you. Excited to be joined now from Lambeau Field by the 3-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year.
What's he thinking now?
Our guy, Jason Wilde, joins us now. And Jason, a guy the Packers were rumored to like, Shamar Stewart off the board at 17 to Cincinnati. Gabe was very, very happy about that.
I know he was. He was not a Shamar Stewart fan. Now,
here's the thing. Exactly what Matt LaFleur said was going to transpire when he put me on the spot during our event earlier tonight happened, right? I wanted Tetaroa McMillan. He went 8th?
That is correct.
8th to Carolina?
8th.
And then and he said, okay, Jason, what if he's not there? I said, well, then I'm taking Shamar Stewart. Well, okay, Jason, what are you doing now? Because he's gone too. And so I think it's really interesting that now here we're looking at basically two guys that came for visits that the Packers were certainly intrigued by are gone. They're not the only ones that are gone either, but we're sitting here at pick 18, only 5 picks away from the Packers picking.
Yeah.
And there are some pretty meaningful names still on the list. Now, some of them will go in the next 5 picks, but what has one corner gone yet?
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, yeah.
Right, but the Michigan guy is still there, right?
Johnson, Barron, and Hairston. 3 guys. Yep.
Right.
One of them will be there.
You know, that's certainly helpful. Now, Mikael Williams also went earlier. That was another guy the Packers had in for a visit that they were intrigued by. That's another edge rusher off the board. But, you know, I would say that the way things have kind of played out leaves Goody, at least theoretically, right? None of us have seen his draft board, but theoretically, it looks like 5 picks away.
Yep.
He's going to have some options of guys that they had in for visits, guys that he at least had enough interest in them to do that. So, you know, I'll be curious when we talk to him at the end of the night how he views how the board fell and whether he had, you know, some meaningful opportunities that maybe he wasn't sure he was going to have.
Jason, let me jump in here real quick just because you mentioned the top 30 visits, and I think it's important context that you and I have talked about a few times this week, and I know you've talked about plenty on Wilde and Tausch. But it seems this year more than ever, under the direction of Brian Gutekunst as the general manager, he did his due diligence on first-round talent, right? He's had first-round draft picks in before, but never as many, at least projected, as he did this year. Tet McMillan gone at wide receiver. At defensive tackle, Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss is gone. At the edge position, Mikael Williams, as you mentioned, is gone, and now Shamar Stewart gone as well. And there at pick 18.
Bullock has been taken.
And there at pick 18, it sounds like Homer's been shot as Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State is selected by John Schneider and the Seattle Seahawks. Homer, you have any follow-up?
I should have known Schneider was too smart.
That's fair. That's fair.
That was Homer's pick. That's true. I forgot about that.
I mean, a very versatile offensive lineman who played all 5 positions at North Dakota State off the board. But now we get closer and closer. Seems more and more to me, Jason, like they are going to go defense. But I did just say before we
if they want a quarterback, they've got one.
Yeah, 100%. But otherwise, they could still go wide receiver. I'm not convinced they would, but I'm just saying it is a possibility. Jason, is wide receiver still on the board? Do you think?
Well, so Abuka is still on the board.
Yep, Matthew Golden as well.
Matthew Golden is still on the board.
Yep.
So now we're 4 picks. We're at 19, 20, 21, and 22 remain. If they want a wide receiver, they need those 2 guys to stay on the board through these 4 picks, or at least one of them, if it's the one they like. We don't. Again, just because they had guys in for visits also doesn't mean that they decided that they really liked them, right?
That's true.
You have them in for a visit, and maybe you're like, I'm not such a big fan of this fella. So I think we have to remember that. That's 1. 2, as Homer just said, if they want a corner, like as of right now, other than and I'm not calling Travis Hunter a corner, I'm calling him a unicorn. Right now, all the other guys that just play one position at its cornerback are left. The Buccaneers are on the clock, then it's Denver, Pittsburgh, and the Chargers leading into the Packers.
Did you mention Harmon from Oregon? Is he your guy?
From what I had read from Dane Brugler and others, he's either a first or a second round pick.
Right.
So maybe he's a guy that, you know, kind of like Cooper DeJean. Some people saw him as a first round pick. He ended up in the second round, right? So we'll see how it plays out for that.
But you like the guy from Kentucky too, the cornerback?
I do, Hairston. But again, like, what do I like
He's
him.
my pick
well,
now.
I've heard smart people talk about him as being a good player, and he plays a position where it would make sense. But to say that I've watched a lot of anything other than occasional highlights of Maxwell Hairston would be a lie.
Jason Wilde with us here, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Homer drinking his black coffee and wrapped up in his blankie here just outside at the Tundra Tree outside of Lambeau Field for the 2025 NFL Draft. That's Gabe Neitzel. I'm Alex Strouf hanging out with you here on ESPN Wisconsin 620 WTMJ on YouTube and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app. Jason, give us some color. What was getting into Lambeau Field like with all the foot traffic, being that this is the host site of the 2025 NFL Draft? They let you in the building, I understand.
Yeah, it was a breeze. The media pass makes things a lot easier. I did walk by some very frustrated people who had been turned away. Now, it's my understanding that they reopened the gates then, and they allowed more people in after they'd kind of settled it in.
Yep.
I am overlooking Lambeau Field right now from the 5th level suites. There's a heck of a lot of people in here, like in the stands. Now, I did not do my due diligence heading into the draft, so I didn't realize, I don't know what the ruling had been, but I don't remember them saying there were going to be a lot of fans in the stands of the stadium.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's overflow or this was something they planned on all along, but there's a heck of a lot of people in here. They're showing, I think it's the NFL Network feed up on the scoreboard. But yeah, this is raucous, and for those of us that were fretting a little bit about, well, it seems like it's just Wisconsinites, Packers fans that are here. I do stand by that. I do stand by the fact that it would appear that it was not as dominant of a, oh my God, I'm making a pilgrimage to Green Bay, Wisconsin because I'm a Jaguars fan and I want to see them trade up to number 2. I think this is a lot of Wisconsin folks from all around the state and from the surrounding area, other Packers fans, a lot of Vikings fans I've seen. But it seems to me to have been a very drive-driven crowd that could come here right away. But I would say this, if you are proud of your state like I am, I think this is a really great statement about how dedicated Wisconsinites and Packers fans are. And, they're also dedicated to the occasional adult beverage or 6. But there's a heck of a lot of Packers fans here. It is not, I thought it would be more of a diverse crowd because I thought so many people would come to Green Bay and make that pilgrimage. And I was wrong. It is, I'm not good at percentages. 75% maybe feels high, but I sure see a heck of a lot of Packers jerseys very much dominant among the crowd here. And when I look on TV, it looks that way to me as well.
I love to hear that here in Green Bay, the host site of the 2025 NFL Draft. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel, Homer, Jason Wilde hanging out with you here on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ. Well, the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Gabe,
and
you got any thought?
On the pick for the Bucs?
Yeah.
I know the answer.
Pierce. I'm going to go with Pierce.
Okay, you're wrong. Gabe.
Give me a second here. They need a lot of different things. Who's the top safety right now?
Kid from South Carolina.
Yeah.
Emmanuel
I'll go Emmanuel.
Okay, you are wrong. Also, I'm just going to spoil it for you because it's a little bit of a surprise.
Long snapper.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have not selected a long snapper. They have selected a wide receiver.
Interesting.
And it is Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State who goes pick 19 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That was going to be my guess.
Oh,
let me try.
Sorry, Jason. My bad. Yeah,
we'll give you credit for it.
Yeah, you get the point. Congratulations. You can retrieve your dollar next time you see me. Emeka Egbuka goes off the board, so that leaves only Matthew Golden as a first-round projected wide receiver left on the board that the Packers had a top 30 visit with. Jason, your reaction to Egbuka to Tampa, which is an interesting selection for a team that seems like they're trending in the right direction, adding another weapon.
They are, but Mike Evans is no spring chicken, right? Did they bring back Chris Godwin?
They did.
They did.
So, but I'm not saying that he's washed by any means, but this is, again,
he's coming off a really tough injury.
Right, and I think what we've seen from some teams so far, anyway, with McMillan for one, right? The Bears with the tight end from Michigan, Loveland, there seems to be a priority in getting your quarterback some weaponry for some of these teams with quarterbacks that are good, not great. And this obviously is a pick that really helps Tampa Bay both in the present and moving forward. I would caution, and maybe the Packers really liked Ibuka. Maybe they didn't. I know they liked McMillan, but the bottom line is now 2 wide receivers gone. If Golden goes, and they were hell-bent on picking a wide receiver, then that ship has sailed. This is when I get into that place, though, where I'm thinking, all right, I want Golden to still be there, and then if they don't pick him, then we know they didn't really want a wide receiver, or they didn't want that specific wide receiver.
No, they didn't want him, as you said, Rob said, in the first round. I think they'll
take McMillan or bust
in the first
what
round.
Rob said, essentially, in terms of wide receiver. Yeah. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe.
Jason, do you know what they found out about Josh Simmons' knee and if they liked him? Because he is the only high-end offensive lineman they brought in for a top 30 visit.
Yeah, so I know that they definitely wanted to get their medical staff to look at him. He had that ruptured patellar tendon. Obviously, that is a distressed asset, right? Like, if he plays his full season, he's a possibly top 5 pick, right?
Yep.
Possibly the number 1 tackle on the board. So, this is and I don't know if they gave him a clean bill of health. I don't know if they looked at him and said, this guy's so good, we're willing to take him even as damaged goods. But that you got to be careful, because it's got to be not only an injury that you believe that they're recovering from, but you got to believe in the guy that he's going to overcome it. And remember, one great example of that not happening was when they went out and they took Justin Harrell at 16, saying, well, this guy would have been a top 5 pick had he been healthy at Tennessee in 2007. And it turned out that not only did he overcame the injury fine, but he had no work ethic. He wasn't good enough. And the fact that it was a discounted pick, that you got a top 5 pick in Ted Thompson's view at number 16, didn't do you any good, right? I mean, he once threw his back out pooping, which is one of my favorite stories of my career.
I don't believe that.
So, and look, we've all had those moments where we're all backed up. But the
yeah, totally.
I don't know. Maybe you haven't reached that age yet. But bottom line, if they like Simmons and they see that as a value, you get him at 23. I was saying this to Brian Bulaga earlier. Now, Brian Bulaga was not coming off of an injury. He just had short arms, allegedly. But Brian Bulaga never should have been available at 23. Ted Thompson didn't think he'd be there. I'm looking at this going, are the corners going to fall under the Bulaga rule, which is, are we fired up that we got this guy because we never thought he'd be there at 23.
Jason, couple picks left until the Packers. Any last-minute prediction before we let you go and check in with you after the pick?
No, my predictions I've predicted 2 really good players who have gone much earlier than the Packers ever had a chance at. So I think I should probably get out of the prediction business once again.
No, but you got more available. Come on, take the kid from Kentucky.
Sure, I'll take Hairston from Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then if the Michigan guy is still there, do they take – see, these are the things – this is how my brain works. I want all those corners there so they got the pick of the litter, and then they pick Simmons, and they don't pick any of the corners.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Jason Wilde, we'll talk to you in a bit, pal. Thanks.
All right, guys, take care. Be good.
That's the great Jason Wilde from Wilde & Tausch.
Gabe said it. No, if they believe this kid can play left tackle, he's the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If they think he can be healthy enough, even if he has to miss a little bit of the start of the season, because they have the insurance policy that is Walker at left tackle, they go him.
I've said for a few weeks, I think offensive line is very much a possibility in this draft.
I don't know enough about Simmons. Is he a left tackle?
He played left tackle at Ohio State.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which, again, like Jason said, if he plays the entire season and doesn't have that really hard knee injury, he's a top 10 pick.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Minus 196, real fruit frozen at negative 196 degrees Celsius, crushed and infused into premium vodka, lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, and peach. Minus 196. brings the real fruit punch. Perfect for draft week in Green Bay. Ultimate refreshment starts here. Minus 196 vodka seltzer. Please drink responsibly. Just a couple of picks to go until pick number 23,
By the way,
where the Green Bay Packers are slated to pick.
I got two picks now. Either Simmons or Hairston, a lock.
All right. Keep that in mind. Homer says it's a lock, which means it's probably not going to happen, if I had to guess.
All right, that's fine. I can take that. You can't complain about people not believing you in the draft. I'm fine. Simmons or Hairston, a lock.
Homer's got a blanket, his beanies, and hand warmers now. We'll see what else he adds when we come back after this. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Pillow.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with Tequila Mi Campo. Tequila made for those who choose to live louder. Just like a draft day pick in Green Bay, Mi Campo is the bold choice that brings excitement and anticipation to every moment. Mi Campo is crafted for utterly in-your-face flavor, made with 100% Blue Weber agave, aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Ready for however you like to turn it up. Mi Campo. Live louder. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025, imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. This week, Marcus and Chris give playoff reactions on the pod. Find Here District now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast.
Dr. Aaron Holtebeck and his team at Holtebeck Eye Center make vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Dr. Holtebeck has been helping local patients with their eye care needs for over 20 years. Dr. Nausheen Abbas joined the Holtebeck Eye Center team last September, and her practice philosophy is to provide patient-centered medicine by giving all options. Located in Brookfield near the corner of Calhoun and Capitol. Learn more about their services at holtebeck.com.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA, founder of Right Choice Tax and best-selling author on how to have less stress with the IRS. The IRS has you in their crosshairs. We are local and know how to deal with the IRS and state to solve your situation. Just the other week, we successfully removed the target on Nick to get $194,358 of taxes and penalties removed. This is why I started Right Choice Tax Resolution, to help people fight the IRS and state. You don't know the ins and outs of all the taxes they can charge you or the more than 150 penalties they can impose on you. Make the right choice and call us at 844-222-1192. We want to help so your bank account doesn't get wiped out, your paycheck or Social Security garnished, or a lien put on your house. Get rid of that stress and get back to enjoying life. The situation won't go away if you do nothing. Call us at 844-222-1192 or visit rightchoicetax.us right now to book a meeting.
Hey Wisconsin, it's construction season and the Wisconsin DOT wants to help you safely navigate work zones in your area. Check 511wi.gov or download the free 511 app to see current road work, closures, detours, and camera views on your route. Wherever your travels take you, know before you go with 511wi.gov. That's 511wi.gov. And remember, know before you go. Always park the phone while driving. Sponsored by the Wisconsin DOT.
No shortcuts, no compromises, just the job done right. At Exterior Pros, we don't just meet expectations, we crush them. Every nail, every window, every shingle is a step toward your home's next chapter. From the moment we start until that final reveal, we're committed to making your home better than ever. Quality products and craftsmanship you can count on. Go to the pros for your next project. Get started today and save $2,000. Visit extpros.com or call 262-800-4274. That's 262-800-4274.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Also sponsored by Minus 196 Vodka Seltzer.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Brought to you in part by our friends at Carbless. Low in carbonation, high in flavor. Carbless, handcrafted cocktails, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, 0 gluten, and just 100 calories. Carbless is made right here in Wisconsin and satisfies any vodka, rum, or tequila cocktail craving. New tropical flavors like blood orange, watermelon, grapefruit, and mango. And classics like lime, black raspberry, margarita, and Moscow Mule. Those are just some of the flavors Carbless has to offer. Make Carbless your top pick on your next grocery trip. Find your bliss at drinkcarbless.com. Carbless, bliss is more. The Steelers pick is in at number 21. Obviously in need of a quarterback, as Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided whether or not he'll sign in Pittsburgh. And no, they did not. They knew who they wanted. And it's a quarterback.
Is it that quarterback?
No, it's not. He would have said it's that quarterback.
It's actually not a quarterback. They passed on a quarterback.
I say they go with.
I read the tweet wrong.
What are we doing here? What are we doing?
The tweet was phrased poorly. They are taking Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
Don't blame somebody else.
Read that tweet.
Read
that tweet. I just saw Steelers, Colorado QB Shedeur Sanders. They are passing on Colorado QB.
The third word is pass.
I was reading about Carbless. In my defense, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. So Derek Harmon goes to Pittsburgh, which means we are on to pick number 22 in the NFL draft. The Los Angeles Chargers
and I'm feeling
are now
very
on the
good about my
double prediction.
Double prediction, yes.
Remind us what that was.
Josh Simmons tackle or Mad Max Hairston cornerback.
I mean, I feel they probably like Will Johnson more than they like Harrison.
I have news for you.
Yes.
When we come back, we will know what the Green Bay Packers do. We will hit the Packers pick in our next segment. We will react to the Packers pick, if they pick at 23, in our next segment. Gabe, you ready?
Let's do it.
Homer, you ready?
I'm warm. I'm ready.
Yeah, as Homer famously says. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. What did the Packers do at pick 23? That is next on ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ, and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Introducing Minus 196. That's Minus 196 Vodka Seltzer. Crafted with real spirits, premium vodka, and just 3 grams of sugar per 12 ounces. What makes it different? Our freeze-crush infusion process. We take real, whole fruit, freeze it to negative 196 degrees Celsius, crush it into powder, and infuse it straight into the vodka. That's flavor you can feel. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch. Minus 196. Please drink responsibly.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
Bandana? Check. Boots? Check. Gloves? Check. As a motorcycle rider in Wisconsin, you may go to great lengths to protect your image. Just be sure you're protecting yourself, too. Wear a Department of Transportation-approved helmet. Perform safety checks on your motorcycle. Know the traffic laws and don't take risks. Motorists and motorcyclists can work together to achieve 0 preventable deaths on Wisconsin roads. 0 in Wisconsin. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now at Verizon,
Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990, will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
Enough is enough when it comes to living with joint pain. If you're experiencing chronic joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, or your back, it's time to call my friends at QC Kinetics. They're the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and they're helping you get your life back. When I went to the Greenfield location and I got to see everything that QC Kinetics had in store to help its patients, I was amazed at all the different tools in their toolkit to bring people back to full health. We're talking plasma, platelets, PRP, cutting-edge regenerative treatments that are giving people their life back and giving them long-term pain relief. QC Kinetics is able to do all of this without surgery, drugs, or downtime. A healthier life is on the horizon for you, but you need to take that next step to call QC Kinetics to get your free consultation. Now is the time to start enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Call QC Kinetics today at 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, also sponsored by Higher Love Cannabis Company.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night is presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly with American Family Insurance. It is almost time for the Green Bay Packers on the clock as the Los Angeles Chargers bringing it down to the wire. Under 3 minutes left on their clock. The pick right before Green Bay. They may be looking to move. They may be looking for teams that maybe want to jump the Packers with a lot of interesting prospects still on the board. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel, Homer with you. Will Johnson from Michigan being the number one most intriguing.
If any team takes this long, I don't know what the time is, that means they're looking to trade.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, at what point do you say, what time do you say if they haven't taken it with 2 minutes to go, that means in the 8 minutes, that means they were looking to trade. I don't know. Is there
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Because
but
I
is
think
it
at
even
this
5? Can you even go, I mean, what's the amount you would say if they haven't made if their pick isn't in the first X minutes, that means they're looking to trade?
Yeah, I would say the first 5.
5, all right, okay.
Because at this point, especially at this point in the draft, like you kind of know who you're targeting and who you are hoping would be there. And if your guy's there, I mean, much like we saw with the Steelers, you know, you kind of sprint to hand in that pick.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports, reporting that the Giants trying to trade back into the first round.
Oh.
So, you know, who knows at
quarterback?
What point? Yep. But and that's an interesting game too for the Giants because all of these teams now, outside of the Rams, but all these teams know who their quarterback for the foreseeable future is going to be.
Yep.
So at what point do you try to jump in? Because is there anybody going to try to jump in ahead of you? Are you able to wait until the second round and actually take one of those quarterbacks? That becomes the interesting wait game for the New York Giants.
We are under a minute left for the Los Angeles Chargers. When did the Minnesota Vikings get their pick skipped?
Mid-2000s.
2000, yeah, that was really incredibly stupid.
Well,
so if,
could we see it happen here?
If Goody would trade down, how far down would you be comfortable, Gabe? 2 spots, 4 spots, 5 spots?
Well, but if he's going to trade down,
yeah,
presumably it'd be for a team trying to get a quarterback. And that means you'd be trading out of the first round.
Yeah, that's not happening. He likes his house the way it is.
He does. That's true. But we will see what the Packers do at pick 23 as we are under 30 seconds now for the Los Angeles Chargers, who need to get a pick in.
I believe there'll be a trade.
That doesn't reset the clock, though.
But, you know.
But if you're able to pull off the trade, the team trading knows who they're taking. So it's not going to take that long to figure it all out.
No, that's definitely true.
But then the commission would walk up, right, and say, we have a trade.
Yeah, at least the timer I am seeing, we are down to 3.
So you have to make the trade and you have to have the pick in, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And the pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers. They just beat the buzzer there, so we will wait to see who it is for the Chargers, and then the Green Bay Packers will be on the clock in their hometown. Here as the 2025 NFL Draft is in the 920. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night Homer. Gabe, Strouf hanging out with you here. We will see what the Chargers do. They could go running back, I guess, in theory.
Yeah, that's certainly something that they could do. They could go a number of different directions, realistically, in terms of different areas of need that they have. But running back, like Homer was just saying, they like to run the football. He wants to run the football. I think they could use another wide receiver, to pair with what they had last year and the year that Ladd McConkey had. But I think you need a bigger receiver to pair with him. I don't know if Matthew Golden, who's kind of that one last wide receiver, was a first-round grade, would be that guy.
He always likes offensive linemen, doesn't he?
You can't have enough offensive linemen if you want to run the football.
Yep. We are just awaiting the commissioner on the stage in Green Bay to announce the pick for the Los Angeles Chargers at pick 22.
This delay makes me think even more it's a trade.
Yeah, I mean, we will see what the commissioner says when he comes out. We will definitely carry that for you here on ESPN Wisconsin 620 WTMJ and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app. I am really nervous to see what the Packers do at 23, fellas, because it feels more and more like, as you read that Jordan Schultz report, they might pull the trigger on trading out of the first round.
No. Nope.
You're standing by that, huh?
No, they might trade down, not out of the first round.
Well, but we don't know of any other team that's looking to trade up right now other than the Giants. Like, I don't know who you would be targeting at this point if you are any one of those other teams.
What, did the commissioner go out on a bike ride? Come on, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
What's going on here? This is the slowest by far.
I haven't even seen a leaked who the Chargers have taken
No,
yet.
I don't either, but the Packers are officially on the clock.
They're on the clock.
With the Chargers pick being
and they're
in.
now hugging each other in the room. Isn't that Harbaugh and stuff I'm watching?
Oh, here we go.
All right. The Chargers pick is.
We are about to hear from the commissioner who is taking the stage in Green Bay in just a moment. Thank you, Chewy.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back.
They go running back.
North Carolina.
So, again, the possibilities. Josh Simmons at tackle certainly I think would be there for the Packers. If they want to go Mike Green, he's still out there as an edge rusher out of Marshall. Will Johnson, a possibility at cornerback. Maxwell Harrison is somebody a lot of people think the Packers would be interested in as well. And they did bring in Matthew Golden, although that would kind of contradict something that Rob Demovsky said earlier this week based on conversations that he had with people that he thought it was Ted McMillan or no wide receiver for the Packers in the first.
Yeah, it is go time here. All
they're
right.
already down.
Last call.
They're already down to 7 minutes.
Here we go. American Family Insurance Dream Pick. Homer.
I will go with Mad Max, Maxwell Harrison, quarterback, Kentucky.
Gabe Neitzel.
I didn't think I'd be saying this, but something's telling me Josh Simmons is the pick.
Well, I asked for your dream pick.
What my dream pick is? It would be Matthew Golden.
Yeah,
I love that
that's
spin.
mine as well.
That would be my dream pick. Who I think it's going to be is, I don't know why. As this night has gone on, I don't know if I've talked myself into Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like Josh Simmons.
Will Johnson is still sitting there.
Will Johnson is another really interesting one.
What do you know on Pierce, the edge guy from Tennessee?
He's probably going to fall in the second round, but they did have him in on a top 30. So obviously they've shown some interest. That doesn't mean necessarily they still have interest, but they have shown interest.
Names in.
Yeah, clearly. Homer, you just want to do the whole draft board?
Yes.
Want to throw Graham Mertz in there while you're at it?
Nope.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Will Johnson, I think, is, again, an interesting one. He kind of fits the size that the Packers look for out of cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Doesn't Mad Max or not?
No.
No.
No, he's a little short, little light.
Okay.
The short, the height, I think, is something that Packers have gone, but somebody who weighs 183, they haven't drafted somebody that light in a while. Although, again, not that long ago, he posted a picture of him weighing in at 194. I don't know what that does to his athleticism and the 4.28 that he ran at the Combine, but it is worth noting.
So you're saying Will Johnson?
I think if it's a cornerback, I think it's Will Johnson.
I'd like to throw a name out there while we have a few minutes as the Packers still on the clock.
Clearly looking for a trade at this point.
They might be. I just want to throw this name out there, though. Donovan Ezeraku, who is an edge rusher from Boston College, played under Jeff Hafley, obviously, when he was the head coach there. And he is, he was the Ted Hendricks Award winner for the nation's top defensive end last year. Familiar with the system. Mel Kiper right now has him as a top 10 best available pick. Just want to throw that name out there if they're still looking at edge rush, Gabe.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I feel like their guys were Stewart and Mykel Williams as the edge rushers. So I feel like the edge rusher could potentially be off the table.
They're saying Johnson's the highest rated player.
Yeah, he's the highest rated cornerback still out there. But my guess is that the Packers are, again, maybe potentially looking to shop the pick.
Yeah, I mean, only 4 minutes left now here in Green Bay. The home team still does not have their pick into the commissioner and the National Football League here at pick 23 in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. 4 minutes to go for the Green Bay Packers here in Green Bay. And I've taken one headphone off. You can hear the crowd cheering up the street in the parking lot at Lambeau Field where the draft stage is set up, but the pick's still not in for the Packers as we go under 4 minutes. So here are your top available players per Mel Kiper. At cornerback, it's Michigan's Will Johnson. A Tennessee edge rusher is number 2, according to Mel Kiper. That's James Pierce Jr., who the Packers did host on a top 30 visit. Another cornerback in the top 3 best available, Kentucky's Mad Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky. Alabama linebacker Jahad Campbell, Marshall edge Mike Green, and Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas, viewed as the top 6 best available players right now, according to Mel Kiper Jr.
Josh Simmons getting no love.
Yeah, he's at number 7. He's at number 7, right behind there. So we will continue to wait and see right here with you. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. What will the Packers do? No Twitter, Gabe. I see you pull your phone out.
Somebody texted me.
They tip you off?
No, nobody did.
Well, it helps the pick is still not in as the Packers go under 3 minutes left on the clock.
Man, what is up with these teams taking so much between the Chargers and the Packers?
Harbaugh did it, and now is LaFleur going, well, if you're going to do it to me, I'm going to do it to the next team. Is it a chain reaction of sorts we're having here? Because the Vikings do have the next pick. Let's keep that in mind. So making them wait as long as possible while they're in Green Bay.
What does that do? That doesn't really
make
them
a little uncomfortable on the first night of the draft. Welcome to Green Bay, Minnesota. They should do this all weekend if Minnesota's picking behind them.
I think it's a situation where they might be looking to trade back, and they're trying to get as much as they possibly can. Because, as we mentioned, there's a number of guys they probably like. And if they think that they can trade back to the beginning part of the second round and still end up with one of the guys they really like, we know Goody wants those extra picks, and this would be a golden opportunity to get it done if the Giants want to get back in to take a quarterback, whether that be Shedeur Sanders, whether that be Jackson Darts.
2 minutes remaining on the clock for the Green Bay Packers as they hold pick number 23, at least as it stands, in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Goody has gotten in a car and has left because he doesn't want to be around when it's announced
that he's traded out of the first round.
That's correct. Yes, he's currently heading toward an unknown location.
But again, you would think that would have. But once you hit this point and it's under 2 minutes, you just think, okay, it's probably too late to make a trade, and now you just make your pick.
Well, no, or they're working on it now.
Under 90 seconds now for the Green Bay Packers, pretty much following suit with the Los Angeles Chargers at pick 22.
Man, we were cruising. We
had a good pace, but of course, now here's the thing. I think there may be an angle where the NFL said, hey, draft is in Green Bay. Let's rile the crowd up a little bit. Let's take as much time as we possibly can here as you make your first-round pick in your home city. As the Green Bay Packers now under a minute left on the clock, and the pick is officially in for the Green Bay Packers. They will stay put at pick number 23 and make a selection here in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Do you know that it stay put?
Well, it just said on the screen.
You can hear the crowd behind us, right, Homer? The crowd up the street
is in.
So we will see. Will it be a cornerback? Will it be an edge rusher? Will it be a wide receiver? Will it be an offensive lineman? As Brian Gutekunst in his 8th draft as the Packers GM.
Really, the only thing that would shock you here, I think, is like
long snapper.
Yeah. Well, I would
kicker,
say safety.
Punter, quarterback.
Safety.
Don't
Yeah.
think
Hey, if they draft Shador,
don't think Shador's
Shador would
going
be
here.
shocking. Yeah. But, I mean, they have a number of different areas that they can go at this point. I think that's the exciting part about where they ended up and kind of how the draft board fell. I think there's some
By
guys
the way,
that they weren't
Will
expecting
Johnson's injury was a
I believe he had
foot
a knee.
injury.
Oh, foot injury.
9 career interceptions.
I imagine that has to be why he's dropping, is the injury concern.
Yeah.
Probably.
Has to be. But we will see as we await the commissioner here in the host city, Green Bay, with the Green Bay Packers pick at number 23.
Does anybody know and they're not telling anyone?
I haven't looked.
I have not looked.
Twitter is put away. My phone's upside down. I'm not looking. I think Hunter might know.
Hunter knows. He's not telling anybody.
I don't want him to tell anybody. I want him to stay as quiet as possible, as quiet as a church mouse, as we await the commissioner. Come on, Goodell. Here we go, baby. The Green Bay Packers pick at number 23.
Oh, they brought up Mark Murphy to make the pick.
To make this historic pick, please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
He's not a 2-time Super Bowl champion. He won 1. Come on, get your facts right.
Did he win one as a player?
He won one as a player.
Thank you, Roger.
Oh, this is player and out.
How about this atmosphere?
I
Isn't it
stand corrected. He's
unbelievable?
got 2. One as a player.
Well, I also called him a first-team All-Pro, so I assume the
He
playing
was 1
career.
year. He was 1 year.
So I think they were folding in
everything.
Well put. Sorry,
here
Mark.
at Green Bay for the
I don't really
best
know you as
draft
Mark, but-
in the history of the NFL. Right here.
He'll try to tell a joke.
On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field.
Oh, come on.
It is our honor and privilege
Come
to
on.
host this wonderful event in our community, particularly
I don't
since
need
we are the
talk.
only
I don't need
community
War and
team
Peace.
in
He likes
the
to talk.
NFL.
I don't care.
We're getting a 10-minute soliloquy. It's his last draft, damn it.
Do that in the 7th
Just
round.
out of curiosity, how many of you are owners?
This is gonna. If I ever liked him,
We
I don't
also have the
anymore.
best
You can't
owners
do
in the
this.
NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football.
The only way he
With
could have
the
said less was
23rd
to talk a little
pick
longer.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002,
They took Matthew Golden.
the wide receiver.
They took Golden. They took
Wow!
Golden.
There it is for the first time since 2002. The Green Bay Packers have selected a wide receiver in the first round of the NFL Draft. Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden is a Green Bay Packer. A top 30 visit with the Packers. And here he is added to a wide
Do you
receiver
think that
room.
was Goody's pick or Murphy just made it up?
I mean, he spoke for so long. I think the next 7 teams could have made their picks. I am really excited about this pick. I think there's still some growth that has to happen there. But when you have sub 4.3 speed, which is what he ran at the Combine, it's the type of player where even if he's not going to be your number 1 receiver this year, I think a lot like Xavier Worthy last year for the Kansas City Chiefs, where, yeah, he wasn't their focal point, but they had to get him touches. You have to find a way to get this guy touches to see if the speed can break and you can make those big plays. So this is huge. I'm curious to see what Goody has to say, because he's on the record of, hey, we've got enough in that wide receiver room. But he went out and he had these top 3 guys in, whether it was McMillan, Golden, Abuka, all coming in, and then he ends up taking one. So clearly he saw some sort of deficiency within that wide receiver room, and now he goes out and addresses it here. I think Packer fans everywhere are going to be thrilled with this pick.
You have to be thrilled, and a really cool part about Matthew Golden is he was invited to the NFL draft. Matthew Golden currently walking across the giant stage here in Green Bay, holding a jersey with the commissioner that says Golden on the back of a green and gold jersey in the town he's drafted to. I spoke with Matthew Golden yesterday here in Green Bay, and he said Green Bay feels like home. Well, Matthew, it is home. Matthew Golden, the first wide receiver selected by the Packers in the first round since Javon Walker in 2002. You think you're going to miss vertical speed with Christian Watson out until likely midseason? No, you won't. How about a 4.29 40-yard dash put up by Matthew Golden at the NFL Combine this year? This checks some boxes. And to Gabe's point, of course growth needs to happen. Of course he needs to get acclimated to the league. But this proves that the research, the due diligence that the Packers did on wide receivers this offseason, utilizing their top 30 visits, it was not a front. The Packers needed to add a receiver, and they do so by drafting Matthew Golden out of Texas.
Those top 30 picks, those top 30, I mean, it is proven year in and year out. Those 30 visits that the Packers get, Goody uses them not for subterfuge, not to throw up a smoke screen. He does it because he wants those players, and he continues. I mean, Edgerrin Cooper was somebody they brought in last year as one of these guys. Three of the guys that they drafted last year were part of the top 30 visits. So that is certainly something that Goody likes to use and not just use to try to throw everybody off the scent of who he might take.
If you're not happy with Goody now, you'll never be happy with him.
Correct.
As simple as that.
They finally did it. This Green and Gold draft pick is brought to you by Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition. Make every game day legendary with Kringle at Kringle.com. You know what the fun part about us doing radio right now is, Gabe?
What's that?
I want to hear from the fans on the Carbless Talking text line. How you feeling, Green Bay Packers fans? For the first time in 23 years, they just drafted a wide receiver in the first round. Let's hear from you. 800-990-3776 is the Carbless Talking text line. You better be happy. You better be cheering. And if you're not, I still want to hear from you. 800-990-3776 is the Carbless Talking text line. Your way in to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night with Gabe, Strouf, and Homer. Homer, like you just said, if you're not happy with Goody, you never will be, because finally he does what we've been asking him to do for what feels like the entirety of his tenure. He drafts a receiver in the first round.
No, and they not only that, they drafted a fast wide receiver with the concern about Watson and how long it takes for him to come back. Wow, 100% should be happy.
Wow. I knew it was real when Abuka went, when McMillan went. I started to have some doubts, especially with a corner creep in there that we thought would go early in the draft in Will Johnson out of Michigan. But I am elated. This is a dream come true. The draft's in Green Bay, and they freaking did it, Homer.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm floored.
Because he never did it, and he did it. So you got to give him credit. You can't ever say he won't do it because he did it.
I will regret saying this if he is not a really good receiver, but dare I say this is the best day of my life? Dare I?
You need a different life. You need a better life.
You were alive for the Super Bowl, man.
Correct.
All right, let me rephrase.
Understand
now, how
this.
about you rethink?
No, of much greater importance next season is the play of Van Ness than this draft.
Ask that again.
Of much more importance to the Green Bay Packers is improved play from Van Ness. Way, way more than what this kid does for him next year.
I tend to agree because in reality, right, I'll come back to rational stroke for a moment.
Thank you.
It is
Best
not going
day of my
I don't think this pick is, I'm just very excited because a receiver in Green Bay is awesome.
No, you need to send a card. Thanks, Goody. Everybody, Goody should get 1 million cards.
We should handwrite.
Thanks, Goody.
That's a terrific idea. You'll write one? You'll write one?
Sure.
I'll even put the stamps on them for you.
All right.
All right, I love this idea. Let's start writing thank you cards. But just real quick, pick
Giants have just moved back into the first round.
So they are
from Minnesota?
No, after Minnesota, right?
Texas.
So So hold on a minute. I just want to make sure I'm getting this right here, as we do have a trade in round one here.
The Texans trade 25 in exchange for $34.99 and a third-rounder in 26.
And the Vikings went with the offensive guard out of Ohio State, Donovan Jackson, at pick 24. So the Giants back in to the first round. We want to hear from you. 800-990-3776, as Matthew Golden is the newest Green Bay Packer. The first time since 2002 the Packers have drafted a wide receiver in the first round. I didn't think it would happen, but it happened. This Green and Gold draft pick, again, brought to you by Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition. Make every game day legendary with Kringle at Kringle.com. We will grill the pick presented by Pit Boss at some point, but I am so excited I'm opening up the damn phone lines. 800-990-3776. What you think? We will continue to react. Matthew Golden, the newest Packer, right after this. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on the Packers. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Seriously injured? Call Gruber Law Offices today.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Kohler Services. Well, if you think your shower is one of the ugliest in Wisconsin, upload a photo to goodkarmabrands.com/Wisconsin contest for a chance to win a free shower remodel. Yes, you heard me correctly. One lucky fan will win a free shower remodel from Kohler Services, including a design consultation, demolition, and removal of your existing shower or bath, and installation of a brand new Kohler Lugstone shower. goodkarmabrands.com/Wisconsin contest for your chance to win.
Drum roll, please.
Carbless is here with refreshing new flavors. Introducing their Tropical Bliss Variety Pack. Let the summertime flavors of blood orange, watermelon, raspberry, and grapefruit whisk you away from the winter blues. New flavors, same great Carbless perks. Every handcrafted cocktail still has 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and just 100 calories. Find the Tropical Bliss Variety Pack in store wherever Carbless is sold and enjoy your winter passport to paradise. Grab a pack today and discover why Bliss is more with Carbless.
Mark Tauscher here for Prize Picks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you a +1, a VIP trip to the ship. Download the app today and use code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on 2-liter bottle selected varieties Super Chill Soda, 2 for $3. 4-count double roll selected varieties Bounty Towels, $7.99. 6-pack 0.5-liter bottle selected varieties Splash Blast Water, 2 for $6. 40 to 48 ounce selected varieties Starbucks Iced Coffee, $5.49.
Let's get some strawberries.
Attention shoppers. Safe.
Okay. Ooh, pineapple fulfills every need.
While you're shopping, a drive way back, it's a gunner.
There's something goofy going on with the PA.
Need a price check and I'll take me out to the ball game.
See, what is going on?
You're hearing things. We're at Century Foods, and you can't take your mind off winning that ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes.
I'm hoping to throw out the first pitch at a Milwaukee baseball game.
Or attend batting practice.
Or hold the finish line ribbon for the racing sausages.
You don't say.
The ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes at Century Foods. Enter on Century's Facebook or Instagram by July 30th.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis. To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, broadcasting live in Green Bay, presented by American Family Insurance.
For the first time since 2002, the Green Bay Packers have selected a wide receiver in the first round of the NFL Draft. Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden, the newest member of the Green Bay Packers. Draft season is all about big decisions, and boy, did Green Bay just make one. And your future is no different, whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree. Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft. Wow, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance. Alex Strouf, Gabe Neitzel with you the rest of the way. And for one final statement, Steve, the Homer True, Matthew Golden, the newest Packer.
For the first time in the history of the Green Bay Packers, every fan should say thank you to Goody. Then you can decide if it was a good pick based on how the player turns out. But he did something he's never done before at a time when most people wanted it. I don't know that any general manager has ever done anything that the fans wanted more than they wanted a wide receiver this year. And he hadn't done it ever, so he gets all the credit. Cards should be sent right now.
We're on it this week. We're doing it.
Thanks. Thanks, Goody.
Well done. Well done. Homer, well done by you. Thanks for your time, buddy. Great job tonight.
It got warm.
Phone lines are open for you right now, 800-990-3776.
Oh, I had one other question.
Yes.
Has Murphy stopped talking yet?
Get out of here. 800
I mean, it makes you wonder if he actually gave permission after the soliloquy he gave, right? He was enjoying being on that stage.
800-990-3776. What say you? The Packers have drafted wide receiver Matthew Golden. Let's go to the great state of Tennessee. Caveman Corey, you're up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
You got me, brother. Yo, it's a golden night in Tennessee, just like it's a golden night in Wisconsin, all across America, guys. Not since I was a young man in 2002, just getting ready to graduate high school, since I saw a great pick like Javon Walker. Yet here we are, oh yeah, in the great state of Wisconsin with the NFL draft, and we're not even kicking it off close. But we've got a great talent surrounding Jordan Love, and I want to talk to you about leadership, guys. We've got great leadership coming in, and we need to retain it. We've got to hold on to Jair Alexander. We got to get him in here and get that cohesiveness.
All right,
Yep. All right. Macho Man, Caveman Corey. Good start, rough landing.
I got bad news for you, pal.
He ain't coming back.
Come Sunday morning, Jair Alexander, one way or another,
ain't walking through
ain't
those
going to
doors.
be on this team.
Ain't walking through those doors. Let's go to Milwaukee. Jason in Milwaukee, you're up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. What's up, Jason?
Oh, my God, did we get our golden boy, baby?
Yeah, golden boy, baby!
That's what I'm talking about. Go Goody, baby. 23 years. I am one happy clam, let me tell you. Holy mackerel. I was praying. I lost hope when Tampa Bay got Mbuka. But darn it, we got our golden boy, and look out for the Packers this year in 2025. We are coming. We are coming.
Fantastic call by Jason in Milwaukee.
All right.
The thing I find very entertaining is his last name is Golden.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just perfect. Oh, you said all right. You want to get to a serious thing. Go ahead.
No. I mean, a couple of different things. First, I mean, and we've reposted the video on our social media channels. I mean, just really cool for him talking yesterday about, this place kind of feels like, and could be home. And it ends up being home for him. I think that's really cool. But let's just run through this scouting report, shall we? Over at the Beast from The Athletic. Let me know if these things interest you. Do you want to start with his strengths or his weaknesses?
Let's start with his weaknesses.
There's not many.
I like to hear that.
Not dynamic, make you miss athlete in space. Doesn't always play up to his time speed. Can get stuck at tops of routes when facing physical defensive backs. Inconsistent blocker and can get blasted off his spot. NFL scout. I won't kill him for it, but I need to see more grit out of him when he isn't the target. Didn't play special teams coverages. Who cares? He's a first-round pick. Missed 2 games as a freshman after suffering a rib injury. Missed 3 games of his sophomore season because of turf toe that required surgery. That's it.
Wow.
Strengths?
A lot of them?
A lot more than the weaknesses.
Like that.
Average size measurables, but doesn't play small. Graceful athlete with outstanding control and release and route breaks. Uses different techniques to make corner feel his presence, opening comebacks and curls. His favorite route is a 14-yard curl. Stem bursts create separation on posts and corners. Above average focus at catch point with fast, steady hands. Superb body control to turn and frame the football midair. Tracks the ball well downfield. Often, he had to slow and adjust to track Quinn Ewers' deep balls.
Mm-hmm.
Much stronger than expected, especially when finishing catches through contact. Impressive awareness post-catch, immediately changing run angles to make the first man miss. Averaged at least 20 yards per catch in 10 of 16 games in 2024. Returned a couple of kickoffs for a touchdown in 2023. Very self-confident and embraces competition. And this might be my favorite one. Coaches trusted him to play every wide receiver position in the playbook. And the reason why I like that one, when you think about the Aaron Rodgers era and bringing it up to current day, when the Packers had success drafting those guys in the second round, Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams, Randall Cobb. I mean, those first 3 that I listed, who were the best 3 that they had of the Aaron Rodgers era, could play every position. Like, Jaden Reed, they only want him to be a slot. They proved that by the way his snap count proved out last year. Barely played when they just went 2 wide receivers. When they went 3 wide receivers and had a slot guy, he'd be out on the field. So it seems like he's kind of pigeonholed. And they don't want him even trying to play outside. But because Devontae, Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson were so good, they wanted to create mismatches by moving them around and not just being outside, but being inside, moving them throughout the offense in motion. And that's what that last one tells me. Coaches trust him to play every wide receiver position in the playbook. I don't necessarily expect that right away. But the fact that his college coaches trusted him with that tells me that eventually the Packers are going to be able to trust him to do that. And when you have somebody who can move around the field, that just becomes a chess piece and an ultimate weapon.
I can't stop smiling. Gabe, that was so good. That was so good. Phone line's open for you on the Cardinals Target text line, 800-990-3776. Let's go to the great city of Madison. Bill in Madison, you're up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I feel like the wide receiver position and Golden creates the biggest impact going into next year over any other position. I mean, you can argue Van Ness, we need defensive linemen, Kenny's getting old. We could use another cornerback. I think we can get that later, but I'm really excited about a speedy wide receiver going forward. I think that makes the biggest impact going forward on our team and next year. And I'll let you talk about that. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for the call, Bill. Yeah, look, I mean, well, Gabe, you want to field that one?
So one of the reasons why I also was so anti-Shamar Stewart, and again, that was alleviated what feels like hours ago at this point because Mark Murphy talked for about 30 minutes before he announced the pick, was that when you take a look at the snap counts from Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary, they only played about 25% of the snaps as rookies. So that was probably what you're going to get from Shamar Stewart because you already have Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary and other players that they like. He was just going to be a rotational player. And, again, you're not going to see 100% of the snaps from Matthew Golden. Not going to be a thing. But he's going to play more than 25% of the snaps. I feel good about that. And even if he's not somebody that is getting 50, 75% of the snaps, he's going to play enough where Matt LaFleur is going to want to give him the football at least 3 to 4 times every game. Because his speed can change games.
Yeah.
Whether it's for a touchdown, whether
Totally.
it's just a 20-yard catch and run. He's got enough speed that's going to change things. And he's dynamic enough where you can get him the ball around the line of scrimmage, and he should be able to make things happen around there as well.
I am so darn happy with this pick. Matthew
You know
Golden.
who's happier?
Who's happier?
Josh DiMaggio.
I am.
Yeah, Josh DiMaggio is going to join us coming up next. We're running a few minutes late, Joshy, so
Oh,
hang
no.
with us. You're welcome as long as you'd like to stay, though. We got a grill to pick. We'll continue to react to the pick. Just want to do a little cleanup, though. Sends the Packers pick at 23, Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. Minnesota at 24 selected Donovan Jackson, the Ohio State offensive guard. The New York Giants traded up to pick 25 to select quarterback Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. Just an interesting note considering Shedeur Sanders still out there on the board.
Too bad.
And the Falcons traded this year's second-round pick, next year's first-round pick, to move up to pick number 26 to acquire James Pierce Jr., the edge rusher out of Tennessee. Interesting stuff there. Very interesting stuff there. Man, I am so fired up, I can't even stop thinking about it. Stay draft ready with Tequila Mi Campo, made for Wisconsin, made for those who live louder. Just like the excitement of the draft here in Green Bay, Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Made with 100% blue Weber agave and aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025, imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
That was a good flourish.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Flourish.
Little flair at the end.
Yes.
Canandaigua?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, of course.
How
What else?
do you think they spell that?
I wouldn't even begin to start.
It's almost like Canada, but not quite. Canandaigua. Canandaigua.
Credit to you.
All right, I'm really nervous about this next segment.
Why?
A couple of irrelevant boys here that I'm going to have to officiate for. This is going to be wild.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on. Matthew Golden is the newest Packer. It's a golden evening here in Green Bay. We roll on after this.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Whether tailgating or hosting at home, don't serve boring, bland food. As the official grill of the Green Bay Packers, Pit Boss brings the heat with a wide range of wood pellet grills, smokers, and hardwood pellet fuel. Reach another level of flavor that can't be achieved with a charcoal or gas grill, and it's beyond easy. Seriously, Pit Boss grills get cooking with just a few simple steps. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more today at pitboss-grills.com.
At -196, we start with whole lemons, nothing wasted. Each one is flash frozen in liquid nitrogen to a jaw-dropping -196 degrees Celsius, locking in the freshest flavor. Then we crush it, not just juice, the entire fruit, turned into fine particles and infused into premium vodka. The result? A crystal clear, bold lemon flavor like nothing you've tasted. -196. Freeze, crush, infuse. The ultimate refreshment. Available now. Please drink responsibly.
Draft season is all about big decisions.
Green Bay is now on the clock.
And your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started, balancing work and life, or coming back to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Evening, online, and hybrid courses. Credit for work experience. Education that fits your life. Experience it your way. Learn more at lakeland.edu/draft.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus Audio Network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee, a Good Karma Brands radio station. The biggest event of the offseason. Franchise-changing picks.
Green Bay Packers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
League-shaking moves.
The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
We're in the position that we are now because he did not do enough to build an offense that could be primed and ready for Jordan Love to get the keys and rev.
I have fixer-upper fatigue.
I want a turnkey house.
Goody's inability to nail the first-round draft pick is what is keeping this team from being a true Super Bowl contender.
It's the ability to find those wide receivers and hitting on those mid to late round picks that I think has really separated the predecessors from Goody, especially at that position.
They're going to need some players from this draft class to have an impact.
This is the most important offseason Goody's going to have.
Now broadcasting live from the shadow of Lambeau Field, alongside Gabe Neitzel, Steve Homer True, and Jason Wilde, here's Alex Strouf.
To me, their window is now wide open.
The NFL selects Green Bay, Wisconsin.
And the Green Bay Packers select wide receiver Matthew Golden, the newest Green Bay Packer. He was in Green Bay. He got to celebrate with his new fan base. Green Bay, green and golden tonight on the first night of the NFL Draft. I'm Alex Strouf alongside Gabe Neitzel, and joining us, I would imagine probably for the rest of the show if I had to guess.
Triumphant return.
I don't know. He was walking around here like he was an important guy today.
I was important today. You've ever seen the meme where
Josh,
they're like,
you're always important.
I screwed up and I became way more important at work? That was me today. They put the headset on me and I said, oh boy, seems like I'm being put to work. And work I did. I thought I crushed it. Everyone applauded me on my behavior on the headset. I was getting stuff done.
You had some.
Don't respond.
What?
We're done talking about that. Josh DiMaggio has been peddling the Packers wide receiver pick in the first round for 2 months at this point?
Yes.
And you got it right.
I did tweet out that a more braggadocious person would say that I was right the whole time. I nailed this months ago. I was the first one there. But I'm not going to do that. I'm excited for Matthew Golden. Pat on the back to me for resisting the urge to say I was right all along. And
taking the high road, huh?
Yes.
Good for you for taking the high road.
I'm very excited, as you are. I don't know if I'll say it's the best day of my life like you did earlier.
I take that back.
You walked that back? Fair.
Yeah, I walked
fair.
that
was a smart decision.
Probably overreacted.
Your girlfriend somewhere around here, too? She could have heard that.
I was going to tell her. I kept it to myself.
Thank you. Wow, you really are taking the high road tonight.
Yes. I'm fascinated by the pick. I'm fascinated by Mark Murphy, who I'm starting to doubt if he actually gave Brian Gutekunst permission to trade out 23.
Not a
because,
chance.
brother, did he love being on that mic and soaking in all of that. But the most interesting thing here is it is not the X receiver we expected for much of the process. It's the Z receiver. It is the replacement for Romeo Doubs. So this is as good as telling Romeo Doubs, see ya, after you're done with your time in Green Bay here.
Which I think we kind of could have.
Yes.
We had kind of connected those dots.
Yes. What makes it interesting, too, is as much as we would love Matthew Golden to be an instant contributor, we're not going to see him a ton to start the year because they have an established guy, a guy they trust. Now, as the season goes on, I do expect him to take over because Matthew Golden's an exceptional athlete. Romeo Doubs, we've seen play. Not a big separator, not a big get open.
There's a reason he went in the fourth round.
Yes. But in terms of, excitement, that was a great lead-in with the first time in 22 years. I got to give Murphy credit as much as I had comments to say about that. I could not believe, even as much as I've been on the wide receiver path for months now, that they actually went ahead and did it, especially with Hairston there. I thought there could be a connection because he was a late ad, and he was still on the board, and he's in Green Bay with us right now. So I'm excited. I think Jordan Love has a weapon. We do have to start having the conversation. Excuses are going to run out for the old QB1 there now that the investment has been made. I'm not even sure they're done because they still don't have top off the defense type guy. They don't have that traditional the X receiver. Now,
you're right about that. I mean, the 5'11" height comes into play there, right?
Yeah, so they still need someone to do that. I don't imagine them to go right back to that well here in the second or third round. I don't think that'll be tomorrow, but I imagine they'll try and take another pick there and just kind of tell all those guys in that room like they did with the safeties and they did with linebackers, and we've seen them too.
Well, I mean, pretty sure the only safety that was left last year was Xavier McKinney. By the time they got to the draft,
true.
They just said, "Nope, we're done with you guys.
Yes.
Get out."
It's going to be there's going to be competition, and Dontavian Wicks is going to have to earn his spot on the field. Jaden Reed is going to be pushed as well. I am as bullish on the offense now with this leading weapon at 23. The Packers finally did it.
Finally did it. Minus 196. Real fruit frozen at negative 196 degrees Celsius, crushed and infused into premium vodka. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, and peach. Let's try that again.
He's so excited. He's
strawberry.
He can't even say words.
Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, and peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch. Perfect for draft week in Green Bay. Ultimate refreshment starts here. Minus 196 vodka seltzer. Please drink responsibly.
That one's on the house.
That one's on the house. No doubt about that.
Try again later. Let's try again.
We will grill the pick. We will hear from Jason Wilde. A bunch still ahead. Josh DiMaggio, Gabe Neitzel, Alex Strouf with you.
The Packers have made the pick, and we've reached the punch-drunk portion of the program, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a good time.
This is what everybody was looking forward to tonight. I'll tell you what, baby. We got more where that came from right after this. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance.
We're back with a Green and Gold talk next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Drum roll, please.
Carbless is here with refreshing new flavors. Introducing their Tropical Bliss Variety Pack. Let the summertime flavors of blood orange, watermelon, raspberry, and grapefruit whisk you away from the winter blues. New flavors, same great Carbless perks. Every handcrafted cocktail still has 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and just 100 calories. Find the Tropical Bliss Variety Pack in store wherever Carbless is sold and enjoy your winter passport to paradise. Grab a pack today and discover why Bliss is more with Carbless.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Decades before the green and gold even wore green and gold, a Wisconsin tradition was in the making. The tradition of Kringle, Wisconsin's official state pastry. It lives on today at Racine Danish Kringles and Kringle.com. And this year, they're proud to be part of the draft in Green Bay. Over 30 delicious flavors such as pecan, raspberry, almond, and apple cinnamon. Share a piece of the tradition with friends and family. Order online at Kringle.com or call 800-4-DANISH. Made right here in Wisconsin. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
This message is sponsored by WisCaregiver.com. People across Wisconsin are enjoying the rewards, stability, and flexibility of a career in healthcare. Why not you? WisCaregiver.com gets you started. Choose between 2 great options. Become a CDCP certified direct care professional or a CNA certified nurse aide. Training is free. Plus, earn a $500 bonus. It's easy to start your new career. Learn more at WisCaregiver.com.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
Green and Gold picks during the draft are sponsored by Racine Danish Kringle. This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly with American Family Insurance. Josh DiMaggio, Gabe Neitzel, Alex Strouf hanging out with you live from the Tundra Trio in Green Bay as the Packers have nixed the drought of 23 years without drafting a wide receiver in the first round of the NFL Draft. Texas wideout Matthew Golden is the golden boy here in Green Bay.
Your puns are so lame. So lame.
Gabe?
I mean, I think all puns are lame, so.
You have the worst audience ever in this trailer with you for your corny little one-liners.
Well, it's just so.
Unless you're Tommy Tige.
Hunter just yelled, "I love him."
Like you gotta be Tommy Tige and be just completely committed to the bit for 20 years.
I don't know who that is.
You got lots of young Padawan.
All right, whatever, Joshy. Hey, draft season is all about big decisions, and your future is no different. Whether you're just getting started or trying to finish your degree, Lakeland University gives you the flexibility to do it your way. Visit lakeland.edu/draft. That's lakeland.edu/draft. I want to try something.
Okay.
This is called Grill the Pick. It is presented by Pit Boss, and what we are going to do is we are going to say a grill level in which we think this pick is. Rare, medium rare, cooked. What were the other options, Hunter?
Well done.
Well done, I think was one of them. Oh, here we go. I got him in front of me. Rare.
Dear Lord.
Do we need to give this guy a breather? What do we think?
I mean, I have been on the air since noon, essentially nonstop in my defense. Rare, medium, well done, or burned.
I think we Pat Murphy him and just.
Call to the pen.
This got so chaotic, I don't know what we're doing anymore.
Okay. Rare, medium, well done, or burned. Rare being the best, burned being the worst.
I understand how the cooking portion. What are we rating?
The draft pick.
Okay. Gotcha. You can understand my confusion.
Josh?
I'm going to go with medium rare. Pretty good. I'm excited about it. Obviously, we would have loved Tet, but as we saw him go quite early.
8.
Yes,
I didn't see that coming.
I thought 12 was probably where it seemed to go. He was supposed to be wherever, but I mean, Matthew Golden is exciting. We got the shiny pick.
I honestly thought he was going to go 12. Once Tet went 8, I thought the Cowboys were going to grab him at 12. Because Jerry Jones is like slowly morphing into Al Davis and falling in love with speed. So I just thought, he's going to take the fastest guy there. Instead, they take offensive line.
I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but I'm going to do it anyway. Are we concerned at all that it basically took Matthew Golden for Texas to lose their wide receiver 1 before he started producing? We talked about production with Shamar Stewart.
There is a production thing. There's a drop passes thing, which obviously was a bugaboo for the Packers offense.
Well, that's not been a problem
but
for the Packers.
But there's not a production thing to the level of Shamar Stewart.
That is fair.
You know, at least he has some production. Like, I can point to some production he had. Did he have production all 3 years that he was in college? No, he did not. Mm-mm. But, I mean, when it comes to Shamar Stewart, the dude had
fair.
1.5 sacks all 3 years he was in college.
Gabe, where you at? Medium rare?
I'm with you. I'm saying medium rare. I can't go rare. It's tough to find that rare pick when you're at 23. Like that just absolute, without a doubt, home run pick. I think there are some questions about Matthew Golden. I think it could take him a little bit of time to develop. But with that being said, he still has so much where he's going to be able to contribute, I think, right away.
Yeah.
With that speed, you're going to want to get him touches early, even if he's not going to be out there getting the snaps that you see Romeo Doubs get, right away. He's going to play enough where the speed is electric. It's exciting. He's fun with the ball in his hands. I mentioned the couple of kickoff returns he had for touchdowns. That shows you the wiggle and the ability he has with that ball. And Matt LaFleur is going to find a way to use that. And I'm incredibly excited for this pick. I still can't believe it happened. I'm going to yell at Rob Domofsky the second I see him.
As you should.
For leading me astray and thinking it was Ted or bust at wide receiver. But I could not be happier with this pick because of the dynamic athlete that Matthew Golden is.
I will triple down on medium rare here in grilling the green and gold picks, which is brought to you by Pit Boss, the official grill of the Green Bay Packers. Grill, smoke, bake, roast, braise, char grill, barbecue, and direct flame sear. The all-in-one Pit Boss does it all. Learn more at pitboss-grills.com.
Tao struggled with the direct flame sear earlier today when we had our cook-off, courtesy of Pit Boss. And honestly, it's late enough. I'm going to call Tucker Kraft out. Tucker Kraft was our judge earlier tonight for our Pit Boss grill-off.
Yeah, he punted.
He punted hard. He was the only judge. And he declared it basically a tie, and he knew what he was doing with the different point system between Brian Bulaga and Tausch.
But
I think Bulaga won.
Can we point out something awesome Tucker Kraft did? He slammed 2 beers in a row in front of our audience here.
That's
really fast. It was super impressive.
If we remember, was it his draft day where he was just chugging beers?
Yeah, and then he told the media.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a few beers before this. Yeah.
When they cut to him in a barn in North Dakota somewhere, South Dakota. There it is. Can we just say, for somebody who went from best night of their life, you couldn't even give it a rare?
Hold on. Can I explain why it's also the best night of my life? Because of our friends at Pit Boss. Prior to the show today, I went over to Stadium View, and they had a pulled pork eating contest. 6 contestants got 4 pounds of pulled pork, and they got 3 minutes to eat as much as they could. The caveat, couldn't use their hands at all. It was facing the pulled pork, and they just went after it. The dude that won, 2 pounds of pulled pork in 3 minutes.
That's
unhealthy, but awesome.
That's housing some
and
pulled
then
pork.
And then he won this awesome WWE style belt.
Pork champion.
The pork champion, indeed.
Undisputed pork champion.
Up for the crown.
You can find a recap of that from our friends at Pit Boss over on Instagram at ESPN Madison. So we all go medium rare. It's a good pick. We're all clearly very excited about it as the Packers add another receiver to their receiving room.
Just quick update on some of the picks. Malachi Starks, safety, goes out of Georgia, goes to the Ravens. Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle out of Ohio State, goes to the Lions. And Josh Connerly Jr., tackle out of Oregon, goes to the Commies. 3 picks left.
With the way the board broke and the Packers drafting Matthew Golden, I don't know if we're going to hear anybody that is unhappy with the pick. Like, the last case you can really make for somebody would have been James Pierce, who went to the Falcons after that. But the options were getting – there was a point there where I was starting to get worried about what are the Packers going to have left here.
Slim pickings, if you will.
And then, of course, the tackle was available, and I thought
Josh
that's going to
Simmons?
be a bad day.
That was my pick, Josh.
Yeah.
As the board kept falling, my heart was just going, it's going to be Simmons.
Yeah.
It's going to be Simmons. They think he can play left tackle.
Still
it's going
on
to be
the board.
Simmons.
Still on the board. So there's Sanders, the quarterback from Colorado, still on the board.
Remember when there was talks of him dictating where he was going to go?
Oh, I sure do.
Now he is hoping.
That got real quiet in the last month. I don't know if you happen to notice that, but it got real quiet in the last month.
And also, we can say, obviously, these athletes are allowed to choose wherever they would like to go. But him and his family deciding to not come to the draft and soak up all of the publicity, I think that was a bigger sign than we realized at the moment on the uncertainty of his future. I mean, he's behind Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
I think Jackson Dart can be great, but.
I mean, honestly, I think Shedeur could very well go to the Browns when they're picking in the second round.
It'd be pretty nice for them to get a trade down and then still get a quarterback in the second round there. That's
Maxwell Hairston just went from Kentucky to the Buffalo Bills.
And the 2 Super Bowl teams just swap picks. The Eagles go to 31. Kansas City moves back to 32. A little switcheroo between 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl past year. Matthew Golden just now to the media, quote, "I got a lot in my game. I can play inside, play out. I can also take the top off. Whatever the team needs me to do, I'm definitely that guy they need," end quote.
very interesting, too, because if Matthew Golden is the type of receiver that, I don't want to compare him to Devontae as in he's future Hall of Famer, meaning a guy they use as a Swiss Army knife. They want to line up everywhere.
But that's we were talking about this early, Josh. The really good receivers that Ted Thompson drafted, whether it's Devontae, whether it's Jordy, whether it's Greg Jennings, they used those guys as chess pieces and moved them all around the offense.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me is we talked about how basically after this season, in 2 wide receiver sets, Jayden Reed basically didn't play. So now you got a guy who you have a good argument to say, yes, we should be playing him in the slot as well. That makes it this is a big year for Jayden Reed as well, because somebody might be better at his position, and that's playing out of the slot. Now, he's not going to be out there full time, but I don't think he wants to lose any more snaps.
If you're only playing out of the slot and now this guy's taking slot snaps, that's not good for you.
No.
Whether you're watching every pick or just here for the party, Higher Love is everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green certified products at an unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour north from here in Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Score big at Higher Love in Menominee. Get 25% off in-store online with code ESPN Draft. Hurry, that offer ends at the end of the weekend. Visit findhigherlove.com/CBD today. Joining us now from inside Lambeau Field is the 3-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year, the co-host of Wilde and House, Jason Wilde, joins us now after, for the first time in 23 years, the Packers have selected a wide receiver in the first round, Matthew Golden of Texas.
I didn't know you do window commercials. Yeah, thanks for watching. Hello.
Jason, who just asked you?
I'm being detained by the police.
Did somebody just say to you that they don't know you do window commercials?
Yeah, it's my buddy John Legedlow, who's a member of the Green Bay Police
Tell
Department.
John Legedlow that Brad Strouf's son says hello, please.
I will. Yes, I know. I don't know if they were partners, but I know they were buddies on the force together.
They were.
Look, I appreciate you making time for me. We're gonna get ready for Goody here any minute. I'm down the tunnel from where the Packers come out and where the prospects have come out during the red carpet. I'll tell you what, man. If you were holding out hope that this draft would live up to your hopes and expectations as a Packers fan, I don't know how you could come away from tonight and not be excited. Not be excited about the position, not be excited about the player, fastest player in the draft, productive wide receiver, plays a position of need, embraces the moment, right? I mean, obviously his last name is Golden. He's wearing a black and gold suit. But I don't think he's supposed to grab the podium microphone and yell to the fans after he's picked. And he does that. Big hug for the team president. Big hug for the commissioner. Talking about coming over here. I'm going to stand by the Packers locker room and see if he comes through here for his workout that he told us on the Zoom call. He's going to come out and get a workout in at Lambeau before he goes to bed. I mean, look, he has to produce, right? We're not saying he has to be Sterling Sharp or James Lofton, 2 first-round picks that became Pro Football Hall of Famers. But he does have to produce, but he made as good of a first impression on a night when they announced the pick in Green Bay. What an awesome, awesome moment. Pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting indeed, Jason. Go ahead, Gabe.
Do you feel that maybe Murphy didn't grant permission after the soliloquy he decided to deliver before announcing the pick? Because he was soaking in that spotlight, Jason.
Yes, the only disappointment was that he didn't tell the story about how I told Brian Gutekunst he could use the pick if he could trade the pick, but we were going to get booed. Well, we're not going to get booed tonight because I know that's part of his material that he does as part of his stand-up act. Look, I love Homer's question about whether he just went rogue and announced it, made the pick himself and announced it. But again, it's just like if we take a second to step back from the scene, which was no disrespect to Hairston or Simmons, the offensive lineman from Ohio State, if they'd have taken him despite his knee injury, or some of these other positions. This is a position Packers fans have waited 22 years for the Packers to pick a guy from. And they finally did it. And here we are, and now look at them, right? I mean, the kid embraces the moment. It's a beautiful scene. It's in Green Bay. Like, it's just storybook. But he's a good player. They had him in for a visit beforehand. He's obviously got speed. And let's not forget where they're at the position. It is a position of need in the short term because of where Christian Watson is at, and it's a position of need into the future with Watson in a contract year, Dobbs in a contract year, and Wicks and Reed, while still having plenty of potential, not having made the jump that we were expecting during this season.
You going to get a workout in with Matthew Golden tonight, Jason?
No, I just realized I left my computer back upstairs, so I'm going to get a workout running up there.
Okay. What does this actually say about what Goody feels about that room?
Yeah, it says. My first thought was, it says that he agrees with Josh Jacobs. He just couldn't bring himself to say it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I mean, that's got to be part of it.
He did it without saying it, right?
Josh Jacobs said the quiet part out loud, and Goody said it with his actions.
Yeah.
And so, again, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Let's be honest. There's nothing wrong with that because you don't want to be out there going, well, you still have these guys on the roster. Yeah, we don't have a number one wide receiver. I don't know what we're going to do this season. This changes everything, though. And again, I do think that it's both short and long-term solution if he's the player they believe he is. I also can't wait to ask Goody, did you think he'd be gone? Because there were a lot of people who thought he would not be available at 23. So, again, I don't know what their thought process was, but this is potentially a game changer for their offense. And again, I just can't get over how the kid embraced the moment. What a really, really cool thing to see.
Fantastic stuff from Jason Wilde joining us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, which is presented by American Family Insurance.
Jason, do you think this pick of Matthew Golden preaches or meets the urgency that Brian Gutekunst was talking about at the owners' meetings not long ago?
Yeah, I mean, Josh, you know this. Like, he doesn't believe he is the one who needed the urgency, right? He was talking about players that are already on the roster.
Yep.
I will say this. I think it does what we have talked about many times, which is it drafts the best player available. I'd be willing to bet he will say he was the highest graded player on their board, and it fills a need at the same time. And that is what GMs want. They want to be able to say with a straight face, we took the best player available. And there were mock drafts that had Golden going in the top 10. Again, we don't know if those are gospel, but there were teams that had chances that needed wide receivers that didn't draft them. There were also teams that drafted other wide receivers, right? Abuka went before him. McMillan went before him. But bottom line, I said this to Brian Bulaga this afternoon. You guys heard it. Brian Bulaga should not have been available at 23 back in 2010. And there is part of me that thinks that this is another moment where they got a guy at 23 that they did not think was going to be available at 23.
Great stuff as always, Jason. We'll be listening to you tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. with the Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher on Wilde and Tausch. Have a great rest of your night. We'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, buddy?
All right, guys. Take care. Be good.
The great Jason Wilde from Wilde and Tausch. Hey, stay draft ready with Tequila Mi Campo, made for Wisconsin, made for those who live louder, just like the excitement of the draft right here in Green Bay. Mi Campo delivers that same bold energy and anticipation with every sip. Made with 100% Blue Weber agave and aged in wine barrels for incredibly smooth taste. Please enjoy responsibly. 2025 imported by Mi Campo Spirits, Canandaigua, New York. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
I got in your head, huh?
He literally did nothing. All you did was look over at Josh and you started to break.
Coming up next, something we have not played on our air yet, which is when Matthew Golden grabbed the mic after shaking hands with the commissioner and Mark Murphy. We will hear from Matthew Golden coming up next. We will continue to react to the Packers' first-round pick, the wide receiver out of Texas, Matthew Golden. That's next. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Mark Tauscher here for Prize Picks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes Two ticket sweepstakes, which could get you a +1, a VIP trip to the ship. Download the app today and use code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WI to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, Bucks fans, enjoy Michelob Ultra at Elwood's Milwaukee, Spanky's Waterford, Oak Barrel Tavern Milwaukee, Camp Bar Wauwatosa, and J&B's Blue Ribbon Milwaukee. That's Michelob Ultra, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Save big money on your next project at Menards. Gorilla Glue offers the adhesive strength you need. From sealants to tapes, get what you need for your project. Gorilla Silicone Sealant's flexible formula won't shrink or crack over time. On sale now through April 27. Check out all our Gorilla products in store. And check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Woo! Hey, this is Ben Brust from Kyle Brust and Nortman on ESPN Wisconsin. People can't stop screaming about the Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza, and no wonder. There's plenty to scream about, like the buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe tomato sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's freezer and find out for yourself why Sporked called Screamin' Sicilian's holy pepperoni frozen pizza the best of the best. Screamin' Sicilian, taste what all the screamin' is about.
Whether you're a local who wants to enjoy a night out or you're planning to visit Milwaukee, enjoy an artfully stylish experience at St. Kate the Arts Hotel, conveniently located in the heart of downtown Milwaukee's Theater District. With deluxe accommodations, culinary creativity, on-site art galleries, and nightly live music, you'll enjoy every element of your stay at St. Kate. For a limited time, enjoy exclusive seasonal rates starting at $139. Learn more and book your stay at stkatearts.com.
At Citizens Bank, community banking is you, growing your business with a partner who gets it. It's you, buying your first home with a lender who makes it easy. It's you, building a future with savings that work just as hard as you. And it's us, working together to strengthen our community. Because at Citizens Bank, community banking means you plus us. Visit us at citizensbankwi.bank. Citizens Bank is member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
Grilling the Green and Gold Picks is sponsored by Pit Boss. You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver. Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
The patented chuckle at the end of that. If all else fails in retirement, Mark Murphy should go straight to the WWE.
In all seriousness, I know we've had our fun making fun of Murph tonight, but good for him.
Yeah.
Because this all is here because of the work that he put in. Like, he's the one who wanted this. The NFL said no year after year after year. I mean, how many times was Green Bay a finalist to host the draft? And you thought, you know what? This is going to be the time. He finally convinced them to bring it here, Of course he was going to get to announce the pick. But he's going out, like, honestly.
On top.
Honestly, this is like his retirement party.
Yeah.
He has to mandatory retire in 2.5 months. And he got to have a hell of a moment in front of an unbelievable crowd that they did not anticipate. There is no way they anticipated this many people because they had to shut down entrance into the event. There's no way he thought that was what that moment was going to be like. So, like, to me, good for him for soaking all of that in, because that is just the cherry on top of the sundae that has been his career.
He's such a showman. I love it. That was a phenomenal. You could hear when he said, for the first time since 2002, you hear the pop of the crowd. And he says, Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
Yes. I mean, to be serious about it, the event they put on, I mean, it looked incredible on TV. It rivaled the Deer District when we saw the Bucks in the finals, who eventually won a championship. And not only was the event unbelievable, the pick met the moment. The guy they drafted, the pick we've all been waiting for years, dating back at this point more than a decade. I don't think a decade ago we were they need to take a first-round wide receiver, but it's been a long time, and we all got to know Aaron Rodgers has never had a first-round wide receiver. That became such a thing, and then with the new regime, Mark Murphy on his way out, does the most exciting pick we've seen since I don't know when.
Well,
maybe
Jordan Love was exciting.
No,
in a different way.
I remember I was on the draft coverage for that, and it was a lot of and then oh no, because it spelled the end of what seemed to be Aaron Rodgers. They put his mortality in front of us as a Green Bay Packer.
Well, especially coming off a year where you went to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, maybe exciting isn't the right word.
You drafted a guy you knew wasn't going to participate in 2020.
It was newsworthy. I don't know if it was exciting.
Yeah, okay, that's probably a better way to put it. Speaking of newsworthy, by the way, how about Higher Love up in Menominee? Whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love is everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green certified products at an unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Score big at Higher Love in Menominee. Get 25% off in-store or online with code ESPN Draft. Hurry, that offer ends at the end of the weekend, April 28th. Visit higherlove.com/CBD today. When we come back, we wrap up ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night for night one of the NFL Draft here in Green Bay, and we relive a classic NFL Draft moment, especially one that will become a classic NFL Draft moment. Have you ever seen a guy get drafted in his new city and then take the mic that only the commissioner has used all night? Well, that's what happened with new Packers wide receiver Matthew Golden tonight. We will listen to that as we wrap up ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance, right after this on ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ, and the all-new ESPN Wisconsin app.
More analysis is coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
Introducing minus 196. That's minus 196 vodka seltzer. Crafted with real spirits, premium vodka, and just 3 grams of sugar per 12 ounces. What makes it different? Our freeze crush infusion process. We take real, whole fruit, freeze it to negative 196 degrees Celsius, crush it into powder, and infuse it straight into the vodka. That's flavor you can feel. Lemon, strawberry, grapefruit, peach. Minus 196 brings the real fruit punch. Minus 196. Please drink responsibly.
Draft week is here, and whether you're watching every pick or just there for the party, Higher Love has everything you need to elevate your draft experience. As the best in the Midwest, Higher Love offers the largest selection of organic, clean, green, certified products at unbeatable value, making them the can't-miss top pick. Higher Love Menominee, just an hour from Green Bay, right across the Wisconsin border. Find them at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Here's Frank Wazalewski, Vice President of Access.
There are some national factory direct companies that are selling people stair lifts at twice their value. They're breaking within a year, and they can't get service. So now people are paying 3 times what they should have paid from the get-go had they just gone to a local and reputable company. Call us, give us your price from your local contractor. We're going to beat it.
Access, the leaders in ADA general contracting since 1990. Will beat any stair lift quote provided by a local company. Visit allaboutaccess.com.
Whether you're about to graduate high school or have been in the workforce for years, it's time to take control of your future. Welcome to Lakeland University, where you call the shots. We use our flexible learning formats to customize your degree path. In person, online, and virtual classes are all available. Lakeland University is designed around you, your goals, your schedule, your future. You can even earn up to 25% of your degree via paid work experiences. Ready to take control of your future? Let us customize an education to fit your needs. Visit lakeland.edu/ESPN to learn more.
Are you ready to win some real cash during the basketball playoffs? It's time for you to check out Pick 6 from DraftKings. Hey, it's Alex Strouf. When it comes to basketball payouts, DraftKings Pick 6 posterizes the competition, including all other daily fantasy options. It's easy. Download the Pick 6 app in your app store and make at least 2 selections by clicking more or less on player projections. Hit all your picks and score higher minimum payouts on Pick 6, plus even more cash if you outscore the competition. Pick 6 is available in most states, including right here in Wisconsin, California, Texas, Georgia, and more. And you can pick on anything: basketball, baseball, golf, and more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code WKTI. That's code WKTI. For new customers to play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Better payouts, bigger wins, only with Pick 6 from DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded is non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Decades before the green and gold even wore green and gold, a Wisconsin tradition was in the making. The tradition of Kringle, Wisconsin's official state pastry. It lives on today at Racine Danish Kringles and Kringle.com. And this year, they're proud to be part of the draft in Green Bay. Over 30 delicious flavors such as pecan, raspberry, almond, and apple cinnamon. Share a piece of the tradition with friends and family. Order online at Kringle.com or call 800-4DANISH. Made right here in Wisconsin. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
Hey, this is Brad Nortman, here to tell you about my friends at Bank 5-9. Everywhere I go throughout the area, I see Bank 5-9, and it's no wonder why. Not only do they have 14 branch locations, but their employees spend nearly 9,000 hours each year volunteering in the communities that they serve. That's on top of the financial support that they provide to several hundred nonprofits right here in southeastern Wisconsin. If you're looking for a true local community bank, check them out today at bank59.com. Member FDIC.
Green and gold picks during the draft are sponsored by Racine Danish Kringle. This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance.
It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
That Packers legend Clay Matthews at the opening ceremony of the first round of the NFL Draft here in Green Bay. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, the end of round 1 in the books here on ESPN Wisconsin. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night presented by American Family Insurance. I'm Alex Strouf alongside Gabe Neitzel, who's been along for the ride with me all night. Josh Idamaji, who's been with us for the last hour. I think this will become a classic NFL Draft moment. It's not often you see the host city draft a player who's both A, in attendance in said city, and B, he steals the microphone from the commissioner. Here's what Matthew Golden had to say after he was announced as the newest member of the Green Bay Packers.
It's time, baby. Hey, I'm finna bring that energy, man. I'm glad to be here. It's a blessing. Green Bay on 3. Hey, let me get a Green Bay on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let me get a Green Bay on 3.
He'll learn it's Go Pack Go soon.
We'll give him time.
Give him a pass. 100% give him a pass.
I didn't realize. So that was the first time I heard that. I was bouncing around here. I didn't realize. I thought he said I heard the chant, the Green Bay. I didn't know he took it and said, I'm ready to go and all that. He had himself a moment.
He had himself a moment, as he should, right? Like, obviously, drink it all in. It's once-in-a-lifetime stuff. It's a lifelong dream realized for Matthew Golden, who was selected 23rd overall by the Green Bay Packers. But, yeah, it's not like that was Liam Cohen Duval type energy, right?
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Not you. What Liam Cohen?
No, I know.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you know.
Yeah, I'm not that sensitive.
You can be.
Some quick quotes here from Brian Gutekunst. He said he sent in a different name, but Mark Murphy still read off a first-round wide receiver.
Ha, ha, ha.
He's getting into the Mark Murphy comedy game. Does Brian Gutekunst think that Matthew Golden can play a lot and contribute a lot in 2025? I do. And Brian Gutekunst also said a few teams called to trade up to 23. There were some good picks on the table for them to take. They said they liked Matthew Golden too much, and trading back is unpredictable.
I like that.
Again, we know how much Goody likes more picks.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said no to some pretty good picks to take Matthew.
I think tomorrow is the day we see them trade down.
Yeah.
And acquire more picks, because 8, as it stands right now, obviously now 1 in the books and Matthew Golden, 7 left. It's just not very Goody-like, right? When's the last time he didn't have double-digit picks in the NFL draft? So I would imagine. Hey, thank you, Gabe. Look at you little encyclopedia. You. I would guess tomorrow would be the day, if there is a day, we see them trade down.
Because there are plenty. There are plenty of good picks still on the board. Plenty of starters. I mean, we heard when I did my draft breakdown, Mr. Relevant, there's like as many as 40 or 50 guys evaluated in the first 2 rounds, which is not always the case. It's just the fact the Packers were in that spot to take that wide receiver there and then stood there with what we all know is Goody looking at the board and going, well, I would love a couple extra picks.
He was obviously tempted.
Yes.
Took him a long time to submit the pick. He was tempted.
Yes.
But ultimately decided against it.
So as much as he didn't do the trade up, what was Kyle's great draft graphic that he had that you guys talked about on KBN? Was like,
I blocked that out of my memory.
Get the guy you want.
Yeah, well, they did that.
I think they got the guy they wanted.
They listened to Kyle Wallace's draft opinion, right?
Yeah.
They got the guy they wanted after Matthew Golden is selected by the Green Bay Packers. Joshy, thanks for popping by. We'll do some stuff again tomorrow beginning at noon on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Mr. Relevant Takeover. I'll talk to you then, all right?
I'll see you then, brother.
Gabe Neitzel, man, this was a blast. The last 5 hours with you. We'll do it again tomorrow night.
Sounds like a plan.
For night 2 of ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, presented by American Family Insurance. A big thanks to all of our producers tonight: Hunter Vaughn, our on-site video producer, Will Summers, and Chris Larson producing back in Milwaukee. Chrissy Birdsall back in Madison. We will do this again tomorrow night, beginning at 5 p.m. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, Day 2, presented by American Family Insurance. I'm Alex Strouf saying so long from the mecca of the sports world this weekend, the NFL Draft in Green Bay. We were live at the Tundra Trio all night long. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. Peace.
Turn up the volume and turn up the flavor with tequila.